What is up, everyone? How are we doing today on this gorgeous Saturday morning? Oh. Damn, I'm fast. You got your artificer goggles. So starting in on all of the insanity that is going to be this summer, we're going to start up work on the Alchemist. You have a wedding to go to? Oh, well, we'll catch you later. We'll catch you later. Have fun. What's this stream? Have you seen the title? We're going to be working on an Alchemist class. My big hang-up right now is that the Artificer just feels like it's not really doing the doing an Alchemist archetype a lot of justice. I think there's so much fantasy to support the idea of like what alchemy is that I just don't think that the Artificer is a good place to put it. This if we're talking about issues with that class and all that, but I have been wanting to do a class like this for so long. I have used Mage Hand Press's Alchemist at tables before, but I'm kind of thinking right now that like as I've used theirs in the past, I think it does it does an okay job. Like the MHP Alchemist is okay. But I think that there are, like, it gets across the character, but I have my own ideas for what I think that this archetype should be. And I'm not, like, faulting MHP or anything like that or saying that theirs is bad. I think that there's mechanics in here that might make the narrative of it play a little bit better than my personal experience with it. And I would like to kind of expand on it in a system that isn't really relying on something that they did, you know. I think this idea of like with an alchemist it being kind of pinned down to you can only make so many of these things per long rest and then they lose their potency. I feel like that there's an odd hang up in there that's more so to make sure that the balance works out, like that it doesn't break the game, rather than a decision that's made to like really truly convey what, like, you know, a potion brewer, what we would really want out of that, right? No, this is a new class. No baggage whatsoever. And I also got some input from the merchant where, from what I've heard, the best play experience and people have experienced with that one was with the apothecary. They feel like the apothecary really got across what it meant to be an alchemist. And I think that since I wrote that, I'd like to figure out how to expand that out. The PF2E, the second edition Inventor, is a better Artificer than the Artificer. I haven't actually seen Pathfinder's Inventor. Let me see this. Yeah, I never really checked that out. But, you know, I mean, I always hear all the time, Pathfinder does it better, Pathfinder does it better. I've looked at Pathfinder's Alchemist already, and I'm like, I guess it works. I think my issues with, like, the Artificer over there, number one, it's not 5e, so, like, if I was just to do a translation, and it doesn't feel really good either. I haven't really had any experience running that Alchemist that they have over there. I don't really play Pathfinder, so yeah. But I would like to just kind of do my own take and see what I could potentially, like, evoke from it. And with that, let's go over here. So I've done quite a lot of just background work on getting a PDF going, getting just sort of the layout and stuff fleshed out, because I always feel like once I'm working over here in design, I'm more inspired to really get to work, you know what I mean? Like once I'm doing the layout at the same time as I'm doing everything else. Not only does it really save me time, but you know, it it just feels like actually seeing the entire thing sprawled out. It inspires me to work harder, you know. Working in a Google Doc is fine, but like, man, I don't know. There's just something subconscious about seeing it all laid out that makes me like more enthusiastic about working on it. But yesterday, I solidified the glyph for it. Yeah, pretty pictures. The artwork is by Maxwell Polikoff, the guy who I am using on the Dancer remaster and, oh, I say remaster, the Dancer update for the gold edition. And I know some people have asked me about what I'm doing over on that thing, and I'll talk about that on another stream for sure. But yeah, I've updated my trade dress. I got all the new artwork in, and I've been working on like what the identity of this thing is supposed to be, right? Came up with this glyph because I wanted to root it more into like traditional alchemical system or symbols. I had two versions of a glyph going. The other one introduced like the Philosopher's Stone into it, but it looked really kind of cluttered. If you were over in my Discord, you probably saw a little preview of that. But it looked a little bit cluttered, and I think the simplicity of this one really communicates the idea of alchemy. You know, you got your potion flask up right at the top, and then the glyph behind it that's actually an alchemical symbol. Yeah, I was really proud of that. So now that I've got what I feel like is a lot of the like graphical work done, I guess we could say, other than getting some of the other artwork like brought in, I'm just gonna kind of start in on developing the core. Talking today about like, you know, where do we really start with a class concept? I think I did this in the past talking about the Sovereign, but today we're jumping off just from like basically we have a concept, and we're trying to kind of diagnose a problem, right? And I think the problem is that the idea, the narrative of alchemy isn't really well conveyed in 5e. And it would be nice to figure out a way to make this plug into the system rather than introduce something completely brand new that requires more buy-in from a DM insofar as like, okay, well, I've got to learn this new thing for what their character is going to do, and yada, 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 right? A homunculus companion for a subclass. You know, there's, like, so what I've got, just playing Elden Ring, I like the idea of perfumers. Perfumers over there are, like, they're your more support kind of base, with the potential for a little bit of blasting, but like perfumers are kind of like indirect support in a way. But of course we can go, yeah, smell pretty, right? Some other archetypes like Mad Bomber, because everybody's going to want to roll up their Goblin Mad Bomber, you know, yeah. As a chemist, you're very interested in this. Good to know. Actually, the guy that I base the artwork off of in here, let's see, can I get this view to normal? Yeah, there we go. This guy right here, the inspiration for the artwork is a guy named Tyler Thrasher. He's one of the guys I played D&D with, but he's an artist that you can go follow over on Instagram. He sculpts by growing crystals on things. He's a amazing, just all around amazing guy. But his art projects are some of the coolest. Like, he's gonna be one of those guys that really like gives Tulsa like it's like we're gonna have a unique voice in our culture because of Thrasher. Yeah, if you haven't gone and followed him, you should go check him out over on Instagram. That's just Tyler Thrasher Art. Effects in the air, aura effects like I think like aura, yeah, you can like leave lingering effects a la fog cloud. Maybe that might be a good jumping off point for that one. We won't get super into the archetypes right now until we figure out what the core is supposed to be. This is supposed to be just the chaotic blaster. We'll say we'll just say identity. I like the idea that, ooh, you can like leave an area that if your buddies get into it, they're, because I mean that's what the perfumer does over in Elden Ring. Let's do this, and this might even start to be like a good practice where, like, I start leaving the identity of what the classes are. A painter. Ooze-based something, yeah, the Ooze Rancher that MHP has is really, really on that concept. I think, like, it might be kind of cool if we have, like, what is the companion class? You know, there's the homunculus idea. Wait, what do you, the chemical buddy? Like, what's the, we need one with an identity of... Am I spelling that right, maybe? Homunculus? Homunculus? So, let me get these methods out over here. Yeah, what is life? Abiogenesis makes a whole new evolutionary tree as ooze like a homunculus. You know, like with the way that WotC is moving, with the way that WotC is moving with the stat blocks that you can, like, you know, kind of customize, it's gonna be pretty easy to come up with a companion class that way. The poisoner, yeah. But I think, like, poisoner as a concept is a little bit just kind of meh, right? What I think would be cooler is, like, the, I don't want to call it a plague doctor. Oh god, I'm so, I've seen so many, like, I've seen so many, like, plague doctor, like, character archetypes that people try to blow out into full classes, and they don't really seem really fleshed out for the entire, like, they don't seem to justify an entire class to, you know, make this plague doctor kind of thing. Like, because what you could do with this is, like, you have your poison, disease, what else? I mean, there's always, you know, they can do medicine. A culture collector. We just call it the lab rat. Metallurgy. I can see that. What role are they mainly playing? I'm thinking a martial. That's another important thing. I don't want to give this spell casting, so I'm thinking there need to be a martial blaster. Yeah, this can be the transmutation-esque. Okay, I don't know what the companion class is going to be. Yeah, turning lead to gold, right? Could potentially be, like, we could say conjuration, transmutation focused. What the cool thing with that is I've already kind of written some features that do something similar to that already. Yeah, the idea is that I want martialists to be able to get a blaster. Let me do a list real quick, and I'm just gonna say like what are the inspirations and what are the non-starters. We'll say goals, inspirations, non-starters. Okay. A non-starter is going to be something like spellcasting. Hey, what's up, Joe? This is a class you get interested in. Good. I don't think that it's really well served in the current edition, and I think that we have plenty of juice to really make something like this work. Let's see here. Bulleted list. Boom. Okay. Mutation subclass, maybe? I mean, what you could do, like, mutagen, you could even say, like, that is an idea for a companion class right there. Emotional damage. So I did the apothecary for the merchant. And the apothecary is so hard-rooted and you are healing via potions. And I don't know if it might be worth taking a look at it and reflavoring that entire subclass as like you're a potion seller rather than it's specifically an apothecary for a couple different reasons. Number one, the apothecary as a merchant, that subclass can do a lot more than just what the narrative of an apothecary is. You're not just a healing with potions kind of character. You are also I get blasting potential. I get more than just I'm gonna heal my buddies, right? And I think apothecary makes a lot more sense as something rooted specifically into an alchemist, you know. Good morning, Togepi. You like the hoodie? Oh, what's up, Jordan? A blowgun dart would work. Actually, you know what? I almost feel like they should get blow darts or blowguns or whatever. What do they call it? Is it a blowgun? And it is a martial ranged weapon, so it would be worth it for us to say, yeah, sure. I have read The Alchemist by Paulo Coelho. Yeah, I read it like 2018. I was more so disappointed that the book isn't really about alchemy. Like, the book is like almost a collection of parables. It almost reads like a self-help book in a way. Oh, $4.99 from Joseph. Hey, thanks so much, Joe. Supporting friends is fun. I appreciate you, man. Thanks so much for hanging out. Yeah. Aw. There we go. Yeah, thanks so much for the dono. Martial weapon that does 1 damage. Well, you can augment it. And there's another thing I should mention that I think, like, okay, there's some parts of alchemy that, or there's some basic things of 5e that I don't think some alchemist concepts I've seen really hit, that I think are pretty necessary for the concept to work out. Now, one of the things, let's see, something like this. You can replace I don't know if we want to replace or we just want to add, because Creator augment. We want the modularity. It is a big thing. Honestly, one game that I think did a very, very good idea, or had a really, really good idea for this concept, Minecraft. Minecraft's alchemy system is so good. Like, I think that what Minecraft did, Minecraft's alchemy isn't just interesting as a system, it's actually really fun to do and to experiment with and figure out, like, what if you're a first-time player and you first discover alchemy, you're gonna be like, wait, what? I mean, you feel like suddenly you want to try everything in like in your potions, trying to put like sugar in it, and then you're suddenly like, wait, I made a speed potion? What? Like, oh, okay, cool. I'm gonna go grab glowstone. What's like, whatever. You're suddenly growing it with redstone, and then it's increasing the duration of it, right? Like, Minecraft has a really, really great system for alchemy. And I think it would be fair to say that, like, they actually give a reasonable support for why, I think that rather than, what would I say? We have a balance concern that happens, okay? And that's that if players are given, let's just say like Batman prep time, right? This is like in the theoretical sense that a player given enough prep time, are they going to be able to infinitely prepare a bunch of potions or whatever, right? One balancing issue that happens is this is just a 5e issue with the system. They get a bag of holding, then suddenly it's no problem, then they're carrying around millions of potions, right? So, do you have to limit the duration because of a single magic item like that? Possibly, because you would give them a lot of flexibility that spellcasters aren't really getting. The problem that we have right now is this. Oh no, this is not going to be a spellcaster. Non-starters, spellcasting. Boom. I want this to be a pure martialist, that your whole character concept is, I want to go around, Skyrim. Boom. I want to go around and collect ingredients and all that stuff. Let's do... Is that going to... There we go. Yeah. And you guys are getting to see the live stream debut of my new trade dress and how I'm working with all this. You give all bag of holding weight limit since the 80s. They do have a weight limit of like 500 pounds, I think, right? Or is it like something ridiculous like 5,000 pounds? A mix between religion and science, which you think could be an interesting narrative? Yeah, possibly. This is to Artificer as Dancer was to Bard. In a weird way? Maybe. Maybe. Let's see here. Boom. The Witcher has a pretty cool alchemy system. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Hey, what's up, Kenneth? Good morning. Oh yeah, by the way, your Blackguard, I didn't get an updated, if you haven't updated your Google Docs since we last talked over on Patreon, let me know, because I haven't seen an update, and I've got plenty of time to take a look at it, probably in the next, like, month or so. But yeah, if you're wanting some feedback on that. This is too early. I'll be streaming for a while today. This is probably day one of treating live streaming like a job. The religion thing could be kind of fun to experiment with. You'll send it to me after breakfast. Cool. Yeah, and no rush. Like, no rush. I'm just letting you know. If you had been waiting for some input, I haven't seen an updated version of your Google Doc. Ingredient hunting can be a bit hard to do without making it a bit of a chore. Right. And I think that if you're going to play this archetype, though, it's kind of a thing that you're wanting to have at the table. And there's a way that we can figure out how not to make it such a chore. One of the ways that they tried to do this was with... let Actually, let me open this up in a different window. There we go. Whoop. Now this is an old Unearthed Arcana. Yeah, 2017. Okay. What if creature types had roll tables for ingredients? What I would recommend, and I think that they had a good jumping off point right here. Now, the way that they started out with this is that they give you an alchemical, or an alchemist satchel. And this is, the problem with this though, is that the narrative itself is like, it's a magical bag that you get that you can pull out whatever concoction you want and then use the concoction, right? And I don't know that this totally hit the narrative of what people wanted. And that is something that hyper specializes in, I am the downtime crafting, Batman style prep of, I want to make a bunch of potions that I can use. The problem is if you go in this direction, we lose some reliability. But by that what I mean is cantrips are infinite. Okay, cantrips are infinite. Attacking is an action that you can potentially just do infinitely, right? So there's reliable damage output that other classes can do, or reliable healing, or reliable whatever, that if you go with a complete pure martial alchemist without giving them something like this alchemist satchel, they lose out on the reliability. And there's some bad play feel whenever you're standing there in a combat and you don't have anything that you can do. This is a problem that I personally felt like I experienced whenever I was playing MHP's Alchemist, is that I just kind of ran out of stuff to do, and I just sort of stood there not really knowing what to do with my character, right? Now, there's some push and pull on how that should be negotiated, right? Some people will say, well, yeah, then that player should just know to be doing that already as an alchemist. And I don't think that that's fair. I think that there's a way that you can make it to where a player can play an alchemist and still have stuff that they can do in combat if they're completely out of, like, we'll say their big bad stuff, right? I'm going to say that comparably, what I would say is, let's start here. Let me put in a side note. Sure. Okay. Let's put a note down here. I know you guys probably can't read that too well. You know what? This needs to probably be in the balance notes anyways on this, so... I'm just going to be working in here as well. Alright, so... the ability... per day is... or we'll say per... Okay. So, reason I say this... I think it's in italic, right? Yeah. The reason why I say this... Warlock can get back a first level spell slot. Not a whole lot of them, but they can keep getting one back every short rest. Now, as long as the Alchemist is not... This should be the upper threshold, right? Of, like, this is the kind of power that we can measure starting you out with. Of, you can get one potion of healing back per short rest. Now, we do have some scaling to go off of to see... If we start with that as a base, we have some scaling that we can go off to see what else can they be doing in combat, how often can they be getting short rest potion brewing potential, right? If it's a short rest and we say it's like an uncommon potion, they start out with 1, they go up to 2, eventually go up to 3 at 11th level, eventually going up to 4 at 17th level. Now, there's another thing that kicks in with this, is that it's not just that the potion, like the number of potions that we would be able to make improve, it's the overall quality of the potion that improves as well. So this right here at 2nd level, if we say that a 1st level spell slot is roughly equivalent to 1 potion of healing, then what we could say is maybe it might be equivalent to a potion of greater healing to get a 2nd level spell slot. Because it's 2d8, it's a little bit better on average than 2d8 plus spellcasting mod. Eventually superior healing gets to be better, that's definitely better than 3d8 plus spellcasting mod. 1d8, 2d8, 3d8. Right? d4, 5, 5, 10, 5, 5, 20. Okay. So 28 on average. So 28 on average. Oh, I'm trying to figure this out. Honestly, potions of healing could be stronger than the early pack casting because anyone could use it. Yeah, and fine. I would 100% be okay with that. This is the entire reason why you take this archetype, right? How do healing potions normally work? You can either administer or consume one, and then you regain the hit points. Now, I think some people have video gamified their thought process into what a potion really is. And I had this conversation with Amanda the other day, and the narrative for a potion of healing is significantly different than what it would be in, like, let's say Pokemon or Final Fantasy or whatever. A potion of healing in the narrative of what it means for D&D is usually whenever your character is taking damage. This is like, it could be thought of as like, these are grievous wounds that your character is enduring, right? They get knocked out and suddenly they consume something that literally within the span of 6 seconds wakes them up, and they're basically as if nothing had ever happened. This isn't just like a, oh yay, some numbers got beat back up. This is a miracle cure. We're talking about, on some tables, a narrative being so good as to closing up a fucking grievous wound, right? Like, these are pretty fucking potent items here, okay? So I can understand why they are considered to be magic items. Now, there's a few things that you can do to improve this in the base. Once we get past the core and all that, a really nice thing that I know some people are already going to have this pushback would be the ability to administer or consume a potion as a bonus action and codify that as a thing that you can do. Now, I know it's a very, very common, even Critical Role does this. It's a very common house rule to be able to just do that as a bonus action. But to codify that into a class, this is something that is going to be required. Yeah, correct. Yeah, we can't really be thinking about designing for the tables that are only that have these house rules, right? The other way that we can do this and design around that perception is you can administer what do we say here? There can be a few things on this, but I would say this would be the second. Okay, now, I actually don't think that it's a great house rule because it takes some it takes some power away from some other stuff. But you know, it's whatever. I can see why some people really want to go for it. I can see how people feel like that might be an improvement to the game. But like, boy, the moment that you do that, like, man. And I get it. Some people are like, well, I can drink beer in the middle of combat. And I'm like, okay, yeah, but why would you do that? Like, okay, the reason why that doesn't have weight is because you're just doing that. And I mean, I know even some tables that are going to be like, yeah, that's the use an object action, right? So, you know, that would cost you an action anyways. The whole deal with this, you administer or consume a potion as a bonus action. We can give this other weight to where this isn't the only mechanic that they would be getting, right? Other stuff. Okay. Well. Oh, wait. I said to create an alchemical item. Yeah, that's right. Uh, why did I type that narrative for it, though? I started working on some concepts for this about a month ago. To create an alchemical... Oh, to create an alchemical item. There's an element of tracking in there. No, that's not fun. I don't know, something like that. Real quick, like I can make these in combat, and then if the thing doesn't last, right? I think that's fine. I don't know. We can figure that out later. But you being able to consume a potion as a bonus action, codify that to where like, okay, yeah, that should be a thing, and then you can add on top of it like you can do X, Y, or Z thing. No, you can't drink bear in the middle of combat. That's unrealistic. uh, my pushback against that is casting spells. The the fantasy of it, you really want it to work. The fantasy of it is, in my opinion, the realism of it is important. Sure, we want the narrative to kind of click. We want it to be like easy to visualize and whatnot, but you don't want to get so far rooted into like making it realistic that it just loses out on the fun fantasy of it. You know, part of the fun fantasy of like this new giant barbarian, it's like you can literally within the course of 6 seconds just pick up something that weighs like a truck and throw it 30 feet. Come on, like it's got to be goofy. It's got to be fun, right? And your ally, if you do throw them, they don't really take damage. Like, oh man. Yeah, Jordan. So with a bonus action for any potion B or specific potions, because later on, it's like spellcasting is a bonus action with super potions. That all is something we can kind of worry about whenever we get there. If you are administering or consuming a potion, that is like you are taking the time to go up to that person and use the thing, or you yourself are using it. So it's almost as if this is limited to spells that have a casting time of touch or self, or a range of self or touch, right? So we do limit it that way. The potions that they have in the game that like that do a lot of damage, like constant damage output, those are the ones that I worry about shifting over to a bonus action, because that like the buff and everything you can do with it is fun. And I prefer the more positive support, like the more how do I put it? I prefer buffs as a bonus action rather than damage as a bonus action, you know? Administering a potion on a willing creature as a bonus action. I think it has to be a willing creature. Right? There's a oh, there's rules for this somewhere. Speaking of The Witcher, there are rules for this. Improvising an action, making an attack. Man, if somebody knows, somebody has to know this. Could even flavor in a potion as an injection. Oh gosh. You know, administering it with blow darts and stuff. Like, it could be a thing. Make internal lists for types of potions based on play. Like in Tier 1, you can craft XYZ potions with different / reduced resources. And those are the ones that you can apply with a bonus action. The thing right here that I'm thinking of, now, that could be a thing where we say, like, you have to be at this level in order to do that. What I think is kind of cool, yeah, crossbows that with fire potions at a distance would be cool. What I think could be kind of cool is to say that, like, okay. Syringer. Yeah, so we can make it to where, like, the syringer ammo, right? You can craft special ammunition for a ranged weapon that administers a dose of the alchemical substance you placed into it. So, now what can you do? You can go over and give your fighter a bunch of this ammunition, and the fighter can get their extra attack and action surge off and just throw out like a whole barrage of like potions of healing. That's like, sure, that's a little bit insane, but like it's pretty funny. I don't know what that would be. Anyways, combat drugs. Okay. So, mostly just getting some ideas out there. Spell casting. What are some other non-starters here? And by at will, what I mean is that you're literally just able to infinitely regenerate potions of healing. We know that that's a thing that you just can't do. That's a balancing measure right there. Does this need to be definitively different from an apothecary? Or do people think of alchemists and apothecaries as similar enough? Apothecaries are, in my mind, more of the medicine-focused kind of subclass, whereas an alchemist is a diverse thing of, I can make just a bunch of rando alchemical junk to throw out on the battlefield. If they wanted to be, like, I think that there is enough separation between the two to justify an apothecary as a specialist subclass rather than an entire class archetype. Should ingredients have a gold cost? I think that at the very, very least, they definitely need to have, oh yeah, Octopath. Octopath has a really... Yeah. How is there no brewer on that list of methods? You mean like, I guess an alchemist that brews beer? Maybe. Yeah, the home brewer. Okay. The potions of healing tied to proficiency bonus times PD. Higher ranks of potions take extra uses of PB. What I think would be cool. Terraria also has potion crafting. I didn't get that deep into Terraria to really experiment with it. I mean, I'll jot it down, but proc bonus per day, gotcha. Yeah, chemical flares. The one thing I don't want to do is, okay, here's what I want you to be able to do. If we have like material components required, they've got to be setting agnostic. We want the DM to be able to come up with like, you know, oh, what's the idea here for this? What I really, the thing that made me know, like that told me that like, okay, there's enough for us to say that like we can simplify this down to like something influenced by lightning or fire or ice or something like that, right? Something with like an elemental affinity. Was actually Fulgur Bloom from is it Fulgur Bloom or Fulgur Blossom from Elden Ring? Fulgur Blossom is it's a flower that attracts lightning, and I thought that was so sick that you can say like, what are some of these material components that are required for it? Well, we could make this like material component the class, which could be kind of cool. Let's say you give them some small ideas, right? Where like they make this potion and what all's required for it, right? Something with like an elemental affinity. There is somewhat of an expected buy-in for certain material components in this game already. If we don't get any more out there than some of the material components that we see for certain spells, I think it's fair to say that this could plug in fairly well. Like Eye of Newt is required for Hex, or is it the Eye of a Newt? I think that there's... If we find the material components list, it gives us a good base to work off of. And then we say that the material components that are in there, it's not hard for you to get a component pouch. Like, I mean, that's a thing that already exists in the game. Rather than have cantrips, they have special ingredients that they use as is. Hold out the blossom and lightning shoots out as enemy at the blossom. I think that might be kind of cool, but like it should require a bit of like maybe a concoction action in order for that to work. Like, you have the expectation of like, I want to be able to... A melee weapon, that's right. A bit of phosphorus or witchwood or a glowworm. Like, see, here we go. Something that produces light. Bam, we can snag that from dancing lights, right? Small amount of makeup. That's... Weapon infestation requires a living flea. Okay. So we already kind of have like an ingredients list of stuff that we can expect most D&D worlds will most likely have. There is... someone went through the work of doing and listing out all the material components in the game. There's a list, but it's not really... There's a spreadsheet. Is it going to be easy for me to snag this? Yeah. Okay. There's a Redditor that did... Oh. There is a Redditor that did a full breakdown, like a full list of all the current material components that are listed in the game. This is an incredible resource. And what we can do is assume that most worlds in the game will most likely have these items. Because if they've got these spells, it's... yeah. U-leaf, water, water, water. Weapon, wire, fine silver. Witchwood, wood, wisp of smoke. Is it a bad idea to have some potions mimic spells? Probably not, because we're making them a little bit stronger than spells in a way. Because they won't be, like, we could make the argument that they're not innately magical, but they still are. This is one of, if you just look up Material Components 5e, maybe like Material Components 5e Reddit, this is like the first one that pops up. Wow, there's so many people that are working on this right now. Applesorcerer.com, where you started publishing content for the... Oh, okay. Who is this person? The Apple Sorcerer. I've never heard of this person before. Okay, well, there's the shout out. Like, man. Well, thank you so much, the Apple Sorcerer, for putting this thing together. I'm going to copy that. And say that we have a list of certain things that are expected to be in the game. Just because they're listed with material components. Jeez. Alright, and then we can start just kind of trimming this down. I don't know that an artistic representation of the caster or of the target are going to be really necessary for what we're trying to do here. Let's see this. Okay. Diamond dust. Diamond and powder. Okay, so there's combinations. Diamonds, dirt. Dust, eggshells, okay, we can just get rid of that. Let's do, whoop, not that one. Maybe this is a little bit too convoluted, but what if I make my own unique components, like two existing components and combining them? We might. I kind of want to just get the class kind of... I'm trying to see what all I have to work off of here before I start creating something completely brand new, right? Like if I start... I have a lot of work that's already kind of done for me here. And if I just start with this, not only is it going to be a little bit more faithful to the system, it saves me a lot of time. Food morsel. I'm just trying to delete any duplicates here. Fur of Bloodhound for detect, or I think it's like locate creature. That's such a great material component. Clay, I really love. Blood, of course, we're gonna see that in some potions. Gem. You can even say that, like, in order for you to make a potion, if we go Minecraft based off of, all potions are going to require a base for you to create. The base is the thing that you can make and just have however many of, and it provides no special, like, this is what they do in Minecraft. You need nether wart and water before you can start doing alchemy. So once you get that, it makes you an alchemical base that you can start making other potions based off of, right? What level are we at now? We just started. Copy into Incel, copy into Excel. Oh man, that was funny. Oh god. We have snow. I mean, snow is cute. Nether wart boiled using blaze powder, unless you're making a potion of weakness, in which you just use fermented spider. Yeah, right. We know that there's certain things that, like, are expected to be in most D&D worlds. Are there spiders? Probably going to be spider eyes. Okay. Animal fat. Put that up here. Because there's pork fat, pork rind or other fat, right? Yeah. We're probably not going to need a prayer wheel. I'm just thinking of some of the ones that, I'm thinking out some of the ones right here that don't really make sense in terms of, like, making a base out of, right? Like, we have a weapon that's required in one. Okay, that works for a spell, but not exactly bacon goes with everything. If we just make, like, animal fat the, like, base that you have to use. Would they be able to make the base from the component pouch? I would assume so, yeah. But it's going to require that buy-in first, right? Like, you have to have... So, technically in the system, you are supposed to be tracking ammunition. Now, this class is introducing something that means you have to track it. And that is every single, like, I think if you have a glass flask, you got the potion, unless you are administering it or consuming it, then that's the number of glass flasks that you have, and, you know, whatever. So if you have these are your form of ammunition for this class. If you throw it and it causes an effect, you lose the glass flask, right? So if you are being aggressive and offensive with it, you're gonna be losing out on these things. So that is a moment where I say, like, as a DM, you know that there's already kind of an inborn tracking system in here that they're going to have to kind of use, akin to spell slots, just by the mere fact that they have these glass flasks that they're going to have to keep tracking, right? And I think that if you're an alchemist, you're kind of buying into that already. Yeah, and there's also potion upgrades. Yep. And we already kind of have a system to do that in this game. Like, I don't know if you guys have seen this, but in the Dungeon Master's Guide, the rules are already there. I'm not seeing potion craft. Where's it at? Is it downtime? Random, I think it's in the magic items, right? Rendered pork or beef fat has been used in cooking for centuries. It's a good base for salves. I think it's kind of an interesting jumping off point, and it's really easy for you to get. Attunement, random treasure, types of treasure. Potion miscibility where you, yeah. If you, like, combine too many of them, then, yeah, mixing potions. A character might drink one potion while under the effects of another, or pour several potions into a single container. The strange ingredients used in creating potions can result in unpredictable interactions. When a character mixes 2 potions together, you can roll on the potion miscibility table. If more than 2 are combined, roll again for each subsequent potion, combining the results. Unless the effects are immediately obvious, reveal them only when they become evident, right? So this is a really cool jumping off point right here for what the whole system could be, where we're like, you know, you want that, like, I want to think about what all is going into this potion I'm creating. I'm going to mix this all together, right? Now this potion miscibility table might be a thing that we could just reproduce. Except, let me think here. You've learned to cure bacon at home. First, let's start by reproducing this. That sounds a little too. Oh yeah, there are quite a few really cool rules in the DMG that I don't really hear anybody talking about. Mostly because, number one, the most purchased book in the entire like 5e system is going to be the player's handbook, right? So it's not listed over there. And there's a lot of DMs that just completely ignore the 5e Dungeon Master's Guide because it's not a great Dungeon Master's Guide. It's not a great guide on telling you how to run the game. There are cool ideas in there, but as far as it giving you the complete loadout of everything you need to know as a DM, it's just not in there. The player's handbook is way better at getting you that information, the pertinent information, you know. Perhaps the Alchemist can control the results somewhat. That could be a thing. I think we just do this and paste. Here we go. This is something for us to refer to. Oh crap, I haven't copied over styles yet. Where is my... Is that it? Let's just copy it from here. I know that this one should be good. Yes, yes, yes. Why did I just seemingly reformat part of my document? Whatever. Starter kits honestly serve as better DMG than the DMG, yeah. I think that Pathfinder, them including an adventure that's in their Dungeon Master's Guide, pretty sick. Like, you know, they have their cool rulebook that has all the player options, whatever, magic items, because let's be honest, the magic items, players need to know what that stuff is going to do. You know, the DM might... I have just never heard a good argument as to why that stuff is not in the player's handbook. Like, magic items. Even if you're like, well, I want to hide that info from my players and whatnot, it's like, okay, so you describe the item to them, but you don't tell them exactly what it is, and then if they want to cast Identify to figure it out, then you let them, or something like that, right? You do what you want to do. In potion craft, the way one makes potions is by mixing ingredients, but all the ingredients do is create a path to the potion that takes an effect map. Yeah. Having some kind of a skill tree, or a tree of, if you add this, this, or this, the potion could maybe take on these properties, is going to be kind of a cool way to, I think, run with that, right? Yeah, but permanent invisibility. So, here's a thing that we already know they've included into the game. It's a variant rule, but, you know, there's always area for us to codify something. Because, I mean, if they're getting homebrew, we're already assuming that they're kind of cool with variant rules. Potion healing might increase the drinker's hit point maximum by D4. That would probably be a problem for us to include as a core class feature. Oh, but the effect can be removed. Might be okay. Yeah, the permanent invisibility chugs potion. It's not. It's permanent with an asterisk, right? And you can make a table that's a bit more reasonable. Oh. Looks like the dogs are trying to go outside. Where are we at? An hour? Okay. I'm just kind of pulling around some ideas right now, of like what are the current 5e mechanics? What's all our research that we have on the narrative of potions in this game currently? Now, let's just pull this all over because this is from the Dungeon Master's Guide. Let's do this for right now. Okay. Get over, sidebar. Okay. Oh wait, that's body. Okay, I was like, why is this not formatting? Okay, there we go. Yeah, the dispel magic effects are somewhat of a balancing measure. It's just like, man, that is so much that you're giving them if you're just like, you can just increase their hit point maximum. What? What? Oh, yeah, I think you mean the contested rolls, right? Yeah, I love the idea of contested rolls. It's part of what it's part of what I wrote in the Dancer was like, I wanted flares to be contested rolls, rather than like specifically setting a DC. What I discovered in playtest is that tends to just make turns last so much longer for some reason. I mean, you've got the DC, bam, they have to make the check, whatever, there's no math really involved, right? So, like, it only really, realistically increases the, like, time per turn by maybe 5 seconds. Maybe 5 seconds, but yeah. Should they be able to craft on the fly? I think that it's kind of important that they should. What I think you can do is you say, like, maybe they have a special action that they can do on their turn. Materials required. Hang on, sorry, I'm kind of flipping back and forth because my mind's kind of all over the place. You guys are seeing a bit of my like the process here. Usually, if I have an idea for how something can work, I'll jump over to that idea real quick and then try to jump back if I can remember what else I was working on. But yeah, the thing I'm thinking about is right now is I need to grab the. Well, I don't need Steam to come up. Go away. The thing that I need to grab is the material component list. Or not the material component list. Material component rules. What? Puzzles. Why reference what? Why is the first search result on that going to be this from Tasha's Cauldron of Everything? Puzzle handout? What? This is such a this is such an issue I have with D&D Beyond. 25 gold pieces for a component pouch. There's no prioritization in their search, like, what do you want to call it? Their search engine, I guess, for the information that's like, oh yeah, I want to look up goblin. You can probably assume people are either looking for the monster or like the race, right? So whenever you look up goblin, why is the first thing that it pulls up an encounter from an adventure, right? Like, yeah, or I'm just giving an example right there, but yeah. The official Flyby platform, by the way. Yeah, there's a few things like, oh man, you know what? The WotC, do whatever with the design team. If you want some help with like D&D Beyond's homebrew section, please let me know. I would love to be able to help grow that community over there. Figure out like, I mean, if D&D Beyond is going to be like your mainstay like digital platform for that, and you want to bring like free homebrew content like all under the same wheelhouse, let me know. I would love some kind of a community position working on D&D Beyond. That'd be super fun. I'm not gonna lie. Component pouch. This is kind of necessary to know. Component pouch is small, weather tight. Let's do this. Metadata. Odd. I thought that should be. No. No. Oh, yeah, transformation based on like Jekyll and Hyde. Yeah, like the mutagen one could have something like that. I'm sure. Like you make a special concoction or something. Component pouch is a small watertight leather belt pouch that has compartments to hold all the material components and other special items you need to cast your spells, except for those components that have a specific cost as indicated in a spell's description. Okay, so we can say to is this an int/con save class? Yep. Okay. Now the problem, it's easier with spells than it is for alchemy, because you say with spells it's like the component isn't consumed unless it says so, right? But for spells it's like the narrative is like, no, it should definitely consume the thing. Or like maybe it just like sits inside of the potion or whatever, and you can make another one. It doesn't, like, the drinker doesn't need to consume that thing. Yeah, they're Alchemist pouch. Yeah, sure. Neat. It would just be nice to keep it, like, you know, not require the buy-in there. Yeah, we can do that for right now. You could utilize new mechanics like components are always consumed. It is, we can say that, like, maybe in some of the potions or the alchemical items that we create. But yeah, if it's something like, One of the ones that I know has like 5e precedent is like Troll's Blood. Troll's Blood is typically used in like empowering potions of healing. Wait, there's an unholy water? That's cool. Ooh. I had no idea there was an unholy water. Through the years of working in TTRPG industry, craftsmanship classes tend to be the easiest classes to accidentally overdesign. Yeah. Yep. You want to keep it very, very elegant. What I like to do is I really try to design from reduction. I'll throw all the ideas that I kind of have out there, and then I'll figure out what's required to make it work, and what is just taking up space on the page, right? Yeah, do you need bless or pay to think? What I think that they should do is people want to know how to create magic items, and they want solidified, codified rules. So you can tell people like, okay, here's what we designed the system around in order for you to create, these magic items, right? You need to know how to cast this spell, whatever. That makes it pretty fucking interesting, right? As of right now, D&D is just sort of like, oh, I don't know, it takes you time and gold. It's so bland. 5e is just so bland at that. And it's like, you guys have basically already written your core for this. Silver powder. We do this. One of your most popular articles of all time is, and continues to be, your wife's article about crafting magic items. She's really good at making formulas for specific items. People have been wanting this for so long. So long. And, I mean, I really can't blame people. It's a cool part of fantasy. Yeah, I want to loot the thing and get the item that I can make cool stuff with. Video games have been doing this for a while, and like we've had the lead up into D&D to where we've known for long enough like this is a core expectation of fantasy, like of what people want to do, and yet WotC just kind of was like, whatever, you guys figure it out. Like, oh god, come on, that's not right. Other people have already figured this out. Like, harvesting needs to be a thing that you guys like. Monster stat blocks are so boring if all you're really doing is just like, these are the features that they get, here's its stats, go. Like, there's not a whole lot of like there's not enough of the game in there, there's not enough like info in there planted that feels like, yeah, the fantasy and the game side of it is really getting evoked from a stat block. It's just numbers. I would rather see like stat blocks include stuff like potential things you can harvest off of it, or I mean the weaknesses. My favorite stat blocks are always the ones that include certain weaknesses that they have. From Kane Kuo's videos? I'm not familiar with them. Drinking a potion gives a passive boon, but the one who drink it can expend it to perform an active effect. Oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, I can see some design going in that direction. A wisp of smoke. We can get rid of this. Okay. See, twig from a tree that has been struck by lightning. We can argue that has like an elemental affinity with lightning, right? or even fire. Like, so we can use those as a kind of our jumping off point. What are like minor ingredients, and then what are like maybe some of the more like significant ingredients. I think an expectation might be, in order, like, I don't know that it needs an entire supplement to really support it. I do know, hey, Ravage Clipper, hey, thanks for the follow. I do know that there is a project by a creator I very, very highly respect that is attempting to do something very similar. That person is just not creating an entire class to support it. Oh yeah, there's definitely so many ingredient ideas. This is an amazing jumping off point though, and this is stuff that's already in the game. We have all the material components right here. But yeah, there is another creator that is currently working on an alchemical expansion, who I think is probably going to have one of the de facto ways that people will probably be looking at it later on. But that person is also not interested in making and I'm being intentionally vague here because I don't know how much information they put public about it. But yeah, so that's the thing that we might be able to expect, but they're just not making a class to support the alchemy system that they're creating. Feather of hummingbird, feather of owl, exotic feather, a white feather. Okay. I'm just seeing if there's anything else. A living flea. You just say, does it have to be living? That's whatever. A cubic inch of flesh. Let's just say flesh. Sure. Or other ornamental container. Gem encrusted bowl we don't really need in here. That's for, isn't it for like Heroes Feast? Steak, yeah. Hey, what's up, Zandy? A glass eye. A drop of molasses. Let's just do molasses. Miniature hand sculpted from clay. Oh man, no spoilers or anything, but holy shit. If you haven't watched it, that new season of Stranger Things, I haven't gotten through the whole entire thing, but oh man. You just reviewed a player option? Wait, really? On like his Discord? Hang on. I don't want to open that because I know that might open up over here. Well, I guess he made it public. Hang on. Is this... Oh, wait, no. Trek, do you know where that was? Because if he's made it public, then I don't mind. I mean, you know. Oh yeah, the new Stranger Things is fucking great. It's intense though. I don't think I've remembered seeing anything quite as brutal as what they've done this season. Hey, Lord Von Bear, Bree, sorry. Hey, thank you for following over on Twitch. Sending me a link, I appreciate it. I guess there's no real need in being secretive about it then. Is things like in a PM or is it a? Where are you sending it to me, Trek? Oh, okay, then I guess we're not talking about the same dude. Wait, yes we are. Because you basically said the product name. We're absolutely talking... What Discord are you talking about? Hang on. Yeah. Sorry guys, one sec. I'm just trying to make sure before I share anything over here. Kind of. Yeah, I was just trying to see if there was a, if he had actually said it publicly. Yeah, okay. So... Yeah, because I know that Heavy's shown me art and everything. Anyways, Heavy Arms, the guy that made the complete Armorer's Handbook, is working on a complete alchemy, like, or the Armorer's Handbook. He is working on an alchemy supplement right now. And has been actually for like more than a year. So I've already seen previews of it, and I'm like, I think that Heavy's got a really great idea and a base to start off of. But from conversations I've had with Heavy, it doesn't sound like he wants to make an entire class for it. But I do like what I've seen so far. I think he gets the idea of what we've been wanting in terms of, the crafting and everything from it. We're not going to need rope. This is a really good starting point. Copper wire. Caterpillar cocoon. I'm just trying to check and see if there's anything clay model of a ziggurat. Clay pot. Let's say brackish water. Sure. And we can organize this. Okay. Just sorting this in a way that it's a little bit easier to read. Iron. No tea leaves on that list for some reason. Congrats on the new PDF. Oh, thank you. I'm very, very happy with going forward with this as like my new trade dress. Yeah, part of the reason why I've actually updated my trade dress is because like a lot of the NCDM stuff is using Senzel, and I'm now starting to feel like that font is going to be a little overused. Not just because of like Arcadia or anything like that, but I've seen I've seen a few other people starting to favor it now, and it's got some decorations that I think look not great. This is like such a typography nerd side of me here. Let me show you what I mean real quick. And this is, I mean, just graphic design help for anybody who just want to hear my opinion. Specifically on the T, the D, and I believe the E. So Sinzel has these decorative alternates that, oh, just don't look great in my opinion. And the more and more I was using Sinzel, the more I realized, like, oh man, I'm gonna have to get away from this font. It doesn't look bad in terms of like your headers and all that, and I prefer working in this in like, you know, I would rather work with this as like my preferred one for like Google Docs or whatever. It looks nice. If I don't have any other option to, yeah. I have not finished the Sovereign. No, I have not finished the Sovereign just yet. And we are still figuring out what this class is going to do. But where was it? Properties. There's some stylistic alternates to this text that just doesn't really look great. Decorative. There we go. There's like the decorations bother me. It's such a finicky thing. Like the F, I don't get why. Like, the S is cool, right? But then like when I was doing dance, or the R looks great, but like that D, I can't get over it, man. This is just a terrible look for the decorative serifs, and yeah, I just knew I was gonna have to move away from it. The Runekeeper looks great because of this one right here, but you know, I also just kind of figured that like Sinzel just doesn't really feel totally representative of like the vibe I'm trying to put out with Homebrew, so that's why I decided to kind of get away from that. Yep, material components are going to be a big focus for the Alchemist. What fun things we will do with them. Yep. Talking about potentially mixing them into potions and doing whatever. Yeah, crafting Martialist Blaster. So, as you guys can see, if you're just now joining in, first off, hey everybody, how's it going? Second off, we're still in the very, very baby design process right now. I'm just pulling over pertinent information that I can refer to later on, that they maybe have already codified in the system, and that way I don't have to keep searching around for all this stuff. Concaster would be a fun mold to break. I don't see any reason for this to have to be a Concaster, but I also just don't really think, like, I don't know, I don't really have a, nothing's immediately jumping out as something to make a Concaster out of. An equivalent exchange feature. That's pretty funny, actually. Huh. I mean, the thing is, like, I don't know that alchemy over in Full Metal Alchemist is, like, it's not conventional fantasy alchemy, but it's been so, like, it's such a huge part of the public zeitgeist around the fantasy system, you know? We'll say... Okay, we'll say this. Yeah, sure. Simplest way of going about it would be, wait, what? Some Plogon baby lungs. See, that's the thing, is like nobody, yeah, then why wouldn't that be like, I don't know, strength or dex, you know, whatever. I'm not really interested. Oh my god, are you serious with this? Hang on. Let me fix that before that gets any more insane. Hang on. I had this setting already put in, but it doesn't look like I saved it. YouTube, come on now. YouTube has not hopped on this bot issue. This is, like, ridiculous. Can I... Hang on one sec. There we go. Boop, boop. Oh. That's my YouTube backend stuff there. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I'm just trying to get rid of the bots in chat. Usually that fixes it. Hey, what's up, Sarah? Ooh. The morning ritual today. Is that really? Oh, hold up. Whoop. Oh, no joke. Wow, Matt Mercer's over on morning ritual. How long are they going to be going? Oh, they only have 220 people over there, huh? You know what? Let's do this real quick. Yeah. Go over. Let me take like a 15-minute real quick. Dogs need to be let out and all that stuff. I need to go to the bathroom. But we will be back. In the meantime, let's do something real quick. In the meantime, oh wait, that's only going to be when the stream ends. Dang it. Okay, I can't really do that. In the meantime, go check out over on Critical Misses. They have Matt Mercer actually talking over there right now. Wow. But yeah, let me take a break real quick, go to the bathroom, kind of refresh my coffee and everything, let the dogs out, all that good business. I'll be right back with you guys, okay? So, hang out, all that. Yeah, I'll be right back. Boom, boom, where were we? Oh, man. So we have our equipment. Ideas for the goals, inspirations. Let's move all this stuff away. Let's get this. Yeah, let's find a better home for you. Sure, that'll work. Okay. Whoop. Hi, Mom. One sec. I think. Hold up. Okay. Amanda's getting in the shower. I was like, oh crap. What we need to start off with is figuring out what you're going to be doing in combat. What's your core stuff, right? Most likely. Standard scaffolding for the subclasses. Let's get some of the basics written down. It's really, really intense for what we're wanting right now. There we go. Okay, class features. the way that they are currently structuring this is a little bit different. They're listing wait, that's not... I don't think that's how that appears in Tasha's. Yeah, they're doing this. Could be needs to something else and just big Alchemist fire energy, yeah. Which, like, I don't super mind you getting, like, if that's our base, Alchemist fire. Have I ever played Noida? Yeah, I have. It's all right. I remember playing it and it was like I can vibe with the Metroidvania feel. I don't like, I didn't get super sucked into it quite like I got into like Slay the Spire. Like Slay the Spire, I pull up that game damn near every day. Which, by the way, thank you, Heavy Arms, for the recommendation. That game is sick. Do I need to give it another shot, Noida? Cost 50 gold pieces. Boy, Alchemist Fire is just... Alchemist Fire is just not... Okay, the reason why Alchemist Fire is not really great is for a couple reasons. Number one, it doesn't initially take the damage. It's at the start of its turns, which is already like, why suddenly that and not initial damage as well? And then the DC here is way low. We can improve that pretty easily. There's a couple other things I need to kind of drag over here. When did I play it last? Probably sometime last year. Very well could have been updated. You know what I can do? I did see, I actually have the original, yeah, I have the original pulled up, right here. And this is a good starting place. These different alchemical items that you can create, yeah, this is a good starting place. More or less overpriced fire starter with range. Yeah, or take 1d6 fire damage, but it doesn't continuously burn them. You really want that. Like, that'd be so cool. Like, this is overall a decent place to start from. God, the scaffolding on it's really odd. It hasn't been updated since then. Anyway, you just bring it up because it... Oh, I'm assuming they do an Alchemist thing in there. Hey, what's up, Philo Von Brie? It's a game about alchemy. I thought it was about wizards and stuff. No, the Alchemist is not going to get spellcasting. The Alchemist is planned to be a martial class, a martial blaster. I don't want to copy paste that. Yeah, Alphin's a really good start. Honey Lemon was another one that people recommended I check out, and I agree now. Hey, thanks for the follow, Dragon King. Yeah, I checked out Honey Lemon because I hadn't seen Big Hero 6. And I was like, yep, this is essentially exactly what you would want. The whole idea of I can determine what goes into this component, whatever. I need to actually just put Honey Lemon on there. Yeah, because I think the way that her alchemist satchel, like the way that her little bag works, is basically the fantasy of what this would be, right? Now, what I think is, what was the price listed for a potion of healing? At least in the player's handbook? 50 gold pieces. So we can say, like, crafting one, we have an upper limit for, like, how expensive or how quality the thing that you craft is, right? Yeah, thank you. So the any alchemical item. This is a decent starting place right here. Or adapting and customizing bombs and drops on the fly is the main thing here, right? Yeah, that's supposed to be intended for sure. You want to pick my brain on a subject gameplay wise? Is there a way for the alchemists to bypass the cost of their creations? How so? Like, how do you mean? You kind of feel like classic D&D potions are kind of boring / poorly utilized. They are, because the alchemist or an alchemist concept was not originally a priority for the system. Crafting, they wrote this game not really thinking that people were going to latch on to the idea of like a crafter as a hero. Let's just say 4 for right now. Okay. Here I am just making the class table. Why does that look bad to me? That doesn't look right. Proficiency. There we go. Jeez. Yeah, crafting was not a priority of the system, not at all. 4th. Oh god, I know, boring part here. do that. Okay, so these are every 4, so... Dude. God, talking about great game. Man, I haven't played Shovel Knight in so long either. And here, I'm kind of showing us some initial thoughts right here. The quality might be the limiting factor, like the balancing measure. And I already did something like this with the merchant. Purple liquid and get changed into a winged sheep that sneezes fire for the next 23 hours. Yeah, like a polymorph potion should be an expectation. If there is a way for an alchemist to create a number of free things per day, that would be their source of... Yeah, and actually what I'm thinking, because it's not just like the damage number we have to think about, it's the overall area of effect. Actually, there's a race we can pull from. Not the original. So this is an AoE that increases, yeah, 1d10 damage if they're in the area, that you can do twice per day. And then the damage and the number of uses increases, like, jeez. Subclass ideas, there's just a few in here right now. Sorry, I need to probably move my research notes. Okay. Base ideas right now that I have for the different subclasses are going to be the Apothecary. Someone mentioned the Brewer in chat. I thought that might be kind of funny. The Mad Bomber, which is a chaotic blaster. The Metallurgy, which we're talking about like a transmutation base, because transmutation and alchemy are so like intrinsically tied. Mutagenics, so you are creating mutagens to augment yourself. This might be like the way to make a tank alchemist or something. There was like an idea for a companion class. Mageham Press originally did an Ooze Rancher Alchemist, which is what I played, and that was like their companion class for that. The Perfumer, which is pulling from Elden Ring, the Perfumers over there are able to indirectly support via effects similar to Fog Cloud. So they spray something in the air, and then it's like, ooh, I get a buff, right? And then the Lab Rat is something like Poison and Disease. Mixologist sounds cooler. There's so many like, this is such a weird hang-up for me. There's so many M's right now. Like, I guess I could just say the Bomber, right? But, like, we like Mad Bomber. I guess Mad implies something that, yeah. Yeah, they'd be a home brewer, right? Alcohol/food-based one, but I think it's better if the class is just able to get play the role of the legendary chef. Hey, Dean Roscott, thanks so much for subscribing, man. You think Dionysus from Hades? Ooh. Sam the boy, thank you so much for subscribing. Demolitionist might be a thing. You got it. You find the Philosopher's Stone. That is the... so what Mage Hand Press did with their Alchemist was once you hit 20th level, you can make an Alchemist or Philosopher's Stone. And the Philosopher's Stone, to them, is a nuke. Like, it is a... You are creating a... it's basically like you made the demon core. Like, and it's pretty fucking scary. Chef Alchemist Bomber, let that sink in. I'm glad that so many people are latching on to like what different like subclass concepts could be, because like, yeah, I mean, it makes me real like it furthers my thought that the Artificer is just way underserving for this as an archetype. What about a religious subclass that goes all Belmont with holy water? What would you even call that? You love that new capstone. You wish more capstones were crazy. I feel like I'm always just way too reserved whenever I'm making a capstone. Like, I feel like I get some fun ideas and stuff out there in terms of like the core class stuff, but whenever it comes to like making a capstone, I'm always like, oh, I want it to punch, you know? What software am I using? This is Adobe InDesign. A witch hunter? Like, just like a witcher? I don't know that the Alchemist totally gets the concept across for something like that. What is like the, something like that. Witch Hunter's more paladin in your opinion? Witch Hunter as an idea, like I see it fitting really well into like a ranger like chassis. But the problem is like ranger is so it's like such a specific archetype that like I think you just kind of get that across by taking like Fae as your like you take Fae as your favorite enemy or something, right? Like, you know, what else are you really wanting? I think one of the things that I would really, really want out of a witch hunter is like some kind of thing that is going to ding their concentration checks. You want to be, I mean, you can say witch hunter. I think like witch hunter as an archetype should probably start out as like an anti-mage class rather than like specifically Fae. If you start from there, then I think that like their archetype is a lot more like agnostic, you know, a cleanser. I mean, I'm not so sold on the need for that at the moment. I mean, I'd like to get 3 to 5 subclasses for sure. Poisoner would probably, I mean, Poisoner is very specific that I think you can just get out of something that also specializes in disease. So mundane they cancel out the magic around them. Oh, that's funny. I think Ross actually wrote a curse subclass that is like it's curse is like you can't cast spells, but knowing how that class functions, you can like take that like throw that curse onto someone else, and then you're able to cast your curse spells, which is like, man, Ross is really good at figuring out like little unique play styles throughout everything. Yeah, I'm not down for calling it a plague doctor. That's like, Mixologist sounds way better than brewer. I guess. I mean, yeah, I guess. Yeah. Sure. I don't know. I'm also just not really sold on that being a necessary one. Um, I think there's some expectations that people want, and that's what I'm more concerned for right now. I think like mutation makes sense. Did we start clipping some out? Okay. If you bought an alchemist, there's probably 6 archetypes that I think you would be expecting to see, right? An apothecary, yeah. A bomber, yeah. Metallurgy, I can see why. Mutation kind of based one, probably. Living potion sounds fun, but it's not the one that I think I'd be expecting. Perfumer, I can see this being a kind of unexpected one. And then like lab rat, whatever I decide to go with this one, I definitely see like, yeah, you want the debuffer, right? When they want to sound special, yes. You're hearing that from a former bartender, yeah. Solidifies in the cupboard. It's all potential, all potential. But first, we've got to talk about fleshing out the core, right? So, and prisoner. So, we need a core. You like Perfumer, but you might be biased by Elden Ring. I am definitely biased by Elden Ring, and I am not opposed to admitting that. They came up with a really cool archetype in that. So yeah. What is that? Oh, prison. Oh, okay, gotcha. You can give them the subclass of first level. You can give them all unique Alchemist tool, a battle sensor for the Perfumer, and that can be their core. Ooh, I like the battle sensor. Ooh, like that's a cool idea. But giving it to them at first, I'm not really sold on the necessity for it to be at first. By default, I just assume that all their subclasses are going to start at 3rd level, unless they get a few things. The number one thing being spell casting. We don't have a pure martialist currently in the game that gets its subclass before 3rd level. The moment that you get spell casting, you have to discuss where you got your spell casting from, right? If you look at like the reason why sorcerer, warlock, and cleric all get theirs at 1st level is because the narrative for their spellcasting is literally the thing that grants them the power to be a sorcerer, warlock, or cleric, right? A warlock, it's like I made a deal with a patron, and therein I'm now a warlock, which means my spellcasting has to come online, and my subclass, my patron, whatever, is all there at 1st level. Sorcerer, I was born with it, so literally, like, if you're born with it, you are a 1st level sorcerer. And your origin explains how you got your magic, right? If you're a cleric, you have prayed to your deity, bam, you're in a domain. That means that your subclass has to come online at 1st level. 2nd level, wizard is like I studied it, and I guess they felt like their 1st level was too loaded down. But you take on a specialty studying a specific spell school, so I think there's a better argument for them being at 2nd level. Druids, it's like, I wonder if there's an argument that Druid needs to get theirs at 1st level, or if it's just a balancing measure. But yeah. Oh, Jesus, hang on one second. Hang on. Sorry, I think the mailman just showed up. I'm sure some of you guys just pissed your pants. Follow. Hey, follow. Oh, man. Your specialization is literally how you learned alchemy. It's equally as good because you... Well, I think anybody can learn alchemy. Anybody can learn alchemy. It doesn't specifically have to be like, you know, whatever. It's like, you know, I started playing guitar, but it wasn't until I got to be a little bit older that I specialized in some genres, right? It could make sense at second level. It could. But I just don't... I'm trying to figure out why it should need to come on a line at first level, or at second level, or first level. If we're making it a martialist, I think here's sitting at like third, 6th, 10th, and 14th feels pretty good. Like, I think. Like, I've got to come up with a reason to buck that trend. And I just don't really think of one right now. Like, oh, there is... Okay, let me write down a few other things real quick, just in notes here. Yeah, this thing is not going to get... Oh, dang it. Ah, that doesn't need to be... We need a power spike there. Power spike there. And here. And then mini capstone, capstone. Yeah, there might be recipes with a specific gold cost, something like a prerequisite. Yeah. What you can say is it's like the potion that you create has this specific gold value, and then like if people are going to be like, well, I think that this is broken because my players could just go and sell them. I'm like, that sounds like a kind of thing they could already do in the game. Like you can already just make stuff and go sell it. Like it's, I'm never really worried about that. Giving them all attacks. You get your subclass second because general alchemy, and then you learn your specialty. I mean, yeah, but the gradient between second and third level, I'm like, I don't know that your specialty defines you as an alchemist and something that's going to be like, this is how you learned alchemy. It's more of a, like, I think of more of your subclass as more of like, what's your major in college or something, right? Like there's a lot of people that are students, but what's your major, you know? And some people don't figure that out until second year, and then they change it. If you're like me. The pursuit of immortality might be at the forefront, you think? There is a character concept in there for that, you know? That can be something that we weave later on down the line. Yeah, Fabricate already exists, so players have infinite money available to them. Yeah, like, that's always a pushback. Like, I've never really understood whenever people are like, oh, this thing feels busted because the players can go sell all this stuff or whatever, and I'm like, you know they can already do that in the game, right? Like, that's on you to reel in, not me. You like, oh, thank you. They're only the first and second level. Third, only if the first and second are already going to get filled with something, in your opinion. On Martialists, I like to leave the first and the second pretty open. The only one that I am defying that with is the Sovereign, because the Sovereign, the thing that makes them a Sovereign is that they rule over people, right? So you need your court to come online at first level. So what I prefer is, honestly, with marshals, kind of looking at the, the Moist Dangerous Game. Thank you so much for subscribing. I love the name. Shit, where was I? What was I just saying? That username just like threw me out of the loop. Okay. Oh, okay. I think that Rogue actually has a really good start off for like first, second level, right? Oh, okay. This shit. Good. Yeah, you're also the DM, so if you're really worried about them selling it at all, they're selling it to your NPCs. Yeah, right? Like that is such a silly, like, it's a really unnecessary argument I see people bring up in regards to like talking about game balance. They're like, well, yeah, and then the players are just going to do XYZ thing, and I'm like, yeah, yeah, you can, you know, you have an impact on that, right? Like, yeah. Expertise in alchemy tools might be something nice to give to the early levels. Yeah, most likely. Battle Sensor Bomb's idea from the subclass. You make it a warlock pack-like feature. So there are definitely routes we can go in. As of right now, I'm thinking about, all right, so what do we have the core for the first three levels, right? I feel like this would make sense as a midline, but I could hear some pushback that it should be a backliner, sure. I don't mind it having a D8. Let's do this. Hang on one sec. This is going to bug me if I don't fix it right now. Boop. Boop. There we go. Okay. Okay. That should fix the drop shadow. Yeah. Okay, cool. Now, starting out. Conventionally, what action are people usually using to use a potion, right? Usually they're having to use an object action. Yeah, I think for midline, I think that it needs to be a midline so that way you can run up. It's the same reason why Cleric has to be a midliner, because Cure Wounds is going to be the core expectation of them, right? So the thing that makes Cleric work out and why they get the D8 is all because Cure Wounds has a range of touch. Like, that's the preeminent Cleric spell. Like, you know as a healer, that's the thing that you need to grab, right? So Cleric needs to be a midliner because they need to be able to get up to the front line or into the back line and cast Cure Wounds. The reason why I say Cure Wounds and not Healing Word is because Healing Word isn't the strong, like, it's not, Healing Word isn't doing the most healing that you can do in a turn. Healing Word is an emergency oh shit button of someone's gone down, they're making death saving throws, I use a bonus action to get them up from a distance, right? It's not great at out of combat healing, quite like, okay, Healing Word is basically only used in combat. There may be instances of where people are using it out of combat. I gotcha. I know that happens, but like the power behind it is what it can do in combat, right? So the main thing that I think is pretty necessary. Let's do this. Because all of these are going to require that you have to be able to get up to the person you're trying to administer the potion to. They need to be a D8 class. Giving them light armor, fine. The thing that we don't need to do, they don't need a disengagement tool. Because they don't really ever want to be in the front line. Okay, so that's what we're thinking of right there. They don't need the disengagement tool. Neither does cleric. So think about that. Let me see what else. So we know, and starting off with stuff that we're eliminating, we're actually in a way coming up with our core that we're seeing, right? So they're not going to get spellcasting. The potions of healing at will, that's kind of a given. That's more of a balancing measure than a non-starter. That counts as infinite material components for potion making. Oh wait, that's actually kind of a cool capstone. I'm not gonna lie. Hold up. Not even, no, yeah, that could be their 18th level. Hang on. During a... Whoa, wait, is it supposed to rain here? What? No way, I did not know it was supposed to storm today. Oh, never mind, it's for like an hour. Oh, yeah, this is just... The weather's just gonna drop a little bit of rain on us and then it's gone. Okay. Wow, that was like really violent lightning for a split second. Yes, I am doing splash potions. 100%. You being able to do that at range, yeah, that's a given. And you're gonna even love that the ingredient to do that is just gonna be gunpowder. Now, for people that think that this is too insane, College of Creation Bard is doing this way earlier already. I don't know what the flavor text is going to be. Yada yada. Ooh. Let's do this. Okay. Magnum opus. Maybe if it Maybe if it was more like music related, you know. But I mean, yeah. You like the idea of martial classes that give their players something more exciting than just extra attack at 5th level? Maybe something like an elemental blade oil that you can change as a bonus action? So what I did in the merchant, let me save this. What I did in the merchant was, oh god, let's get that. There we go. I made it to where you could use an object twice during your turn. And I think that might be a good jumping off point. I mean, I need to have this PDF pulled up anyways, because we're going to be making reference to the apothecary. Like, why are these backwards? What? Uh-oh. No, I mean, the bookmark's right, but why is that appearing? That's odd. Okay. The thing that I did with the merchant, get down here. Yeah. Once during your turn, you can use 2 objects instead of 1 whenever you take the use an object action. So, this I thought required so much crap to clarify. I will overrule Jeremy Crawford here. Because I've had some people say that I think that this should specify that whenever you're taking the use an object action, that this can be used with magic items, because some magic items list whatever, and I'm like, I'm gonna keep this simple. Bam, use an extra object. Let the people determine what's appropriate for their table, whether or not they think using magic items with this is too powerful. And then I overrid it in like the apothecary. Why are these backwards? That is so weird. I can't think of why the PDF would have exported with those backwards or reverse alphabetical order. But yeah, I made it to where the apothecary hard overrid it to where it was like, yes, you are going to they are very much intended to be used with a use an object action. Merchant is great. You bought the PDF for your friend. Aw, shucks, thank you. Increasing the base damage of your damaging potions. I do have that already kind of in here. Part of the thing I think you need to be able to do is you need to be able to add your intelligence modifier to 1 healing or damage roll of any, it needs to say, I guess this should be alchemical save DC. Got it. But it's okay, it's just lightning. Why am I having the hardest time with this word today? Here we go. I'll leave my bin. Yep. So the potency is going to be able to add your intelligence modifier on top of any healing it does. You grab all this stuff, whatever. I mean, there's an argument that this should be replaced rather than you add the DC, because this is going to start making potions of healing better than cure wounds. Blade oils / poisons could, in theory, give you the ability to use intelligence for the next attack you perform to apply it. Yeah. If you're making splash potions, can the damage slash healing from int only affect one target? The reason why I'm not really super worried about that is because apparently WotC's not worried about that. Like, yeah, I'm designing for what I think is reasonable, but like, this is another thing where people can point some stuff out, and I'm like, I just refer over here, Alchemical Savant. I mean, so I know that people have gripes about the Alchemist currently over in the Artificer, but what I'm saying is, like, adding your intelligence modifier to like the roll for these things is kind of already a thing. You thought you should bring it up. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, if I'm doing the comparative balance and I'm looking over here at this with Alchemical Savant, if I think that like this is at least the area that they think it should jump off from, and I want to key this out into its own masterclass, this is a thing that I think should probably be an expectation of it, right? However, I don't like it applying to spells because I don't think that the Alchemist should get spell casting. Like, we can take this. Hang on. Yada-da. Where do I want to put this? Let's put it down in research for right now. Okay.
Whoa! Shoes on and headed to work.
Oh, okay. Hey, you.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Good.
Mwah. I know I heard the shower turn on earlier, and I was like, "Oh shit! Oh shit!"
It's me. What are you guys talking about?
Working on an Alchemist.
Oh, nice.
So.
Have they seen the art?
Yeah.
Nice. Very exciting. All right, I'm outie.
Okay. What time do you get back?
Between 5 and 6, somewhere in there.
Cool.
Yeah. Bye, everyone.
We'll see you later. Chat says hi. Whenever you... Yeah, hi and bye. Okay. Wait, the healing and damage you create through them. Whenever you use your alchemist supplies as a spellcasting focus, you're gonna roll. It always has to be a spell, not the item. What? You create through them. But it doesn't apply to potions you create, it only applies to when you cast a spell. Like, this is another problem with the Artificer for me, is like, it's not programmed right. They were like, okay, whenever you create potions, and then suddenly whenever you cast a spell using your alchemist supplies as the spellcasting focus, you get a bland, like, what? Like, what is this? Yeah, your reskin spells, yeah, it's like... I get it. Like, I know everyone says, you know, flavor's free, but like, flavor matters. Flavor and the like mechanical narrative of it matter. If what you're saying is like, yeah, you're the alchemist and you should be better at creating potions than anybody else, this doesn't get that narrative. Yeah, this is not exactly. It's not that it's a bad class or like a bad subclass. It's just that like it doesn't it doesn't really do the thing it should do, and that's capture the narrative. That's the most important thing, in my opinion. Like, if you're not fulfilling the fantasy, then it's a failure of design. Yeah, mechanics convey narrative and flavor, right? And, like, this just doesn't do it. Okay. Whenever you, magical kid, you should I just be this snarky? Just copy the rest of it wholesale and just be like, yeah, here's the thing that you screwed up. When you apply something to an object like poison, the weapon counts as an alchemy item. Maybe maybe. I'm kind of figuring out how to make how to make things churn. I'm trying to think about the wording here. Like, we can just do this. Damn. Because that's a big power spike. When I gave you bang for your buck over in the merchant at, like, 2nd level. Yeah. Use an object action with your charisma modifier. Okay, so if you were, let's say this. Let me ask chat real quick. In combat, somebody wants to throw, like, they want to make an attack with an alchemical item, right? They're throwing, they are throwing a vial of Alchemist fire, right? What do you call for? Is that a ranged weapon attack, or is that a ranged improvised weapon attack? Subclass about reanimated corpses. The thrown improvised attack. Oh, hold up. I have been playing too much Elden Ring. The Defiler. Alchemical fire is technically an official weapon. Yes, it is. It is an item. So why improvise? Because it is not technically, it isn't technically a weapon. It is an item. As an action, you can throw this flask up to 20 feet, make a ranged attack against the creature or object, treating it as an improvised weapon. So, can I give you a link to know what abilities it has? What do you mean? The Defiler. Are you talking about, like, to see the design document? I'm doing this in InDesign, so I can't load it. I can't share it, is what I mean. I can't share it. I have to export it as a PDF. That's why. I'm glad you guys are catching this. I already did that. Now, what I don't like about this is you as an alchemist are suddenly proficient with fighting with a broken off piece of a chair. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm thinking of right here. Simple weapons, blowguns. This might need monk weapon type wording. Because, like, we have to define what an alchemy feature is going to be the same way that they define what a martial arts feature is, right? Short swords and any melee weapons that don't have the two-handed property. So, let's grab this real quick. Killing people with a rock. I mean, an easy grab to say for like a mutagenist or whatever, if you want that like, you know, Jekyll and Hyde thing, is you use your intelligence modifier or your intelligence score whenever determining a strength, you know, whatever. So, what we say here. Okay. So alchemy weapons use instead of strength or dex, yes. Yeah, you're proficient at bottle throwing. You should be. I think like, what is it? Nile Red showed oh, where is it? Yeah, this is what we want out of the Alchemist. Yes. Where's it at? I love this video so much. Wait, I thought I had liked this already. So, Nile Red, he's a Nile Red is an alchemist and scientist, whatever you want to say, over on YouTube. This video is so funny. He tried to make plasma in his, I mean, that's what you see here. He tried to make plasma inside of his, like, beakers and everything. And doing so actually compromised the structural integrity of all of his beakers. And he couldn't remember which ones he had to, get rid of. So he was like, well, I just have to replace all of them now, because what if I put, like, hydrochloric acid in a beaker and it breaks on me? I can't trust any beaker I have in my lab with 100% certainty, so I have to break all of them. And he filmed himself breaking, like, all of his beakers. Where's that? Oh, come on. Yeah, you're proficient in random bullshit, go. So, what I imagine is, like, this is your life as an alchemist, just... like, oh man, it's great. But yeah, I love this video. Got 16 million views. It's so cathartic. That must have cost so much. You have no idea how much beakers cost. They're not cheap. Really not cheap. I think I picked up some beakers for actually I've got a I have an oil diffuser that it just so happened I found a beaker at Stem Cell, which is a science shop here in town. I found a beaker over there that was like the perfect measurement for it for 6 hours, so I picked that up. I think that was like a $10 beaker. Or flask at least. I thought you didn't like gamifying things. What am I doing? How? What? Huh? Do I think a sort of pyrotechnics themed subclass would fit the Alchemist? Possibly. One of the things I think would be really cool is if the perfumer was able to like put the substance into the air and then someone follow it up with like a torch and it would ignite. For those of you that haven't played Elden Ring, the perfumer is let me open this up over here. Okay, so the concept with the perfumer is that you are throwing stuff out here and then it like blows up, right? But not all perfumers are throwing out necessarily like explosive stuff. Sometimes they are throwing out like this is spark aromatic. Sometimes they're throwing out stuff to like buff you up. And it's like if you get into an enemy fight and they're using a perfumer, you basically have to prioritize the perfumer because the frontliner they're sending up is usually going to just decimate you and be immune to all the stuff you're trying to throw out. So they throw that bottle, it explodes. I mean, I honestly think Elden Ring does a pretty good job at getting an alchemist idea out there. It doesn't really mean magic, it just mean you're good at math. Using int for alchemist weapons. Is that gamifying it? Is it? Like, I think it's making it to where you're going to invest into that as your core. What is it? I mean, so if you could develop on that, that'd be really like, how does it feel like it's gamifying it? Like suddenly I'm smart, so I'm good at throwing things. I think it's suddenly I'm smart, so I know how to best hit my enemy with this particular thing. But it makes no sense in world. I mean, would you make the argument that some people are better equipped for combat because they have studied up on combat? No, it's not that you're strong. You don't have to be strong to throw a thing. And one of the other things of that is like, let's not assume that this means that you are throwing it like 120 feet. This is you're throwing it like 20 feet. I don't think that it's you're smart and now you're strong. I think it's you're smart and now you have studied, because of your intelligence, you have studied the way to use these implements in combat. I mean, I don't know too many people who, like, okay, I don't know too many people that have an 18, in my opinion, that have an 18 in their, like, intelligence score, you know, in real life, that couldn't throw something at least 20 feet. I mean, maybe except for, like, Stephen Hawking, but Jesus Christ, I'm going to hell for that. But what I mean is, like, you know, I mean, there has to be a bit of flexibility in the narrative of what an attack roll means. Attack roll is essentially meaning accuracy, right? Like, we're using attack roll here as a means of kind of encapsulating, or it's a bonus to how proficiently you throw the thing, right? It is a skill that you built up. Proficiency bonus is just a gradient to make sure that you are getting a bonus continually as you level up. The word proficiency doesn't really invoke really what that is. You get a generalized bonus as you increase in levels, right? Proficiency bonus is like, I mean, honestly, it should be like a level bonus rather than proficiency bonus, right? You just imagine using a slingshot. To be got at fighting, you have got to be in good shape. Combat skill and physical ability is a lot of the time the same. But I'm not sure I understand where this is going for what this is going towards. Level bonus is what D&D 4e did. Yeah, level bonus makes sense. Proficiency bonus is kind of, you know, hey, what are we doing today? We are working on the Alchemist class. Love to know what up, and love your shucks. Thanks for being here. Usopp from One Piece is technically an alchemist. I have never watched One Piece. Perfumer idea, you throw out an area of smoke. Yep. As a reaction, if somebody enters the area, you can detonate it. I'm essentially thinking that it's going to be like Fog Cloud, the class, or subclass. Wait, what? And arguing about it. What? I'm not sure. We're calculating the angle you throw things at. Yeah. Yeah, and like, it's not the kind of thing that I would be so hung up on if I was reading it that I would be like, you know, oh yeah, it's not really an issue to me. This game, but I like a lot of the design in 4E. Oh, and the thing is, a lot of these alchemist like items most likely are going to be requiring saving throws rather than an attack roll specifically, right? A lot of alchemical items, since we're going to go for a blaster kind of archetype, that's the thing we got to do. And the argument there being, well, it's the potency of the item that you are creating that is causing the saving throw to have to be made, right? You as an alchemist, I don't picture you as being a striker. I picture you as being a blaster. So you are artillery, right? I should probably write that down. Okay. So you are artillery here. So what I mean by artillery is you want to be throwing out, I mean, it's that blaster thing, right? If we're looking at it in the sense of a classical war game, you are artillery dishing out a big devastating area of damage. Potency save DC? It's got to be alchemical or like alchemy save DC, right? Yeah, maybe. Now, if you decide that you're like, well, I would rather you have to invest into Dex in order to use this, or in order to be proficient with these like range thrown weapons, whatever, improvised weapons, it depends. But I think that right now, the potency of it whenever it explodes, right? Like that's how effective you are at making the thing. This is our representation of overall potency of the thing that you create. Your attack roll is we have an odd issue with narrative that's happening here, where the attack roll is like, how accurate am I at throwing the thing? How good am I at throwing the thing? But Wait, okay, this is weird. Hang on one sec. They specify an Alchemist fire in the range that you can throw it at, right? I copied this over. Why am I trying to suddenly Google it? Alchemist pouch, Alchemist fire, up to 20 feet. What do they do with acid? Unnecessarily mad. If it's intelligence, con, and dex, I don't consider that mad. That's already stuff you're trying to invest in anyways. However, if it's like strength, con, like if it's con and dex, I don't really weigh those two super heavy against its like mad rating or whatever you want to say. But if it's like strength and then charisma and then dex and con, like if you look at barbarian, or if you look at berserker barbarian specifically, that's where I start to get a little bit worried. Acid is 20 feet as well. Okay, cool. So, then what we can assume is that any alchemical item, you should most likely, like, if you make a thrown weapon attack with it, or a thrown, attack with it, it can be up to 20 feet. What do I mean by mad? Mad is multiple ability score dependent. And what that means is that if you're making a class that requires an investment into more than usually 3 ability scores, due to the way that the ASIs kind of work out, like your ability score improvements, that class is most likely always going to be developing a fairly poor play experience. That's just based off of the way that you get ability score pathing. So, yeah, and some people say, like, what makes it mad is that you have to, something becomes, mad is a bad thing. We mean that this makes it to where, like, that thing is probably going to underperform compared to other characters, other classes, right? However, there's another way that you can go in that, the opposite of that being single ability score dependent. And we call that sad. So, single ability score dependent classes tend to be completely overpowered. And this is why we haven't had a con caster in the game. We haven't had a constitution caster because if all you had to focus on for damage and defense is your constitution, then you're most likely going to outperform most characters with very, very minimal ability score investment. The game is just not quite structured right now to make a constitution caster that doesn't have some other drawback within its class. Yeah, mad and sad, yeah. Yeah, solutions. So would we call monks mad? Monks, I don't think that monks are mad because you're most likely prioritizing dex, wisdom, and constitution. And that's just 3, so I think that it's usually fine. But if you have to invest in 4, I would start to worry. Plus, I mean, monks investing into dex, that helps out with their offense and their defense. They invest into wisdom, that helps out with stunning strike and all their key stuff. Like, yeah, they, like, everybody wants a lot of hit points, but everybody doesn't necessarily have to have them, you know? Like, you don't have to be, like, sure, everybody's going to be strong by rolling out with, 1d12 hit points at whatever level, that doesn't mean that it's necessarily good for the game. Like, there is an innate, why is this at -10? That's weird. There is an intended way of play for combat to really work out. There is a combat system that necessitates that wizards have a d6 hit die, right? Like, the combat system is built around that, When you develop psionics without psionic points and spell slots, it's ASI based. Different psionics have unique ASI and that was one of the things that I thought about initially whenever Dan Felder and I were talking about a psion, was I thought that some psion should be constitution, some should be intelligence, some should be maybe wisdom. I started out with like, you have your psionic awakening, right? And if it was like a mental snap, like an emotional awakening, that would be charisma, right? You have this inborn power that you can just unleash like that, like 11 from Stranger Things, right? I don't know that 11 I would necessarily say is an incredibly wise, like, I don't think that her wisdom score is going to be as big as her charisma score, right? She's just got that inborn power that makes her better. And I don't know that I would even say that she's an intelligence caster or like scion, right? I guess she did kind of study it, which like I don't know. But there's also the thing with Stranger Things that they're just kind of born with it or they aren't. So yeah, my vid with Dan is amazing. Oh shucks, thanks. I know I need to get him on, but both of us were just entirely too busy to really collaborate in the last year. He got he got the job with Riot, and he's been doing stuff with them for so long. She is more of a charisma caster, and in an odd way. She may not be necessarily socially acclimated, but that doesn't mean that that doesn't mean her charisma score isn't a 16 or higher, because she clearly has some kind of innate talent, right? You disagree with sad classes being OP? Rogue is a sad class and they're not OP, good but not OP. If you only have to... Rogue is worried about Dex and Constitution and probably Intelligence. Like, Intelligence is like their third priority, I mean, I don't know, like, you can disagree with it. I'm just letting you know this is what, like, everybody else is looking design-wise at the game as. So, like, I mean, this isn't a personal opinion that I'm throwing out there. This is stuff that, like, the wider scale design scene has agreed upon. So, like, yeah. I mean, like, if I was voicing that, I think that, like, Wizard is underpowered or something like that, yeah, sure. I'm just presenting an argument, or I'm presenting the terms that people have asked, rather than me voicing an opinion on that. So, yeah, I'm not trying to, like, get into an argument on that. I'm just letting you know. Boom. Yeah, Rogue also gets an additional ASI, yeah. But don't they get 2? No, Fighter gets 2. You certainly shouldn't design a class that only require 1 stat. Why concasting is problematic. Yep. Okay. Fighter gets 2, Rogue gets 1. Yeah. Okay, so we can get rid of that. One of the things that might need coding... oh god, hang on. Why would rogues worry about intelligence? Because of tools checks. Most of their skills are charisma and physical based. No, they are not. Unless you build a rogue that way. Rogues have the ability to define their dynamic however else they want to describe it, right? Arcane Trickster wants to prioritize intelligence. You look at Mastermind, they're going to prioritize wisdom. Swashbuckler, charisma, right? So they have a flexible dynamic that's defined by whatever subclass you want to take. So you can invest into either intelligence, wisdom, or charisma as your third. And that's what, yeah. But rogue tends to be wanting to get intelligence because that is usually the most common, or what they intended to be, the most common tools check called for. If you're making a Thieves tools check, I know that they say certain DMs want to be like, well, yeah, you're going to use Dexterity Thieves tools to pick a lock. Part of me wants to say that should be that's not a finesse thing. Like, because my dex is higher, it's not a matter of, like, I have more finesse, so I'm better at picking a lock. No, it's usually, like, the inner workings and mechanisms, so I would think that would be an intelligence check, right? If you look at, like, lock-picking lawyer, he's not good at picking locks because he's, like, more finesse with his hands. He literally knows how he has studied the way that locks work and the way that like pens drop and all that stuff to be able to get a feel for like, okay, this is at a 6. This one, he's able to actually measure it out. He knows the inner workings of every kind of lock type. So that's why I think that he's probably using int Thieves' Tools checks. Yeah. The other half of that yeah, the features that they get make it worth dipping into charisma. Yeah. Investigation for checking traps is big on rogues. That's also very true. So rogue gives you a loadout that is trying to make you a bit of what I call the dungeoneer. And dungeoneers are most likely going to prioritize dex and intelligence. So tools checks. Bam. Okay. So getting back on this, alchemical weapons. When you make okay. And then it needs to define something in here. Monk weapons, okay. Hang on. You're making a ranged attack, improvised attack roll. God, what is this? Oh, yeah. D20, D&D 20 said, I like to use 1 check per tumbler in the lock. This scales locks are, yeah, I actually really like that idea of, there's definitely the verisimilitude of like, well, the door is locked, and then they're like, okay, well, I'm gonna make this check. Another idea that I had was like rather than a DC that they had to exceed, it was like almost a bit of a guessing game where like you roll a d20, and then if they are within like their intelligence modifier range of the result that you rolled, then it's a success, right? Expertise makes that to where like there's no point in taking expertise in Thieves' Tools because like you double that, then there gets to be a point where if they're at an 11, there's no reason for them just not to guess like 10 all the time, right? But yeah. Legacy proficiency list. This is why so many characters like basic trades. Wait, what? You see my argument, but knowledge of the subject would be the proficiency, right? Which uses the expertise or experience. What the experience? Imagine a man with arthritis trying to do what lockpicking lawyer does. Wait, what? What's up, expertise? Well, okay, so my issue is proficiency bonus has a poor name. I feel as though proficiency bonus, this bonus that keeps increasing as you level up, I don't think the narrative for that is all that great. Like, because you have gotten better as a fighter, you are more proficient at everything else like you've trained in. it feels like there should be like a level bonus thing with that, right? And then proficiency should be like a separate thing that's tracked, you know. I think, doesn't Pathfinder do this? Like, Pathfinder has a thing where like you get a bonus as you level up to certain things, which is a level bonus. But the thing that applies to level bonuses also applying to your skill checks, and that just being the universal way that proficiency bonus works. I think that the narrative for that's a little bit like flimsy. But okay, hang on. What did they put? What's been the distinction on goddamn wait, Taron is, wait, what? What is this? Deviation. What? I'm not sure what that's in reference to. Someone linked me something over on Discord, I'm not sure why. Attack bonus that rose with level, and skills were separate and required point investment each level. And yeah, I get that like the system is a lot more streamlined right now. The system is streamlined, but I also think that the streamlining is causing some like odd narratives. Yeah, you know, not, and I don't mean that it like the same way that I'm talking about like race trait, the kind of stuff, right? What I mean by that is the idea of things like, God, like your proficiency bonus because you become a better fighter, you're also suddenly better at like maybe sleight of hand. I mean, sure, people can spend all the like. People can spend whatever they would like to about, well, this is the reason why it has to work out that way or whatever, and it just, I don't feel like the narrative is totally cohesive there, you know. And I'm not saying that it's like, yeah, it's a thing we must correct, but it's a thing that I'm like, you know, I see it and I'm like, why? Okay. Why don't I make a spout attack? Actually, that coffee is hitting me pretty hard right now. So, I'm gonna take a potty break. You guys hang out, do all that good business. Keep thinking of ideas, all that. I definitely gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be back in like 10, 15 maybe. But yeah, hang out, do all that good stuff. See you guys here in a bit. Boy. And then I come back and my hair's all wrestling. You go through a liter of coffee in the morning, what can you expect, right? Oh. Interesting discussion though happening on the whole shield thing in chat. Yeah, the only time I've seen that spell get out of control is whenever people are like trying to optimize their characters, and that's what Triot Monk even like pointed out is at optimized tables, that shield looks like a default. We have to pick this up because it's the best reaction. Even at like once per long rest, it's still, oh my god, so strong. I honestly think like, wait, okay, hang on. To get rid of that bot, I changed it to subscriber only mode, so that means that the bot is subscribed to me. What? How? Hold up. Hold up. Are you kidding me with this? Hang on. Let me fix that real quick. I know bots are learning. Hacked account, maybe? Possibly. Changing a few things around real quick. They are back. Okay. The thing is, like, you gotta hide the emojis and shit to it, too. Wow, it's 4 separate accounts doing that. Yeah, it's 4 separate accounts doing that. Hold up. I'm gonna think of... I mean, I guess you can just ban the smooch emoji, but, like... there is a way around that. Hang on. We'll get back to it, I promise. I can ban the account. I have banned the account. How are they able to still chat? YouTube, I have banned this account. No, I banned the specific username. I banned, how about this? Because they seem to always be using the smooch emoji, and nobody uses that, like, letter emoji. Okay. Yeah, if somebody's like, oh, what, I can't type smooches? Sorry. Yeah, obviously everybody here fucks like Adonis. What I can do... Yeah, okay. No one can smooch now. It's okay. Alright, that should fix that problem. I hope. Otherwise, YouTube, your blocking just must not do anything, I guess. Yeah, Thirst post on my Discord instead, yeah. It's already flooded with that, I guess. We're throwing weapons at it. Oh. Yeah, so... I see something, this is Neoburn V2 posted to me over on Discord. I've actually written something very similar to the idea of splash weapons already in the merchant. That, from what I understand, has worked out really, really well. To where you can, like, cause the thing to become a blast potion. Yeah, you can throw the potion at a point within 60 feet of you. Any creature within that 10-foot radius circle centered on that point must succeed on a saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failure, the creature is subjected to the effects of the potion. The radius of the potion increases by 10 feet per level of the spell slot expended above first level. We can make this a general... we can make this like a general thing that you can do with, like, gunpowder, right? Why is Drunken Yoda so horny on the Discord? Well, that's real funny coming from you, Blue Thumbnail. That is super fucking funny coming from you. What's the fixes? What do we got to do now? Well, we haven't even like really gotten into the core yet. We are at the starting point. The is it gunpowder or I thought gunpowder was already expected. I guess gunpowder is it's an item, so that's another thing that we can pull from. Divinatory tools? Dried carrot. Gunpowder is not in Faerun. I believe it is actually now. I think there was gunpowder in Icewind Dale. Okay. Yeah, there are cannons on ships, so yes, there is. Yep. Gunpowder to a gunpowder potion. Oh, was it in Dragon Heist? Aim the King. Hey, thank you so much for subscribing. There are gunslingers in the Dragon Heist adventure. Gotcha. I should have reduced that radius. Okay. Yeah, that didn't need to be 60 feet. Actually, that should be a nerf I should put on the document. I really need to get some of these playtest feedback documents out and going. Smoke powder's not the same as gunpowder. I don't really know what the. I mean, sure, if they're firing cannons out of a they're firing cannonballs out of a cannon. They gotta, if they're just renaming it, then yeah. Using material tags rather than specific materials. Yeah. I've already got a plan on that. How do I get playtest feedback? Either people will submit stuff over in my Discord, or like they'll leave a comment over on the storefront, or they'll reach out to me directly to talk about something. So I'll see something in play, like I'll have it at my own tables, and I'll see that there's an issue going on. Like one of the things I noticed with a Runekeeper was the guy who rolled up a Runekeeper at my table was like, yeah, I've got an armor class of 12. And I was like, wait, what? How? I looked over at his sheet and I was like, I forgot to put a form of medium armor in their equipment loadout. Playtest feedback right there. That's the thing that immediately needs to get fixed, So for the gold update on the Runekeeper, that's a buff that they'll be getting. And canon for why this is. Well, I mean, I'm gonna assume that. Here's my thing. If I look in the player's handbook and I look at the adventuring gear. Oh, where was it? You can buy a horn of gunpowder. Or like dynamite. So like, yeah. Making the alchemical items hyper-specific is only detrimental to role-playing. Gunpowder isn't, or world's vision, gunpowder is boring. When you can make it out of explosive shrooms. Yeah, I'm like, how do I put this? What you can say is something like, something like this, right? The component, you might even say like it needs a component tag. So like an explosive component. Boom, there you go. Use DMG, the optional rule. Right. I gotcha. I'm just not really worried about it. I'm just not. When you make a, we can say when you I guess you could say you can throw the potion. Yeah, like the way I look at it is like I can design it to be as like agnostic as possible, do whatever, that's fine. And that's something I aim to do. But it's also like I'm making homebrew, so like this stuff is already optional. So if they're like, well, we're not going to use that because we don't have gunpowder in our worlds, and I'm like, okay, I'm just, you know. There's also like gunpowder or oh god, as gross as this is, because vat guano is the material component for fireball. System in TA. What's TA? Is that if you don't have gunpowder in your world, why are you trying to fit a class that uses gunpowder into your world? Yep. T is the RPG that you're working on. Oh. The tag thing is a thing that I know that Heavy's doing for Alchemist's handbook or whatever he's writing. And what it does is it's allowing you to create a lot of material components that you just say like they have that explosive tag, right? And you later list it that like, you know, in your worlds you might come up with these items here. Know that in order for you to like in order for the player to really get the most out of this experience, be prepared to have something that they can collect in your world that is either explosive or aligned with, you know, whatever. Come up with these things so that they have something to go out and look for in the world. And I think that that's a pretty cool thing, actually. Potions and the poisons and the fog cloud spell effects. Oh yeah, like lingering. Yeah. Subjected to the effects. Yeah. That's the kind of thing that I think I might go in with the perfumer. Like the cool thing with that would be okay, I don't want to get super far out into that. Hang on. So we can get rid of this. You may sure. can do that. And that gives you the modularity of what you have in, like, Minecraft. What subclasses do I have planned? We've talked about a few, but, the Apothecary, the Bomber, the Defiler, the Metallurgist, I guess we say Metallurgy, the Mutagenics, Living Potion, I don't know, something that's going to be a companion, maybe class, and then the Perfumer because Elden Ring. Actually, I need to put... Copy the Pathfinder 2, eat Alchemist, I want to make my own. Give bomb/poisons class DC saves instead of being set DCs. Oh yeah, that's already I know what you mean. Yeah, the DC is set by the class right here. Boom. Actually, it does need to say the healer is the Apothecary. I need to take... Because I know this is a thing that so many people have said, this feels like it fixes item-based classes. Let me just pull some stuff over here. Okay. Okay, there's not going to be Alchemist slots. The Alchemist is not going to get... There we go. Boom. Okay. Oh god. As a citizen in the USA, what's my opinion on civilians owning guns? Wow, we we are really deviating from the conversation and the whole thing, huh? I don't have a problem with people owning a gun. I have a problem with people owning a gun that clearly has no purpose other than to go in and shoot people with. Yeah, like Like, you know, hunting is definitely a thing. But you know, as a teacher, my big issue was that we have all these politicians that keep saying that like teachers need to have a gun in the classroom, and I'm like, no, I don't want one in there. Are you kidding me? I teach middle school. Have you seen middle schoolers try to rifle through my desk, looking for snacks? No, no, that's not happening. I work and I strive to create a safe class environment. So, like, the moment that there's a gun inside of my classroom, it's immediately an unsafe environment. I don't care who's in possession of it whatsoever. It's unsafe. We have this weird mentality that because there's a gun around, like here in America, some people believe that because there's a gun in the room, apparently that makes the room more safe. That's a moronic kind of a mindset. So, yeah. I will say living in Oklahoma, we're pretty close to, we're pretty close here to Texas. So a lot of what happens in Texas, they just kind of carry over up here, just in terms of policy. So what they enact over there tends to affect us as well. And I'm real damn tired of seeing Ted Cruz all the time. Like, yeah. But, you know, no other country has the issue quite like we do in America. So, yeah, I do live in Oklahoma. Oh yeah, no, if I didn't want to talk about something, I just won't talk about it. But, you know, we're here hanging out. Mm. So, like, um, the wait, whoever's DMing for us should really not consider allowing gunpowder in this campaign? Huh? Well, thank you. Um, yeah, you should also notice that the people that are saying that teachers need to have guns aren't teachers. They're not the ones that are seeing what the environment's like in a school. They're just morons that they don't know how to actually address real policy. So yeah. Uh, it would address. It needs to specifically be alchemical items, not the adventuring gear. In order for it to be like something that I feel like is necessary for alchemy, it has to be, yeah. Okay, so what do I think we should do with school shooters? I'm concerned that if there's no security, that this could continue to happen and they continue to take lives. They need to do basic background checks on people that are purchasing a firearm, better tracking on sold firearms, all this other stuff. They need to at least be starting to take steps here, really. The fact that they aren't at all, and anytime that something bad happens like this, we just get people that are going like, oh yeah, thoughts and prayers or whatever. No, it's not helping. It's just not. Part, like, this, yeah. So, like, and I realize I live in Oklahoma, so I know people, if they want to go get a shotgun, they just go on Craigslist and do it, right? I'm saying that sale right there is a problem. The kid was mentally ill, right? And we don't have anything in place to like even start talking about like mental health here in Oklahoma, or here in. It's like, yeah, well, we want to help that kid because he's mentally ill. Okay, well, if that's going to be your proposal, then you need to be proposing things like generalized like public health care access for mental health. That's too expensive. Yeah, this is what I mean. Like, this is the big issue with like Republican politicians right now. They're not willing to actually follow through on any, like, if you're going to say that something's a problem, then you need to be coming up with solutions to the issue. Like, you need to be proposing some kind of, like, if you're a leader and there's an issue with your country, you need to be trying to help create, you know, solutions to the problem. But Republicans would rather just sit there and be like, meh, meh, I'm gonna pray for you. Meh. So that's what drives me crazy. It's part of why I can't stand living in Oklahoma. But what I would love to do is once, like, hopefully if YouTube and stuff kicks off, I'd love to move to Colorado. Oh, man. What if you fill the vial with good up cantrips though? Then that's on you and your DM to figure out. Oh yeah, funding disability, and yeah, there's many problems, right? You love your D&D homebrew with a side of political commentary. Yeah, I'm not trying to make like a political like statement on it. I think it's just this is common sense. It shouldn't be this easy to get a firearm. It just shouldn't. I think like this kid definitely had other issues that needed to get addressed and all that stuff. I'm behind that. Yeah, but we can address this on multiple different fronts right now. You know, like that kid was not that kid was not a single case. We know that this is an issue. This is a uniquely American issue. Mostly because we have to look at what's different about the causes that led to that situation compared to every other country in the world. Oh, the military budget's also insane. But yeah. You love that D&D is supportive of the disability topic, like Todd, the game can save you in dark times. Like, as somebody who, as somebody with a disability, man, this game has helped me deal with a lot of stuff. This form of escapism, this form of escapism and design, it made me realize that, like, you know what? I have a really bad issue with loud, before talking about what the cops did over there, yeah, but, like, my issue right now is that I still have PTSD from the night of the accident. I don't do really well in big crowds, and, loud noises and everything, all that. I feel like if I'm not allowed a space to just kind of like, okay, I need to do me for a second. The less control I have over that, the more stressed out I get, right? And I'm not saying that like I'm stressed out so there and I can't do whatever. No, it's like I work more effectively if I'm just allowed to like get the sleep I need to, right? If I have the environment that allows me to just create the way I want to create, So, like, doing content creation and doing the D&D side of stuff is, you move back in a heartbeat. I'm really looking forward to Colorado. Doing the D&D stuff is, like, a way for me that I kind of realized, I could be doing, like, full-time content creation from home, like, working from home. So, like, one of my goals is, for this next year, I'm really trying to figure out how I can do working from home, making stuff, whatever, teaching guitar lessons. I still want to be a teacher, but like I feel like a lot of what I can do with that is educational videos online, So like talking about like the class design stuff over here, but also doing like that my Doom video on like analyzing, the music of Doom, is one of my favorite videos on my channel, and it has got a shocking amount of attention on it that like my normal, like D&D videos don't get. The InDesign tutorial was amazingly super helpful. Oh, I'm glad I could help out with that. I still want to, there's still more stuff on that I need to do. For example, one of the videos I have planned is, you can see this right here. One of the videos I have planned is showing you guys how to make parchment real quick and easy over here in Photoshop. And whenever I say this is real quick and easy, I mean, my dudes, watch this. Where's the timer at? What do I got? A minute? Okay. So 12:43 right now. Let me see how quick I can do this. Boop. Give me that letter K. Whenever it wants to actually make me the document. Make me the document. Okay, cool. Make a new layer. Go over here. Boop. Switch this over. Boop. Filter. Render. Clouds. Boom. Let's change that to soft light. Right. Let's try this. Let's try the variance a little bit more. Usually you want it to be a really subtle effect. We can do multiply. Bring the opacity down on that. There we go. So, that's a little bit hazy on the parchment. One of the other things that we can do is if we would like to go over and, because the parchment kind of look, it's not just paper. There's also a slight, what looks like, what looks like a bit of like dirt or maybe possibly grime that's on the page that like parchment doesn't always quite get across. So you can take this. Boom, this is just from like an Adobe CC library. I don't really want the look of the paper as much as I want the paper texture. So because this is a nice black and white page, just gonna stretch that out. Boom. So now we've got a overall just sort of page parchment look. We can even reduce the opacity just a little bit more. But a thing you can do with this is rather than weathering. Yes, thank you. A thing you can do with this is like, maybe I want a slightly more, there we go. Maybe I want a slightly more like bluish hue to my page for whatever reason. You just change the hues over to blue. There you go. Multiply it on that one. But one of the things I actually really like to do is on top of all that, I'll go over here. Oh yeah, marble also looks really good. I'll go over here. This is what I do that I call like a kind of a finishing layer. In InDesign, I always apply this as a separate layer on top of everything else, because I think that it looks better laid over text. But what I'll do is, this is kind of my finishing secret right here. Okay, there's an area of gray, go over to noise, add noise, bring that down to about 3-ish. There we go. And then multiply. Now, what I can do with that, yeah, if I remember right, soft light doesn't look quite right. Bring the opacity down a little bit. And that is a very, very subtle effect. But it makes things look a little bit more vintage in a way. It is a Togepi hoodie, yeah. It makes things look a little bit more vintage and broken up to where they look more like they're printed onto a page. Like an actual page, not just a PDF, right? So that look, it's not personally my favorite right here. But what I will do is like over here in InDesign. So if you look, I've got the look of my parchment down below, which is, there's a couple things that I did to kind of spice this up and make it look my own. So what I did, you can see the cloud look right there. That's that cloud render / cloud. That's what I did there. But what I will do is over here in InDesign, and you guys can't really see it all that well. I need to make an actual tutorial on what I do for this process. I have this red layer right here. And this red layer is what I call my finishing layer. Without it, what we can do, if we go over to the, let's say this page right here. It'll look different with text and images. Yeah. And that's kind of the intent. We want this finishing to look, we want it to look like this is naturally laid and printed onto the page, correct? So the problem right now is that all the graphics, all the text boxes and everything, this is a shape of lime green laid over parchment. It doesn't actually look like it's printed onto the page, right? What we do is we enable this finishing layer. Whoop, there we go. And it's super subtle. I mean, it's super, super subtle. But what it does is it overlays an image that maybe it puts like a pixel or two that's kind of bleeding over between the layer that's laid on top of it and the layer below it. So it gives us the impression that this is actually printed onto the page rather than it's just an image that's overlaid on top of it, right? This is a really, really subtle effect. No, but Cardboard Cleric, he made a D&D character sheet that was pretty cool. You wanted me to take a look at if you're down? Wait, what? He made a character sheet that was really cool? Actually, I really appreciate Cardboard Cleric. Cardboard did a sick review of the Runekeeper. Really well produced. How did I do it? The image in that parent page. Okay, so basically, and I'm kind of giving away one of my like trade secrets here. So this right here that I'm moving around, this is a JPEG of what's basically a noise layer. So that photo or that image I'm looking at noise, right? The picture itself, if I take off all the effects, I got transparent or multiply, cool. This is what that image actually looks like right here. So there's some of the cloud effects, but there's more noise on this one than there is on the regular page, right? Because of that, because of the cloud layer or the cloud effect that I did in Photoshop, whenever I do this in multiply, that blending mode makes it to where it looks like the image. Let me see. There we go. Oh God, I hope I'm doing a good job of explaining this. So I have this on a separate layer in the parent page. Okay, so here I am working on the parent page right now. Now the layers. Layer 1 is my main working layer. Layer 2, I am really not trying to add anything to this because this is what I kind of consider my finishing layer. Okay, now I get rid of that right now. You see the page looks a little bit lighter. If I add it into here, what it means is anything that's on this layer is going to appear above the stuff that's on the blue layer. And that carries over into the pages I'm working on in my document. So as long as I'm working on stuff in the blue layer, that red layer will always apply the parchment look on top of anything that I type into the document. And it just makes it look like it's actually printed in the page. It's a real subtle thing, but it's a layer of pro polish that just makes PDFs look so good. And it's one of those things that not many people are going to really notice. So if it's something that I do, I'm trying to reduce down the document size to where that's not going to be, it's not creating like a 3 gigabyte PDF, you know what I mean? But as long as you're working in JPEGs, it should be pretty all right. It should be in fairly acceptable range. What Patreon tier do you need to be at for InDesign tutoring? I don't know. Maybe we'll make that a thing someday. You haven't seen the space class features yet? We're still figuring that out. Oh yeah, but I wanted to do this shout out actually real quick because I really appreciate this review. Holy crap, this was super in depth. And I have more subscribers than his channel, and he definitely deserves more attention. Okay. Yeah, Cardboard Cleric. 609 subscribers, but this guy's content's fantastic. He's got a great aesthetic. His film quality is awesome. The overall style of what he's trying to do looks great. I don't know what kind of camera he's working with, but I need it. I need a good overhead like this. But yeah, he did a great review of the Runekeeper. it was really clear that he went through and read the whole document, and I liked it. It was such a cool moment whenever I saw this video and saw that he had it open like on a tablet like this. I was like, oh man, that thing I made, someone else has got that on the video. That's so cool. But yeah, like Cardboard Cleric has got great content over here. But this is a channel that has 612, well, okay, hey, thank you all for going over there. Oh wait, was I not subscribed? What the hell? I am part of my own problem. Cardboard Cleric, please go check out his channel. Great stuff. And I love the format. How long has he been doing affiliate time? Let's go. Hey, thank you. 2 years? Yeah, I mean, within a year, I had already gotten monetization. Like, this guy, there's not a lot of stuff on the channel, but like, very, very well deserving of over 1,000 subs. Yeah, please go check him out. I really like his content. Yeah, it's just all these orange formatted ones are super fun. Yeah. Easy sub. Yeah, please give him shout outs, man. I would love to see Cardboard Cleric really step up. I love this format. Very well spoken. Gets across his ideas extremely eloquently. And apparently really supportive. I mean, at least he gave a shout out about the Runekeeper. So, cool. Yeah, 17 views? 238 views? What? The shorts are getting attention, but yeah, should definitely go check out Cardboard Cleric. Yeah, I think that's another channel I'd love to see kind of get some rise. Yeah. All right, where were we? I did the Photoshop thing. We can get rid of this. Boop. Okay. Now. Oh yeah, that was the other weird thing about that. I didn't see his review for the Runekeeper until it had been out for like a month, and then I was like, oh my god, wait, what? Who are you? What? Okay. So, yeah. Maybe he just doesn't really do a lot of social media or something like that, but yeah. Shall we crack on with trying to figure out some base class features? Yes, that's what we're thinking about right now. So, the problem right now is trying to, like, why can't you currently make this in the game? What is the issue with the 5e system that makes it to where the Alchemist can't be made with the base stuff that's in the game, right? Number one, it's all the crafting kind of requires downtime spent to do it, right? The rules for crafting are kind of underserving, and what else? The fact of all the, so let's see here. What are the issues? Let's type this out. Oh god, and then I just mangled my whole Windows setup. Oh no. I put this here. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So let's talk about current issues. Or I guess we'll say vanilla 5e issues. All right. So the core question here is, why can't we make this character in the base game? So why is 5e underserving this kind of character concept? Let's take that out while we're working on this. The rules for crafting are, how do we put this? Would we say non-existent? I don't know about non-existent. I think maybe like you just implemented that layer trick into your document. It's so helpful. Yeah. Oh no, it makes it look so good. We could say practically non-existent. Ooh, got a lot of. Okay. The best alchemist in the game is just a reskin spellcaster. Yeah, in a short, long run. Yeah. The thematic is almost gated behind the idea of magic. Ooh. Oh, dang it. Oh, no. Hold up one sec. This is just kind of an issue sometimes with InDesign. If I've had a document up for a little while, InDesign tends to lose its mind. Don't really appear in 5e, and we can add that. We can add that in for sure. Let me get this back up. Can you send me the character sheet through my Instagram, because you can't send it to my channel live stream? You don't mind if I don't? Sure. What's the thing with this character sheet? Is it like one that he's made to like better, like a better character sheet, or is it a character he's made that you want me to check out? Okay. Let's do. We'll say that. Combat effectiveness. I think that's fair. Scrolling through chat one sec. Subclass is irritating because it can't even make that many potions, even though it might be worthwhile. Yeah, I think you would like to have. I guess we'll say object permanence. You would like for it to okay. Let's say Batman prep. Yeah. Essentially, what do I mean by Batman prep? Batman prep is kind of it's always a joke in the like who would win a fight communities on Reddit, where if a character, like if you allow Batman infinite prep time, he can essentially beat any enemy that he's stacked up against, right? Because Batman is like the ultimate, me getting ready as my superpower kind of a character. He's essentially allowed infinite resources. He's shown in the DC universe that not really have an issue getting a hold of any material in the universe whatsoever for some reason. So if you allow what's called Batman prep, this could be a problem, because if you what I mean by this is a character that is allowed infinite amounts of prep time, that is allowed to just keep creating potions that should remain permanently, this would get to be a bit of a problem. Does Batman canonically have OCD? Is that a thing? Interesting. It's not something I know. The most common question Opal gets about crafting magic items is that there are problems with the making the time frame shorter, which is fine. Yeah, we can make the time frame shorter, and I don't think it would create an issue. My problem is you being able to create like, here's the tussle, okay? The tussle is you want to be able to create these things that you can use whenever you would like to. But if you run out of the thing in combat, it's almost like you don't have any class features. So then you just feel like you're not really doing anything, right? We have to figure out a negotiation with that. And the easy, usual answer is spells. Because you have to, like, inject some magic into the thing to be able to create the potion or something, right? That's the way that I did it with the merchant. But I'm trying to figure out if there's not a means of us doing that just by the limitations of what you can get out of components, right? Does the class need a codified way to get a hub? Yeah. Yada-da. I'm still kind of scrolling through to catch some of these other things. Because you need material components, that means that you regaining your abilities is not guaranteed. Yes. Yeah, but I would think that you going out and hunting down components or collecting them should be a thing that you know if you take this archetype, you're going to be doing, right? You should, like, kind of want to do that, I would think, if you're an alchemist. Because potions and vials of acid/poison, etc. have a gold piece value that's probably too high to orient your class around. No, you can do that. I wrote an entire class that was about, like, quite literally how much shit can we give you for free just because you are a character of this level, right? By the way, go buy the merchant over on the DM's Guild. Alchemical items don't really appear in 5e, so we can come up with a list of a few that we know have existed in the game. And it doesn't have to be 5e, right? We can go over and snag some other stuff. The base crafting rules speak in terms of gold cost for ingredients, expectation to spend in markets, little to no interaction with survival, nature, herbalism, and checks to forage. I agree in some capacity there. We'll say value over interaction. And what I mean by this, that's the thing that we can expand on. GP value. And it's important to... I don't think that this is a problem, because you want to give the DM wiggle room to set the gold piece price or whatever that would be. Well, not the gold piece value. The narrative for their world for what this item might be that they would need, right? There used to be a spell called Quick Potion. Oh god. See, to me, an alchemist has always got to be like, an alchemist to me is either super spell light or like completely spell-less. It just, to me, it really needs to be a martial list. Yeah, the unstable potion thing I think is possible. I kind of had that thought where it was like you can quickly create one, but there's a chance that it might go haywire. But like, man, I never liked the sacrifice of reliability as a balancing measure. What do I think of a potion toxicity mechanic? So you can't stack a ridiculous amount of potions. I'm not familiar enough with that to... I'm guessing what you essentially mean is like eventually after consuming enough potions that you kind of overdose on it in a way. We want to give you features that there's as minimal there are as minimal detriments to using them as possible. At least that's like the 5e design sensibility. Once you start doing things like downsides, that's where you get into territory like Berserker Barbarian. The missability table, I think, is probably the way to go, yeah. Oh, or you can save them to fast craft. But, like, what's the narrative on that? Like, yeah, how do I put this? It's always weird to me that it's like, oh man, I have a certain number of uses that I can do with this thing, or I can just not do them and I can do it really quick later on. Like that, the narrative of that is so weird to me. And that's the problem. It's like, alchemists have been so gamified, and this is bad gamification, right? Where like, it's a decision that is made because you have to, because it's a game, rather than what is actually cool and pleasing for narrative, you know? What is it? Arcane liquid combined with monster. Oh, yeah. Make you vulnerable to. Oh, Jesus. Do we need to consume ingredients as an alchemist, though? An alternative solution is to have several effects, and you can combine a certain number of effects. Also enables. It would have to be a little bit more descriptive than that. What the hell? I just... Did the bot seriously? What? How did it learn to not use smooches? What the hell? They're adapting. Hold up. How the hell? Oh, a better deal. Okay, so that's the link that you were trying to send me. Okay, cool. It just showed up in my feed. No, wait, you're interested. Hang on. Sorry, we'll get back to it, but yes, I need to get rid of these. Skynet, but it's thirsty. Skynet, but it is straight up, like, sexually harassing me. I've got to keep my block list private. Yeah, this is a study in machine learning. Jesus. Yeah, so everybody do me a favor, report the bot account, but it doesn't... Oh, because this is also from a username I haven't banned quite yet. Cool. How are they getting around? Like... And see, the username isn't even popping up. Yeah, I've done everything on my end to make sure, like, that I know how to do, to make sure that those bots don't get into the chat, but, like, What else are they using pretty frequently? You know what? I'm just gonna ban all these goddamn emojis. You know what? No more thumbs up. You guys lost it. Blame the bots. Is anybody using the swirling hearts? I'm sorry, they're gone. Is anybody using the panting? No, that's gone. What happened to the there's also the horny face. We can't eggplant? Do we really have to ban eggplant? I don't want to ban eggplant. Alright, I won't ban the thumbs up, but like banning the hearts, I don't want to ban the smiling face with hearts. Come on, people actually use that one. Nobody uses the checkbox. Alright. Yeah. Literally 1984, yeah. Wow. I don't know. So that means that they're actually subscribed to my channel. That's insane. Like, come on now. How? Oh man. Okay. Where are we? What? What? Ritual. You put the golden material components for the alchemy. Let me see here. Products expire after a week. My problem is no potion of healing does that. So potion of healing. Okay. Boom. Okay. Now, with potions of healing, these are potions that are created over downtime, right? Like over a long, long time. So we have a bit of narrative wiggle room to where we say, like, when we are creating a potion of healing can serve as something that you can augment in certain ways, but we cannot allow a potion of healing to be a thing that you can create any quicker than likely a short rest. Oh, yeah, no, that's another thing, right? You can absolutely balance it if you're accounting for encumbrance. 100%. If we had, like, the Diablo style, like, I only have, like, 20 slots that I can put stuff into, yeah, 100%. You can balance out an alchemist to make it work, but like, it's just, yeah. So many people. Well, I'll say this. This is a variant rule. Xanthars, they have a minimum time to brew a potion of healing, be 1 day per potion. The other problem with that actually isn't even the fact of like the minimum time is a day, right? The problem is that, let's come up with a narrative here. That means like a day of I am only working on that potion? You mean to tell me that an alchemist, if they're like, I need to be making potions of healing and getting ready for this adventure, they don't have a means of making more than one at a time? Like, what? Yeah, and that's another thing, bag of holding. Yeah, bag of holdings don't only exist, they're part of a core class in the game. Artificer can just make one and then whatever, we throw out any idea of balance. So we can't design around encumbrance. As, oh god, as easy as that would make so many things in life. Okay, so that's where we got to bots. Let me skip down a little bit more. Multitasking is important, yeah. Oh yeah, no, this chat knows for sure what's up. Yeah, my community is like usually, and a lot of people I'm seeing that are in here that are pretty often active are, I'm sure they've heard most of the stuff already from either me bitching about it or, you know. What about amped up potions being limited per long rest? I think that there's a means of us doing that that isn't tied behind a rest counter. Crafting as a, like, you mean I can make only so much of these per long rest? Like, crafting doesn't seem to really hit for that, you know? Oh yeah, it also falls apart because there's other players in the party who can help carry shit, yeah. Now this is easy on the merchant because I set it to where your portable storefront is limited by the value that you can have of the total items in there, right? Now, it's possible we can go in that direction, but yeah. Materials spent to make them are recovered if not consumed? I think I talked about that a little bit. Every time someone recommends the low lifespan potions, I feel less confident in the idea of potions as a narrative focus. Should we instead focus on instant effects crafted on command Rick style? Like improvising something that you can do real quick? I mean, yeah, possibly, but no, I mean, it's an alchemist. This has to be a focus of it. Like, if you don't get potions down, you just don't have an alchemist. You know, like, there needs to be a shelf life for the potion to avoid potion hoarding. Potentially. My Twitter DMs? Wait, what? What? Alright, let me check this and then we're gonna get back on some of this. What did you send me? Oh, God. Oh, God. The blue nipples, though. Oh, God. Sweet shoes, though. Or shoe. Okay. Now. If players can afford to hoard their potions, then you might have a balance issue because that's a player's class feature just going unused. So that's the thing that we're trying to look out for. I wonder how you guys. This is nice. Oh, trying to. Okay, you guys have some nice programs to use to make a cool looking character sheet for your own RPG. Um, I mean, free. I guess Affinity. Like, Affinity might be. Well, Affinity is not free anymore either, but it's paid, and you only have to pay for it once. Yeah, blue nipples. Yep. Okay. So, there's some other text to grab real quick. GIMP is okay for Photoshop, but that's about it. Like the Photoshop thing, just basic text edits. Creating Alchemist. There we go. It's not great at, well, it doesn't do vectors, which is really what you would want whenever you're making a PDF. You want to be able to resize all that stuff. Starting equipment. Is it really? It's starting. I forget that they're doing this. Yeah, they're not just saying equipment anymore. It's starting equipment. And I sure, I guess. Sure. And then if you forgo this, you get yada yada yada. Let's copy this over. You gotta make some edits. I don't have enough novelty eye patches. Wait, what? The amount of alchemical items you can have without having item shelf lives. Wait, what? Oh, you're talking about the number you can craft. I mean, I'm always down to hear ideas. Yada yada. Sidebar, this needs to be inline subheader. There we go. And you need to be body. And then you need to get over here with the rest of the class. GIMP does do selection outlines, and you can edit an actual page, which Inkscape does not do. And as far as you know, Inkscape is the only program that does vector editing for free. Ah. Here's my personal opinion. Any class that, like, how do I put this? A potion bandolier is, if that's just a thing that is meant to be a container to hold the thing that you have, there's nothing preventing people from just, like, putting it in a backpack, right? Yeah, so that's the thing that MHP does with their Alchemist. And the problem with that is always it doesn't fulfill the expected, or the it doesn't hit the precedent that we already have for making potions in this game. And, like, you want them to be customizable. Yeah, but I can't, like, I can't, how do I put this? What's to prevent someone from leatherworkers' tools from expanding on the bandolier? You know. Oh man, there we go. I'll say okay. So the issue, yeah, and so what I'm saying here is, heavy arms allows customization on potions in his crafting system. I haven't seen it. So what I'm saying here is that is an intended area for us to hit. The oh man, how do I put this? We have these like quick and dirty. We have these like alchemical items that we can create, right? Whenever they made this, so you just have to pull it out. The vial then disappears. Like, this is so lame. And then they can't do it again until they finish a long rest. But like, this is supposed to be the oh god. It is a Togepi sweatshirt, yes. Hoodie, yeah. Alchemy jug to class. Wait. Does an alchemy jug... No, I was like, no, it doesn't do... It does... Okay, basic poison. Okay. And oil. And then... Until the next dawn. You ping me in Discord? Depending on your level, you can only have a certain amount of crafted items at once, and using up all 3 of the slots means that you can't have any more. They do that already. It's called it's what they do with attunement, right? If your slots are filled, you can craft a new item and use it, but you can't use an item. Wait, but if you can't use an item, filling a slot before crafting the new one, the item is discarded. I don't really see the narrative on that. That's like that's not really like clicking for me. Where like I can only hold like 3 Mountain Dew cans, and then like I'm gonna make another thing over here. Like you know, this is. It's also how Artificer's magical tinkering works. Yeah, and I would rather if it works on classes that have a oh yeah, part 2 of it. Hey, thank you so much. Is it Petro? Oh hey, thank you so much for the kind words. Yeah, the part 2 of InDesign will be coming. Part 2 of InDesign will be coming for sure. We will use Mountain Dew as a unit of measurement. We're making a martial list, and the reason why that works out for the Artificer is because they're making magic items, right? They have spell casting, so they have a resource that they can do, a resource that they can use to justify why a thing is magic, right? But we're trying to get away from that to where we're making a martial list that by using the components and everything, it will get across this idea of I am a non-magical potion maker, which is like what I think we really want. A bit arbitrary until you got to solve both hoarding and shelf life. I kind of wonder how big of a deal hoarding is going to be. Like, I mean, we have a basic ask right now we have a basic ask of basically saying there's an expectation of how much shit you're just gonna have on you at one point, right? At most tables, we're going to assume that it's not like your party is necessarily like just not counting the goddamn horse that you bought at first level, right? Or the donkey, whatever you afforded, right? So we can assume that that's a thing that you've got. And that most tables will be playing with an expectation that you're only holding a reasonable amount of equipment. A potion in a silver vial sealed in a cork. A cork dipped in beeswax generally won't spoil. Maneuvers like the Battle Master? Maybe. Maybe. We can get rid of that, because that's already elsewhere in the document. Well, here's your counter to the hoarding issue. Do I plan on making an alchemical resource that can be used as a spammable like cantrip? Yes. They need to have something that they can rely on doing while in combat. And ideally, the thing that you want to be doing, the goal is going to be, if in combat, all I'm doing is throwing potions, like, that should feel like, yes, if you want to be that character of, all I do in combat is throw potions, this should be the class that provides that, right? Boom. Make the all I do in combat is potions playstyle possible. Yeah, Greek fire toss, yeah. Question, if alchemists are based on chemistry scientists in the past, should they even do spells? They won't have spells. They won't have spells. Yes, they'll have, they will be, we'll figure all that out. How about not feature Plague Knight and Shovel Knight in the inspirations list? Because he's just, he throws potions, but it's not like a crafting system. The hoarding problem will vary from campaign to campaign. Some will exploit, other DMs won't give the alchemist downtime to draft. Either way, too much potential for Batman/feels bad moment, right? Other classes are going to be more consistent, yeah. Despite the fact, though, that, like, you can kind of already just hoard junk up. Like, given enough time, your character is essentially just going to, like, just keep crafting out potions anyways. An archer sure would love alchemy, example high elven magic, snuff arrows that put fires out, yeah. Yeah, if they need some kind of a catalyst, right? That's also quite true. The thing that's keeping a wizard from doing that is time and gold pieces. Okay, wait. Wait. Okay. We have some math to figure out. We have to figure something out. Oh my god. They switched emojis over. Guys, they are learning. This has been the most, they have been more goddamn, like, fervent today than I have ever seen. Is the class finished yet? Dude, this is the worst. I might actually, like, I'm gonna hit up YouTube about this. Yeah, I'm gonna ping him over on Twitter. This is insane. It changed its name again. How the F? Okay. I'm sure mods have already hopped on that, but... Wait. You joined just in time. Hey, what's up, Awesome Soul? Yeah, here's the thing, though. I've banned them already. Like, I banned them, and they keep coming back. I've tried all the workarounds I know to try and get them off. Like... to keep them from chatting is what I mean, all right? Jesus Christ. Wow. All right. Oh man. Yeah, we're only horny for sick mechanics. Yeah, great word choice. Yep. I you know what? Yeah, just keep it coming. Yeah, no, so yeah, Jordan, yeah, good one, right? Yeah. No, there are more aggressive bots happening today than I have ever seen. Like, I've live streamed so many goddamn times on this platform. I have never seen the bots be this insane. And they're somehow getting around some of the streaming restrictions. I'm like, oh. Okay. You got your hero and fries. Hey, well, thanks for hanging out. Perhaps it's bot mating season. Man, apparently. Alright. So. Okay. I was on a really good line of thought there. Spell scrolls. Alright, we have to figure something out. Currently in the system, how easy is it for a wizard to just make a bunch of spell scrolls, right? Because once we do that, we can compare how much within the system, how reasonable it is for you to, oh god, I fucking forget about Order of Scribes. Well, Order of Scribes has a specific kind of thing that they can do. Did Xanthar's make it faster? God, why am I... Okay, there we go. Downtime revisited, right? No. Scribing a spell scroll. Okay. So this is what we can be expected. Alright. 1 day, 1 day. 3 days, 1 work week, 2 work weeks, 4 work week. Okay. The gold cost is the main limitation. We can get around that. You read about this a while ago? Let's say body row. Sure, okay. Let's just paste this info in here. Okay. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, come on. Get there. Bam. And might be gold economy. The reason why I'm doing this is because now what we have, we have an equivalent, at least what WotC feels like is right for the game, right? If we're working in the system right here, what they're essentially saying is, this is how much they feel making a spell scroll that is worth, like, if we say what's the cost of it in the Dungeon Master's Guide compared to what it is in Xanthar's Guide, like, actually, let's do this. We need to do... There we go. D&D crafting is mostly a broken mess. Well, I mean, we can work on making it less broken. You know, that's part of why we take up the hat of being homebrewers. Because we're like, hey, here's a thing I'm not really liking. I want to make it a thing. Okay. We're going to take all this. Just copy it over. For the intents and purposes of having it for research. Okay. Wow, it only works as if it's a first level spell? Or a first level caster? Jeez. Okay, so we're gonna clarify this a little bit more. Because what we need... Oh, we're gonna have to come back and pull the rules for brewing other magic items in here as well. Types of treasure, right? No, what the... Okay, now we have a magic item rarity table. Let's grab that. I feel like this is all stuff that I did whenever I wrote the merchant. Stream glitching? Uh-oh. It's like cutting off. You might refresh your browser. Is that... Your stream's okay? Yeah, refresh your browser, John Zambrano. Had to refresh? Okay, that might be an issue YouTube's having right now. Yeah, if it's on YouTube, you might check also on... It's fine. Okay, good. Yeah, if you see issues like YouTube side, you might go check over on Twitch as well. Okay, I think I only need 3. I think I need like 5. Bam. Give me that. It's good. Good. It legitimately might be YouTube trying to fix a bottom, like, something. Like, that's a very real possibility. Character level. I forget what this one's called. Title. There's some reason why this is not reading as a... This should all be header. What happened? Weird. Okay. Yes, about for a few minutes. Hey, thank you for your service. Thanks so much, man. My issue with limiting things based on the cost is that the 5e economy is broken and other people's campaigns have a different economy that works differently. That's why you don't allow the merchant in your main group. I just assume those prices based off of what's listed in the player's handbook. So, you know, I'm assuming that people are using that at least what the game throws at you. Okay. This isn't real. Oh, I guess it's worth it to have that information. So do 5e players know that the sigil economy is? I mean, this is legitimately the first time I'm ever hearing of it. Okay. Oh, wait, what? This is already a thing. What? This is already a thing? Magic item formulas. Merchant max cost would be totally... Oh, P? Oh. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Let's get this. We're just trying to gather up all relevant information that I feel is going to be likely required for us to move forward on the design. Uses this guidance and helps people make formulas for specific items. Is very... Yeah, I love the idea. Oh yeah, I don't think... Yeah, but yeah, and again, no, I'm not taking it as an insult or anything like that. I mean, I appreciate the kind words, but yeah. The... Magishi. Magic item formulas. Okay. Now, the reason I'm doing all this, like, information collecting right now, anything that I'm going to be referencing to, I want to just be really easy, pop up over here, and I can check my math, like, we need this because I want to see what WotC is saying nowadays. Like, I get a real good gradient for not just, like, what they think 15, 25 gold pieces is worth. We can check over in the DMG to see, this is the cost to craft, this is the cost to buy, right? So, over in the DMG, this is... Let me pull this up over here. Oh, come on, just give me the spell scroll. Spell scroll description. There we go. Jeez. Okay. So I'm also going to get the rarity listed. Wait, they also cost to buy? They changed the cost to buy? I remember they have a thing for selling it. Okay. I wonder in the entire history of 5th edition if anybody has actually followed through the rules on creating a legendary, or I guess it's a legendary magic item. If anybody's ever actually gone through the process of trying this out, right? I guess unless they were like, you know, their DM hand waves a lot of the crafting downtime stuff. What? Wait, what? What the hell's going on? This says work weeks. Can we just simplify this to weeks? Like, let's just, we know what this is going to be. Let's shorthand it even further. Okay. There we go. Okay, so the reason why I'm doing all this is because I have now I have a comparison for like what is the spell that can be used at any point as an action. What is that worth it to craft? What does that cost? How long does it cost, etc., etc., right? Now the DMG also lists, oh wait, that's the merchant. Does anybody know offhand where the hell the DMG lists the costs of stuff? Because this is a thing. Hey, what's up, Axiom? Your DM kind of hand rule, yeah. Like, if we had if in my campaign we did like a big, you know, like big skip like that, I would be like, okay, we'll meet next week. You guys do what you want to just kind of plan out and write out what your characters are going to be doing, right? Talk with each other, all that. Is it the equipment section? Treasure rarity? Listed in the downtime section. Downtime activities. Building a stronghold. Page 128. Yeah, oh, there we go. Okay. we're just gonna swipe. Let's do that. Xanthar's guide gave alternate costs, and the mechanic is different. It's not like the context is different, rather. I don't know that you could really say that they were like buffing it. Oh shit, what'd I just do? Minimum level 3rd, okay. Oh crap, what did I just do? Okay. So from here we can see what's usable, what's trash, whatever. If there's something that's just not cohesive, we just get rid of it. Okay. Yeah, 500,000 gold pieces, yeah. Center, there we go. Progressing 5, okay. You know what I think we're really getting to the core of here is there's like no internal consistency for crafting rules. Hey, what's up, Jacob? We're trying to figure out the scaling that we can give you. Essentially, what can we give you according to the game rules? What can we allow you to potentially do per long, short, whatever rest? Are we able to actually quantify by putting a gold piece cost on, like how much? Basically, I'm looking at it like this. How much gold that is consumable? How much gold is a warlock generating per short rest? So if we can put a value on a spell, then we can figure out how much basically money a warlock is able to generate. Yeah, our parents used to buy magic items for 20k gold pieces. We have to pay 500k. Meanwhile, loot tables have stayed the same. Yeah, there is very little internal consistency going on. It'd be cool. Yeah, it's cool if the players, like, you know, they have to make them. Very cool. But, like, God, this is... soon depending on how charitable your DM is. Yeah. But I do think that they gave us at least an estimation for what they feel a spell is worth, you know? Could be Revivify, which the Celestial Warlock can get. Well, and then on top of that, they've got to get that 300 gold piece diamond, right? Like, wait. Cost? Is it just half? full, half, oh wait, half, whatever, full, half. So what they're essentially saying is it takes up, okay, here's what I'm thinking. For you to craft simple right here. In order for you to craft a potion of healing, you need 25 gold pieces worth of materials. I'm just kind of talking myself through. What the hell? Okay. Oh, I'll let you know right now. So the conversion rate of like items in the player's handbook or whatever over to like real US dollars is a gold piece is worth $10, a silver piece is worth $1, a copper piece is worth a dime. At least that's like the US dollar conversion rate. And it stays very, very consistent. There's only like 1 or 2 instances in which like it deviates from essentially that right there. The thing I want to do real quick. Yeah, it's been okay 5.5 hours. I'm gonna take another break, about 10-15 minutes. Kind of refresh my coffee. You guys hang out, and I will be back. All right. So you guys can see kind of where my mindset's at, what I'm working on. If you got some ideas, hang on to them, type them out, whatever you need to do. But yeah, I will be right back. Maybe the conversion based off a lifestyle cost. Potentially. Maybe. Lifestyle cost is interesting. Anyways, yes, I'll be right back. And we'll keep going on this, okay? So, yeah. You guys have a good one. Be right back. Yeah, I'm aware that there are old like crafting rules and stuff that were like, you want to make a magic item, you got to know like this spell, this whatever. But like, we're designing for the 5e system rather than like, something old school. If they had some ideas in there that could help out, then nice. But I am. Wait, effort per each day. Oh wait, okay, hang on. We can make it. Okay. Because this was a thing. I remember being in the merchant. You can stock them. But it was only the time is halved. Because that's the way that Portable Storefront was working. So how do they word this in Wizards? Wait, what? Hold up. Huh. Okay. So how is it phrased in Wizards? Or what works for them? And how does this work for us? Okay. If a this still, I guess it is only one item. And like, you're going to want to, and if you blow all this stuff, are you going to get a long rest inside of a dungeon that might be like, we want the reliability, so there's other things that you might be able to do. So like, if an item has a cost of 25 gold pieces, and we reduce that down to, I'm Dragon Mag 334. What did they say? Fires of Alchemy. God, is there a way to get this that isn't going to absolutely riddle my computer with viruses? Yeah, a 60-second download wait time. Get out of here. Oh, no. Okay, websites like Scribd that require a subscription in order for you to download stuff that they did not produce. Come on now. Is there not a way to get this, like... Wait, that's weird. Why does Paizo have the... Another 60-second wait. Come on now. WotC gives buying magic items prices in Magic Chapter 1 of Ghost of Saltmarsh. Consumables only cost half as much. Okay. God, all these sites just look like they are just copy paste of, like, okay. Fires of Alchemy. Let's see. Is this download even gonna work? Oh, there we go. Gotcha. Okay. So... there's no bookmarks in here? Alright, 46. Okay. Alchemist Fire explored. Is it just Alchemist Fire? Free Fire currently exists as class of Alchemist Fire. Okay. Well, I mean, don't pirate anything. Like, okay. Zergy Fire, Dungeon Delving. Okay. New alchemical substances, Greek. Okay. Now, substitute for spell. Yeah, maybe. Yep. Okay. That article is just fine. Well, it's the one you recommended. Like, A bullet. Normal damage from a bullet. Okay, yeah, this is all good stuff. But like, man, the formatting is just so dog shit. Interesting that like they were doing this for like, I mean, this is like the 5e formatting. I bet that that's actually Scala. Like, I think that's actually the way that they're now formatting the 5e table. So it's interesting to see that. 2005, man. First one he found while eating lunch. Flask of smoke fire, flask of thunderous fire. Next article is about booze. Hey. Wait, do they give you a bunch of different, like, alcohols to get? Alchemical brews. Okay. Well, fun. Alright, so... but I'm not really seeing the mechanical weight that we're looking for. $500 gold pieces. It's Dungeon Magazine number 334. Like, we have the mechanics in here that we can translate over to the other thing, but what I'm interested in doing specifically is finding the rules that they had on crafting. But it's fine because we can say that, like, okay, there's a few ways that we can approach this. Let's say basically what I want to say is you work at a rate of 5 gold pieces per hour, I think. Okay, when you spend time crafting an alchemical item, such as a vial of poison or potion of healing, the progress you make towards creating the item no, this one's actually... This is from Risk of Rain. So, when you spend time engaged in the crafting of an alchemical item, such as a vial of poison or potion of healing, the progress you make towards creating the item. Wait, really? 130? Let's find this. Wait, you get out of here. Oh yeah, really great use of just like leitmotifs. It stays pretty consistent, like the melody that's kind of interspersed throughout. I don't know if you guys just saw that fly go right in front of the camera. I think what's the composer's name? Chris something, I want to say. Chris Christodoulou. Chris Christodoulou. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, the Risk of Rain soundtrack is really great. Oh, here we go. And hey, I can actually just download this one. Wow. Okay. Better Living Through Alchemy. The Alchemist NPC class. Yeah, Chris Columbus. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they did what they could, you know, with the, yeah. Alchemy Jug. Can utilize any magical item which is usable at all classes. Jeez, wow, you were not kidding. And the goddamn, is the character sheet like here? And just like the way that they type is so... What? The ancient alchemist script is never spoken, which is special to this class. Will utilize the following powers: locate plants, locate animals, and summon animals. These powers can each be utilized once per round, one time per day for every 5 levels of experience the alchemist has. In order to identify potions while traveling, the alchemist must have a test kit, which costs 10 gold pieces. Okay, so identifying potions, poisons. Okay. Oh, there we go. Jeez. Oh, God. Alright, so if I'm remembering this right, this is like... Because we're rolling percentile die, and if the number that you roll is... It's lower than this, right? If you roll below, like, you roll a D100, and then you roll below, like, a 15, then you succeed in the check. So... Yeah, lower, yeah. Majula. So... Okay. Identifying poisons, why lower? A lot of the earlier editions were, like, subtractive, so like Thaco, right, to hit armor class 0. Initially, like, attack rolls were, you wanted to roll, it was subtractive. So what it meant was, whenever you rolled, if it, crap, how'd this go? Yes, below the target number. So it's like, I roll a D100, and like you're thinking like you have a like 67% chance, right? So that means if you roll a 67 or lower, then you succeed on the check. And the Thaco was its own other thing, but lowers the AC. Yeah. I'm like, oh god, it's been like 3 years since I played AD&D. Yeah, -3 AC is good, whereas today 22 is good. So it's like you subtract the roll from 20, and your 2 hit bonus also affects that. Oh god, yeah. It's a whole thing. I don't know why my fridge makes that noise in here. It like pops. No, I don't know if I should be worried about that. Now, what can we pull from here though? There's a man in my fridge, yes. A tiny little man, size of a pop can. Wait, I didn't mean for that to rhyme, but I'm a little tiny man, small as a pop can, doing what? No, never mind. I'm not gonna roll with that. Free him. I mean, he seems to like it in there. Ooh. Okay. Alchemical equipment. Oh, this is cool. Okay. Is this the missability? Is this the missability table just kind of represented? Yeah, this is a missability table, like what they have over in the DMG. Okay, this is good stuff. The problem is the layout. Failing to make a potion. Oh, okay. But like, bah. It's just not the way that they really designed stuff for 5e, right? Oh god, filter of love. Oh man, wow. Wait, man, alright. Like, they were really worried about you getting a thing that you can make that you just kind of have, right? Oh god. Of course. Jesus. Cayenne pepper and euphorbia? The opposite. Oh god, jeez. The way, man. You know, like, and stuff like this, like, wait, why? Wait, why does the layout suck? Like, this is some of that old school stuff that we're like, okay, there are some decent ideas in here, but like, and you know, old school, it's like, we're not really the potion of love, you know, whatever, but it's like, once we've kind of, as time has rolled on, it's like we found out, oh yeah, this could be really uncomfortable for narrative. Like, why is it on the table? Because, you know, at the time, like, yeah, it's a classic thing of fantasy, right? Like, you look at, like, Aphrodite. Aphrodite, it's like, she's so hot, and she's, like, the goddess of love, so she's gonna make people fall in love with her, right? Now, this is a narrative that is pretty uncomfortable. Manipulating someone's, like, agency in that way is just... boy, it makes some real uncomfortable narrative at the table. Some people might be fine with it, you know, say whatever, you know, but yeah, you have to adapt to the modern player and sensitivity issues. Yeah. Isn't that what the School of Enchantment is about? Like, what, tricking people into falling in love with other people? Or, you know, quite literally, like, forcing potentially a sexual orientation on that person that they aren't? No, that's not what enchantment's about at all. Charming is more of a, oh, how do we put this? Charming is more of a magical, like, you can't quite control your thought. And depending on what the precedent you set up with your table at, like, session 0 is, like, that they're essentially WotC is giving you, yeah, Cosby Potion, yeah. WotC is giving you the tools to be like, you know what? You guys decide at this point what is right for your tables. Conventionally, what they're assuming for play is that players are going to use that at more of a means of, like, you are compulsed to do a certain thing, not specifically something sexual, you know? That's not good. That is, yeah. What do you mean? I can't roll to roofie the barkeep with advantage because I'm a bug. What? Cure nervous disorders? Wait, what? What? Cure nausea? Okay. Wait, type what? Wait, no joke? Wait, this could be... Did you just Sherlock something? Hang on. Type at NA. I'm only seeing NAC. Algorithm is running them is still watching the stream and each of the... Wait, what? What? I don't really see, yeah, I don't see him either. Above NAC. I only see NAC. I don't know. I'm trying to pull it up. I don't see him. Charm and sexual attraction are different things. Charming people aren't necessarily sexy. Charming people are fascinating. Yeah, beguiling, right? Like, it's like your mind is more hazy rather than, like, no immediate, like, attraction, right? You're using Firefox, so maybe that's a part of it. But why would it not show up in Google Chrome? You see 2 bots above NAC? What? No, wait. How come I can't see him? Yeah, you might refresh. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Refresh the stream, no bots. Okay, good. The illustration in the PHP does a bad job at conveying that. Oh. Yeah. Yep. And you know, like, this being like a fleeting feeling of like the sudden, like, ooh, what? Like, it's one of those narratives, like, and I've had this conversation with Ross in the past, and I was like, man, is Charmed about to just be like removed from games? What do you think? I don't remember exactly the the thought that we got to discussing that, but like, I mean, you know, that temporary, like, the feeling of being charmed. It's like, what direction do we want to go with, like, narrating that in the game, right? Would have been better to use a harpy standing over a skeleton instead of that Fate lady. Like, yeah, I guess it's one of those things that, like, discuss it with your, you know, your group. I know at my tables, like, we don't really have an issue with charm. Like, nobody I have ever played with has ever told me, like, having my agency taken away from me via something like Charmed is a problem, you know? Because they trust the way that I'm going to narrate it isn't going to be that I'm going to make their character get into, like, a sexual thing, right? The discussion that we had was really clear of, like, Charmed is sort of a magical, like, dream state in a way, in which you don't really have control clearly over your thoughts or your actions, right? Because, like, you narrate at that point, and then it's like, if you narrate it at that point, I think then it's like, it's no... if people are going to say that, like, okay, well, you can't do damage to me because I don't want to be assaulted, you know, that's whenever I'm like, I don't know that D&D is the game for you, you know? Or, like, maybe there's other role-playing games that, like, aren't tied into, like, a combat simulator or something. Or maybe you just play 5e and, like, you decide we're not going to do combat, in which case I'm like, okay, that's fine. Like, you guys do you, have fun, you know. I just don't know that I could ever really play that way, right? Like, part of what's really fun is the battle system. I really like, you know, getting into fights and stuff like that. It's a lot of fun. So if, you know, someone approached me with, like, we run a table and we don't ever fight, like, then I'm like, I just don't know that it's for me, you know? Hey, welcome back, Tin Can. The Alchemist is going. I've got an idea for where it needs to... What's the jumping off point of it, right? Well, there's a difference between just taking agency and taking agency that's in a way that's harmful to a player. Oh, yes. Okay, there you go. Yes. There is a way that you can do this to where the player... the character itself does not currently have control of their actions, right? It depends on the way that you describe that I feel like it then becomes harmful to the player, right? Yeah, 5e is literally built around combat. Excluding it, you might as well play something else. Yeah, I mean, it's why I make that statement, you know, 5e is a story-driven combat simulator. And, like, if you don't want to play in the combat simulator, like, that's fine. I mean, you know, whatever's fun to you, sure. It doesn't appeal to me. And must be listened to above all else. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I've ever controlled their character. No, there was one time I used the succubus to cause a character to shoot somebody else. And that didn't feel like the narrative was totally quite right. They had a fight where Caleb got charmed and nearly wrecked the party, yeah. I mean, you know, charm the barbarian, like, oh, that's always a funny moment. Oh yeah, Jedi mind tricks are the essence of charm boiled down with without all the sexual baggage of harpies and sirens. It convinces you of things which are untrue, including safety. Yes, okay, I like that description a lot. Yeah, the way Jedi mind tricks are used to essentially convince you things are not the way that they currently are, right? Like, just like that is a Yeah, it's not mind control unless it's specified as such, right? But like that instantaneous moment of just like, oh no, I'm cool with it, like that. Whoa, that's really cool. And then like I think the thing that people probably should do is not assume that everybody's going to be using that in a creepy way, you know, like the like well yeah okay it could be if you allow it to. It could be creepy if you allow it to be. But I think that it's a bit bad faith to assume that no matter what, enchantment will be used in that way because it could be used in that way, right? Yeah, maintain rationality in a fictitious world created by... Yeah. Your pet peeve when people use a friend's cantrip and expect it to work like a mid-level spell. Yeah, you know. So, be familiar with the rules, all that good business. Okay, so what I was trying to do with this was make it to where, God, how can I put this? I don't want it to be a thing where it's like, at this level, you can make up to X value item. Rather, or make a maximum of... that's not what I want to do. Instead, the equation I'm currently thinking about is everyone okay, this is an expectation right here. Everybody makes 25 gold piece progress per day towards a magic item. Now you can do that way better because specifically magic, or specifically potions, right? You chemical items. Okay, so you guys see what the difference is here? Okay, reason being, if you have all these items, right, we can list the cost of like, so make a class in which you sell stuff, you need to redo the economy as a whole. No. 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 You don't need to. Can I please make a list of homebrew subclasses I enjoy that are actually balanced? I mean, it's more so that there's designers that I trust their design sensibilities, that if someone brought me like that subclass, I would most likely be like, all right, probably not a big deal. I can probably assume that if it's something by like Benjamin Huffman, Rosslizer, Heavy Arms, Kibble's Tasty, probably Laser Llama, Walrock, Willie Abeal, I can most likely assume that these are going to be like designed in a way to where I can trust that designer's sensibilities enough to see it in play without a major like need to look it over, right? Now if someone came to me and they were like, yeah, I wrote this thing this weekend, let me know what you think, I'd love to play it, I'm gonna be like, okay, well, let me take a look. I'm gonna, spend my time kind of going over that, right? Most likely you can assume that if it's on D&D Wiki, I'm probably not gonna allow it. That's just I know that there's no quality control involved with that site. At least the DMs, or sorry, D&D Beyond, does have something of a system that to indicate overall quality, even though it's not the greatest in the world. But like, I mean, like, I'll go so far as to just make a subclass for somebody if they ask. So like, yeah, I don't really have like a document that just says like all the different subclasses and everything I allow. I'm like, what do you want to play? And then I might be able to like, you know, look for a suggestion. But the vast amount of stuff that I've got at my table right now, I've never had anybody really, really come to me and say like, yeah, but I would rather have X, Y, or Z thing, you know? People just usually look at what, like, I'm like, here's the classes I know, you know, if you want to play something else, let me know. I've never had anybody tell me they would want to play something that I don't already have allowed. I hope that makes sense. Plus, like, I think a lot of the people that I play D&D with aren't exactly, like, hunting down stuff online to play. You know, like, they know me, I'm the guy that makes a lot of D&D shit. If I allow it at my tables, or if I'm like, this is in my primer of, like, classes that I'm like, yeah, these are all available for you to play, they're most likely already pretty happy with the, like, 35 classes I have on there and everything, so, you know. I'm usually willing to allow, like, if somebody wants to try something out, it depends on the creator, you know, as to whether or not I'd be like, yeah, I'd allow that for right now. I don't allow any MCDM stuff because I just don't really agree with their approach to the game. Like, I don't really agree with MCDM's, like, approach to class design. The fact that Matt Colville has admitted where he's like, I'm not designing for 5e, I'm designing for the system I want it to be. I'm like, okay, you and I have a real disagreement on the philosophy of game design there. I think if you're designing a product to be 5e, you should most likely be designing for the system, not what you know, I don't know. I just don't really agree with Matt Colville's approach that way. Matt Mercer, if somebody, like, wanted to play a Blood Hunter and, like, everyone at the table was cool with it, then that would be one thing. But it's just, like, to me, it's just, like, it's too edgy. It just, for my personal taste. Like, I don't know. It feels like those characters it always inspires, like, aren't compelling to, you know, and the narrative of the class itself is like so it's so open to some potentially problematic stuff for certain people at my table, so I just would not. I'm like, there's so many other things you guys could be doing other than this class that's all about, like, self-harm and glorifying self-harm. I mean, they've even made, like, they're now giving content warnings about that class. Well, about all the stuff that Matt's written about, like, blood magic and everything. So, yeah, no. But, like, Matt Mercer's design sensibilities, I said this on a live stream with Ross, and I even, like, I clipped it because, I feel like I feel like some people might believe that I've got, like, a chip on my shoulder for Matt Mercer or something, and that's just not the case. I actually think that a lot of what Matt writes is really good whenever it's not the moving parts of what's required for a class. There's a lot of stuff you've got to, I mean, shit, you guys are seeing me go through before I even really get a first level feature written down. You guys are seeing me compile a whole lot of research here for just making something work within the system. And I don't really think that, like, I don't really know what Matt's process is there, but I'm not really seeing a lot of consideration for the system or knowing a whole lot of what knowing a whole lot of what these like kind of unwritten rules of design are, right? Matt just seems to be kind of writing for him and his table, which is fine. It's all good. But it's been given a form of legitimacy by being put on like D&D Beyond, and that is a class that is, I'm sure, fine for plenty of tables out there. It's not fine for mine. That's, yeah. When CR brought on other writers, their stuff cleaned up so much more workable and clear. I feel like Matt Mercer needs to have somebody on staff that is design focused. That it is their job to look at Matt's stuff and look at the system and be like, okay, let's break down why this does or does not work, you know? You feel like he's a washed-up script writer trying to get the attention of Holly? What? He is doing just fine doing what he's doing. He's been a voice actor for so long. Yeah, I think he is perfectly content doing whatever the hell it is he's doing. Okay, so this is the thing right here that I've got to figure out. How do I compute this? What is the negotiation of not the spell school savant feature, but make it to where you are getting a bonus towards making the items every hour? Because the goal in this is going to be, how can you bring it down to where, like, the measurement has been in days. Right? Out of curiosity, do I use the exhaustion mechanic? Do I go with the PHP or the chase from DMGs as to recover from it? I just go with what it's got in the PHP. I haven't really personally felt a need to have a big change. 100 gold pieces for short rest. Oh, yeah, but that is tied into a limited number of uses. Oh, wow, really? Matt's got on record as wanting to return to a private game. I do not blame him at all. That's not a dig at Matt or anything like that. No, if I would go crazy too if I had that many people scrutinizing the way that I ran a game. I got a lot of sympathy for Mercer in that regard. I have no negative feelings towards Matt Mercer. Any critique I've given is not about him as a creator. It's mostly just been like the same kind of critique I would give just about anybody in terms of like if they submitted something, right? It's whenever it winds up in a final product and gets printed that I'm usually like, holy crap, wait, this is a problem. Like this got to get reeled in, right? Don't think that because I give somebody criticism that I don't like the person or whatever. I'm giving them criticism based off of design work, not who they are as a person. So always separate those two. That's important, all right? Now, Matt Mercer's design work and everything, as far as character designs, character option design goes, it's got to get another polishing pass, right? Just about everything else, dude writes good stuff. Really does. And I mean, I have seen, I've seen Critical Role go to bat to try and get a lot of charity work done, you know. So, I have no issues in that regards, and I think that there's a lot of social media that realizes they get a lot of Twitter followers if they criticize Critical Role. for like ethical issues, which like, oh my god, man. Yeah, if I was getting as much of the crap that they do on a daily basis, the death threats and everything like that, yeah, no, are you kidding me? I'd be so done with that. Like, I also think, and this is something that like I have planned for a video. I think that Critical Role has they've moved away from the original format. Critical Role as a starting format is honestly, I think, going to be a method of content creation that will phase out. And what I mean by that is the long form actual play. The long form actual play of like 4+ hours or whatever. I just have a feeling, because I've talked to quite a lot of people about this, it's not that like, okay, we'll see like Critical Role get us just a mass of viewers, right? But Critical Role comes with star power behind it, right? That like other actual plays just don't really have. So are they really going to ever rival Critical Role? Kind of highly unlikely, right? However, I think that the problem is that they have a format problem, not a it's a format problem as to live streaming this game. With Critical Role, you get warts and all, okay? You get all the moments of like, something's not exactly particularly exciting happening at the table, right? They are considering what they're doing with their character. They're looking over their character sheet or having a side discussion, whatever. Sometimes these like get interrupted. You know, the overall production of what goes into Critical Role is, due to the format, always going to lack polish. Tryman's got it exactly. There is an actual play that I actually do enjoy watching, and it's Dimension 20. Dimension 20, number one, they cut down the overall, like, the length of time you have to spend watching the content by half, if not even more, maybe like 60 or 70%. What you get when you watch Dimension 20 is like a best of highlight reel, right? But the story's cohesive. They don't really have a whole lot of the silence that's happening, war room talk, I guess we can say, right? Of players talking between each other about, what are we going to do this turn, right? Or, well, my character's going to do this. Or there might be a moment that's just like, a little not quite well negotiated, right? It's just cut out. Everything seems to just be rolling. It's really well produced, right? And they have the perk of being edited. They have a production that goes in post-filming, right? Critical Role, you got the live stream thing that happens and they're going to be playing it live, whatever. Now, there's an interesting note to this. Critical Role has not been live streamed, as in they're playing the game live, since like the middle of COVID. This is something that like someone in my Discord brought up the other day. Everything that you're watching with Critical Role right now is pre-recorded. Like, I don't know how many of you guys have heard about this, but like, why at that point is it so important to have the full 4 hours of content? You know, why is it so important to have all of the moments of silence, the like odd, it's sometimes just like, I gotta see what the spell does. I'm gonna go over here, spend 15 seconds looking this up. All right, whatever, right? No, you need to have the moment of like, okay, there's a conflict coming up. What am I going to do about the problem? Let's have the interaction to see whether or not it resolves, and then we have our end result, right? It can all just be edited point to point to point, but it's not. You're still getting the full 4 hours, sometimes as long as like 6 or 7 with Critical Role. I think that this is a format that I don't think another actual play is going to come along and take on. I think that format is probably a one-hit wonder kind of thing, where Critical Role got the magic of it. It's done really well for them, but I don't think it's the kind of thing that like, if other content creators want to go about that, that's whatever. What I'm saying is, I know me personally, the thing that's making me really enjoy watching actual plays again is watching the condensed kind of edited stuff like what Dimension 20 does. Because I feel like as I'm watching it, I'm not getting the slack, you know? I'm not getting these moments of like, they're deliberating on what to do. No, I'm just getting the like, something happens, boom, or like, here's the joke, here's the punchline, boom. Not like, we're getting a slow build up and whatever, right? Like, Dimension 20 just hits and hits and hits and hits. It's a great pacing, yeah. So that's what I mean, like, I don't know, like, I've been wanting to do this video for a while. My people in my Discord already know about it. And I just wasn't really sure, like, what to do as far as, like, how to approach that video, you know? Like, I could do, like, a video essay or whatever. The only reason you can think of as for keeping the unedited style is by tampering future player expectations, but even then we see that happening now. You know, I think the Mercer effect is like, I mean, I think you're most likely going to cut that down even more if you show that it's edited, you know? Have I seen the recent D&D actual play? Is that the, are you talking about the Spelljammer one? Because I haven't checked that one out yet. The reason CR goes that way is to try and make the viewer feel included even if they aren't anymore. And like, yeah, the community, like, chat thing is nice. But like, man, Discord is available. So like, why not set up a Discord and then, you know... The Mercer effect is way overblown by gatekeepers in your experience. I think that the Mercer effect... Okay, the real Mercer effect is Critical Role fans going over into other small content creators and then bashing them anytime that they, like, say something that literally isn't Mercer is God, right? The real Mercer effect is the lack of control that CR really has over their fandom. Now, as far as, like, the Mercer effect of, like, you know, all DMs need is, or the, whatever, every TTRPG experience is going to be just like Critical Role or something like that. I think that what people are confusing is getting inspiration from somebody and, whatever you want to say, imposter syndrome? It's an extension of stan culture and you hate it. Yeah, I mean, like, I've drawn this comparison over to being a jazz musician, okay? One of my favorite guitar players of all time is Wes Montgomery, okay? Wes Montgomery has innovated in a way that has inspired basically every single jazz guitar player that came after him. Incredibly melodic. He's got this, it's called like the Napton, what do I call this? It's like a Napton melodic style, I guess you could say, where he's playing in octaves. That's actually pretty difficult on guitar, but he was like the first to do it, and it's like the Napton sound, I guess. So, like, there can be a bit of an issue where, if I think like the Mercer syndrome and how does this, or the Mercer effect, and how does this apply? If every guitar player that came after Wes Montgomery sounded exactly like Wes Montgomery, there's no original sound getting developed, right? So what people are doing is they learn like a little bit of like his solos, and then they apply that across all different keys, and then they have this nice little lick in their arsenal that they're like, oh, cool, I can play that over this song, and it sounds nice, right? The problem with that is you become an imitator if you never innovate on that. If you never take what you've done with Wes Montgomery and adapt your own little lines, right? Come up with your own melodic ideas. That's how you wind up getting really, really stale as a player. So, like, for somebody doing the Mercer effect, like, it is completely fine for you to get inspiration from people who, like, you really admire their DMing style, right? You want to imitate some stuff by Mercer? All right, that's fine. But like learning how to adapt and kind of do your own thing, you know, like here in D&D, how do we translate that? You know, Mercer makes, what are the big things, right? Okay, well, Mercer's got like really great voice acting skills. So does that mean that every DM who puts on a silly voice or whatever is trying to imitate Matt Mercer? No, we know that's not for real, right? Is it the DM who starts to like put the sound effects over certain stuff, right? No, it's not that either, you know. I think XP to level 3 had a really good video where, I mean, it's funny because it's like, you know, the DM who watched one episode of Critical Role or whatever comes in the DM the next time, and then he's literally just dressed as Matt Mercer. Like, oh, where's this video? It's so funny. But there are, I almost wish he'd been able to, yeah, DMs after one episode of Critical Role. Let's get that sponsorship out of here. Sponsor me and then we'll talk. Yeah, like, this is a great video. And he does all like Matt's like he does like all of Matt's little mannerisms, right? And I think that there can be some kind of a like how do you tell that somebody has been inspired by Matthew Mercer? You know, have they set up this like moving target of like, well, if you do anything that can be seen as Matt Mercer did that, then like you're a, you know, whatever. I'm like, unless somebody is like, no, I'm playing, I don't even know what the hell this like idea of you bought into the Matt Mercer effect. What does that even mean? Like, the expectation of, now, I do like the idea of saying that, like, if players come to the table thinking that every game is going to be like Critical Role, okay, that is not, that's not really Critical Role's fault, and I don't think that they should be faulted for that, you know? The real Matt Mercer effect is making D&D popular and old heads are mad about it. I don't know. He's about to have a baby? What? Oh, that might... Okay, because I thought his, like, upload schedule kind of slowed down. Well, good, congrats. Yeah, oh, you're a dungeon master? You're just copying Matt Mercer, right? Like, no, you know, this has been a thing that, the real Matt Mercer effect is the friends we made along the way. Okay, if I was to say that, like, there's a negative thing that might have come from Critical Role, I don't know that there's a thing I can absolutely point to. After all the years that I mean, I've been really, really heavily involved in the TTRPG scene. I can't point to a thing that, like, Critical Role has done that I'm like, they should get pressed on that harder. They deserve real, what's the, they deserve real, like, ethical criticism over that, you know? Critical Role's bad people for that, or whatever. It seems like anytime that there's been a thing that's popped up around Critical Role, it's been so, like, next week that comes up, who gives a shit about it, right? Do I think that CR will hire Brennan full-time, poach him from Dimension 20, or share him? Wait, what? Is he DMing for Critical Role? Is that a thing? Nuh-uh. And of course, there's a force that's out like, oh, of course there's drama with it. God, it's so overblown. No kidding. Wow. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what they would do. It was epic. one time one of the players at our table used Matt Mercer character token, and it totally changed the dynamic of the session. I blame critical. Wait, what? Oh, Brennan's a great DM. Awesome DM. Wait, Todd Todd Kenrick? I have not watched it. This shows you how little I've kept up with Critical Role. Who else in it? Brennan Lee Mulligan. Lou Wilson. Angara. Huh. Okay. Is there as a group? What's everybody playing? Wizard, Bard, Druid, Inquisitive. Wizard, Paladin, Wizard, Bard / Warlock. Okay. Well, right on. Oh, the spell. Okay, gotcha. So, like, okay, Brennan Lee Mulligan, fantastic DM, all that good stuff. Brennan Lee Mulligan, I think everyone at College Humor figured out why Critical Role's format for actual play isn't really working for them. They went with the same, what I'm going to call the same level of production at most likely half the cost, because they're not having to live stream it, right? They're shooting in a studio, making the props and doing whatever, but I don't think it is going to be as stressful on them to make an episode of, like, Dimension 20 as it is for them to run an episode of Critical Role. You have certain anxieties that come up during a live stream that, like, you just don't have whenever you're filming a thing, you know? I know that whenever I am live streaming, I've got to make sure that, like, stuff is staying compliant with, like, YouTube guidelines, DMCA, you know, whatever. I have to make sure of a whole mess of different issues that whenever I'm filming a thing, I can just edit that out, you know? Yeah, they don't shoot live anymore. Yeah, so, and I can't blame them, honestly. Like, especially if you're really having experienced what I think me, okay, seeing the stuff that happened with Orion in the first season, is the kind of thing that if you were not filming live, you could have massaged that in a way to where it wasn't going to be as big of a snafu as that really was, you know? Like, seeing them get physically uncomfortable playing with that guy was hard to watch. Like, boy. 3 at a time, and so that's their content for the month. Yeah, I mean, I can't blame them for going that route, you know? Like, had Critical Role not been live that first season, what happened? So originally there was a character on Critical Role, well, there was a player on Critical Role, Orion Akaba. By the way, I'm gonna make mention of some stuff that, like, I don't know, it's a little uncomfortable, a little cringy. So yeah. Orion did some things that were essentially equivalent to, like, you can do the Tiberius stuff and see some of the worst moments. Like describing his character's dragon penis retracting into his body. Half chub. Yeah, the half chub scene. And it was so clear. Everyone at the table was so uncomfortable with it. He basically, like, threatened a fan at a convention because the fan wore a Tiberius shirt. And oh yeah, yeah, Laura was coming up with a good plan, and Ryan's like, oh yeah, my character, it has a half chub, and then went on to describe like why it was like an animalistic penis, and yeah. So there was that issue, right? And like, and some of this stuff is like, you know, they banned discussion on Orion Akaba over in the Critical Role subreddit, because so much of the stuff that goes on around him is just, oh boy. So not only that, he also basically insinuated that, if I remember right, he was going to take legal action against a fan because they wore a shirt that that fan had made that had Tiberius Stormwind on the front of it, and like Travis Willingham had to like pull this, he had to pull Orion away from the fan and like shoot him out at the con about why that's not okay. And I mean, other than that, like there was fudging dice rolls. If I remember right, yeah, Orion fudging dice rolls. What media? How to get kicked from Critical Role? Blatantly re-rolling after bad rolls. Yeah. Let me see here. Okay, I can't really hear what's happening. Let me turn. Now, in some cases, it's okay to fudge dice rolls. Or, well, I say fudge a dice roll. A player should not be fudging a dice roll. That is blatantly dishonest. Blatantly dishonest. And you are trying to cheat at that point, because, and I know people are like, oh well, it's just whatever. No, you're trying to get an advantage over other players, especially whenever it's like you're making a roll against another player for some reason or another. Now I don't know how loud that's gonna be. Oh wait, I've got YouTube muted, so that's not gonna be loud at all. Let me see.
Grog is eager to. I'm staying in the hallway. I don't want to. I hate this. Okay. So, Tiberius, as you're backing up, both the Durgar turn around, immediately seeing you, and rear back with javelins. At you.
I'll cast Flare instead.
Okay, go ahead and roll initiative real fast to see who gets off first. What?
I'm not gonna count that.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I'll count that. 19.
Why didn't you count it?
Because it flew out of my hand. I didn't roll it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right. So.
Okay. That is blatantly cheating. Blatantly cheating. Now, what Matt is doing is he's massaging the situation, right? Very clearly, you've got a player at your table who is toxic, all right? He's not counting it because it flew out of his hand, not because he rolled it. No, what happened is he didn't like the first result, and he came up with an excuse as to why he should get to re-roll it. Now, look at everybody's expressions here. I hope that was loud enough to where you guys could hear the actual, yeah.
Why didn't you count it?
Like,
It flew out of my hand. I didn't roll it.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not gonna count that.
Nobody, whenever this happens, thinks that this is a legitimate way to play.
Oh, I'll count that. 19.
Yeah, look, I mean, Marisha and Sam are both just, nobody here is like, feeling like what he just did was an enhancement to the game, right? Or that it was in any way justified. So, but they're on a live stream right now, so they're going to massage the situation and then just kind of move forward, right? Now, is it episode 27 or episode 26 where Half Chub happens? Yeah, episode 27.
And welcome everybody.
Okay, hang on. Yeah, it's tough coming back to this one. Yeah. Where the hell was it? Oh god, here we go. Okay. So, just a content warning, heads up. This is super cringy. How are we going here? We're getting back to we'll get back to the Alchemist stuff here in a second. But some people didn't really know about this is the reason why he got booted. All right. All right. Boy. Woo. Yeah, Laura's reaction to this. No, watch Travis. Because Travis is... You're about to see this guy's wife feel essentially like she just got sexually harassed right in front of him.
Here's the thing. He's going to find out stuff about the Briarwoods.
Right.
What's the fucking point of him going if we're just gonna go attack the Briarwoods before we know what he knows? We need to let him go, find out his shit, take care of Uriel, wait till he gets back, go take out the Briarwoods.
As Vex is saying this, Tiberius is getting a half chub.
A what?
Hey. Well, that's just weird.
You can't see it because it's inside.
Yes, because you said it out loud. So.
Anyway.
I'm just saying, strategy.
Fair enough.
Strategy.
Oh, it's strategy chub. All right.
Strategy chub.
Strategy chub, okay.
Clarification.
Still weirded out.
Come on.
It's an odd choice of
Sorry.
words.
She was laying out a
But
good
now, 30
plan.
seconds later, I see what you mean.
Sorry.
Easy.
Okay. Look at Travis right now. That is a man who was trying to figure out when the fuck he can just punch him in the face and as little consequences are going to happen. Very clearly, Laura is so uncomfortable. Like, whoa, God. Yeah, he's describing his character getting turned on by her character, but in a way that is pushing some like kind of furry bestiality stuff because he's implying that he has a cloaca, right? Like, oh God. Yeah, you can't even listen to this. Yeah. So Laura is basically just gotten sexually harassed. And this is another one of those things where like looking at I look at this and I look at the Adam Coble situation as two moments where I'm like, you want to see how you're not supposed to the reason for things like either an X card or a line or a veil to get established is for reasons like this. Now, here's the thing. 2015. There were a lot. I mean, it's been 7 years, okay? There's been a lot of things that we figured out where we're like, we need to establish certain tools in this game to prevent situations like this from happening again, right? To prevent things like this from happening at your tables, which is why things like the X card got proposed, right? Oh yeah, crossing trap. Yeah, are you really going to try to sexually harass the dude who's you know, she's sitting right there. My man, like, oh boy, there's so many bad fucking things that you just did with this. Big missteps here. So, not only that, but there was also, like, reports of, like, Orion making Marisha particularly uncomfortable, especially whenever she and Matt they were gonna get married and all this, so, yeah, this is an example of, like, main character syndrome gone horrifically wrong. Like, well, okay, main character syndrome is not great. What do I mean by here? Main character syndrome and what it can do to a campaign, right? Or just what it does to the people around you, you know? Wasn't Adam the one to popularize the X card? No, he was a big proponent of what I call the like more safe space style like approach to D&D, where like he didn't particularly make it popular. I think Monty Cook Games was like the first like big publisher to step out and say like, yeah, this is the kind of thing we need to be doing, right? The X card The X card is basically a, let's say this. Let's say there's a theme or something that pops up in your game, or in the game, me as a player, where I'm like, I'm not feeling really comfortable with what's going on. I can pull out this X card and say like, man, that's not a theme I'm down for, right? This is before, like session 0, I think got to be like really, really popular. The X card is particularly good for live, like, X card has some flaws, but like the X card when used in things like a convention can be really helpful, right? The X card's flaws are mostly the fact of like the people that are most likely needing to use an X card are most likely the people who are least likely to use it because they don't want to cause tension at a table, right? They are adverse to causing confrontation. Certain social issues can make you less likely to use the thing that would probably help you out in dealing with some of those situations, you know? Yeah, it can be a no explanation break, right? What I prefer is a system of lines and veils. Let me turn that up just a little bit. So, what I prefer is a system of lines and veils, right? Where I tell my players what themes are you or aren't you comfortable with. And then there's certain things like veils, where it's like, no, it's not that the characters like can't have sex or whatever, but I'm not going to narrate that. I'm not going to like describe what they're doing in bed. These are things that happen, you know, blackout. That happens behind closed doors, right? Does not need to get narrated at all, you know? There was one really awkward forehead kiss on camera, which made everyone at the table go, what the fuck? Wait, was that Orion to Marisha? Oh, God. Oh, God. Anyways. Yeah, so there's certain things that, like, I think Critical Role moving away from the live stream format. Oh, Orion to Matt? Huh. There's certain things in the live stream format that Critical Role moving away from is going to actually, like, they could have prevented a situation like that, right? Eventually, what all that led to was, like, wasn't it episode 30? I just remember I thought it was really funny that Matt addressed the camera dressed as Geralt for this. Yeah, when did they announce it? Because, like, I think Matt was dressed up as Geralt whenever he made the announcement. And it was like, oh man, I think you guys probably should have done this when you're not in your fucking Halloween costumes. Let's see. Does anybody know offhand what episode that was in? The very beginning of that episode was just like, oh god, you guys should have. Where was it? Episode 37. No. Oh, okay. Wait, what? Oh, he deleted the video. Okay. Anyway, so it happened in a... Is it episode 30? The Halloween episode. Okay. Episode 27 is like the #1 thing that keeps popping up. Oh yeah, so like I'm not criticizing that they did this. Like, yeah, this was worth doing, but like Matt giving an announcement like this dressed as Carol, I'm like, like Oh man.
I feel like I should be doing it like this for the rest of the night. Yeah, you should. Dungeon mastering down here for the remainder. It's a good plan. Let's see, Taliesin, you had an announcement.
I did. Hi. Sorry.
Is it?
For those of you on Twitter, you now know what I was.
Yeah, they're all dressed up like this.
You can find that on using Worm Perpetuity. This is
Yeah, and then Travis. Wait, oh wait, did they edit it?
No.
Do we go to see what we're dressed as?
Yes, let's go around the
People
table.
don't know.
Was there a whiteout?
Yeah, get out of here, Dread.
Or was that normal? Whenever they're doing the scene transition.
So, ladies.
Still too quiet. Oh, Travis looks great.
This is Rat Queens.
We're Rat Queens. I'm Violet.
I'm Hannah.
And she checked. She's like, we're gonna put the kick out.
I'm Helga, the angry tavern wife.
Okay.
Come on.
It'll be fun for this set of art when it comes to building stuff.
He made that?
Yeah.
So that's our crazy Halloweenness. We'll kick back here in just a minute to start the game and see where.
Wait, I know that he says it here, right?
Condition Studio and Lady Briarwood, who buy the city from the.
I thought he.
Welcome everyone to tonight's episode of Critical D&D Players. So quick announcements overall. Let's see. First
Oh, yeah, here you go.
Missed the announcement yesterday. Unfortunately, Ryan Akaba is no longer with Critical Role going forward. He has his own Twitch channel. He's pushing forward and all of that. Please go and show him support. We wish him the best. Much love to him. And
And
just to clarify, too, there's been a lot of speculation, stuff like that.
yeah,
This was a corporate thing, and people putting a lot of blame on Geek and Sundry. This was a joint decision between Critical Role and Geek and Sundry. All parties agreed. Please try and be respectful of everyone involved. So.
yeah. So I mean, rightfully so. The guy got booted off a Critical Role, and just because it was for more than just the fucking half chub moment. Even though that would be, I would think like, dude, oh god, you cringe, but it was like the way that he kept building onto it, and like, that's just not right. Yeah. But it was also like outside interactions he was having with fans or members of Critical Role that led to him getting the boot. And man, what all that comes from, basically my first thought, Critical Role would have a lot more leeway by transitioning away from doing the live stream format and catching that stuff, right? They'd have a lot more of a buffer to, like, oh yeah, no, because it was a big deal when it happened. He was, if I remember right, that was one of like the first like major TTRPG controversies for like this edition that wound up going so far as to like get put on like Polygon and like all this other shit, right? So acting like that, I think it brought a lot of attention to like, okay, wait, we can feel really uncomfortable playing this game. It feels like we need to have some kind of a buffer to like prevent situations like that from happening, right? So, yeah, how long we been on? But yeah, it's mostly just me saying like I don't really blame Matt for not wanting to do Critical Role anymore. Moving back to a private game, I 100% agree with that decision. God, I think that honestly the TTRPG scene might be better for it. Not because I have an issue with Critical Role. I have an issue with Critical Role's fucking insane fandom. Then Brian W. Foster happened, yeah. And the Brian W. Foster thing is like, man, I feel so bad for him. I honestly do. Live is kind of the thing with Critical Role, though, and it hasn't been lately. Edited content would get pushback, I think. It hasn't so far. Like, they haven't, as far as I know, they have not returned to the live format since 2020. Or like 2021, maybe. But yeah, they went pre-recorded for like COVID measures, and they just decided they liked that so much more. Was Brian W. Foster the one that went on a harem? No. Brian W. Foster, he said, Brian W. Foster, like, said something that was essentially like trying to wave an olive branch between, or I don't want to like misquote it, right? Essentially what I believe it was something that was like trying to be a little bit more charitable towards, I don't even know that it was Trump supporters, but just like right-wing people. And Twitter took that as you must be homophobic or like transphobic or something. I don't really specifically remember, but I think it happened around the George Floyd stuff. Oh, God, yeah. But like Brian has non-stop gotten harassment from people trying to imply that he is like all kinds of hateful, which is pretty clear the dude's just not. Like, but yeah. He thought that they were back to, back to live. Yeah, as far as I've been able to tell, Critical Role has not returned to live streaming. So, yeah. I think they realize the benefits of doing produced content over live streaming, especially in the TTRPG scene. And like, I just think that Critical Role may have started off on a pretty bad foot and gotten really, really lucky. Well, no, not really, really lucky. No, that's not what I mean. They had something that could be carried. They are innovators, right? It was something new, something fresh, and they had the star power behind it to get it really, really popular. The star power and the skill, you know. Matt's a great DM. Great DM. And nobody had really seen anything quite like what Critical Role was doing. Yeah, I mean, they basically invented the thing. Kind of. Penny Arcade was doing the actual play thing already, you know. You had Penny Arcade, you had Adventure Zone, you had HarmonTown, all of these guys doing that stuff before Critical Role. So I think what they invented was most likely the live stream format of it, where we're not doing a produced D&D show, we're doing a live stream play, right? And even Acquisitions Incorporated was it was mostly something that they were just doing at a convention, right? Yeah, it's a lightning in the bottle situation. And I think that what we're now seeing, because like, I don't know, going on over on Twitch right now, like, except for days that Critical Role is streaming, how busy is the D&D section? Like, here I am looking at D&D right now. Yeah. D&D, 1.8k viewers. You know, with some of the top streams having like 58, 50, 25, 43. I mean, that's what I'm already getting, like, over here. You know, 53, 61. The last 3 streams I was doing whenever I was talking about release content or whatever, we're getting hundreds. Like 130, I think, at peak. You know, but like the actual play stuff is kind of hovering around 9, 10, you know. Are there any of the bigger names that I'm seeing right now that I'm like, okay, I know who this is? I know who it is in terms of like, maybe they're a bigger YouTuber and that's why, you know, and I'm not trying to crap on anybody in here. I'm just saying that like, I just don't think that like the actual play is a format that will wind up leading to like long-term success for most people afterwards, right? Oh, wait, he's not even, yeah, this person isn't even playing D&D. They're doing, it looks like, is that Icewind Dale? No, they're playing a video game. Or, wait, what? What is this? Oh, God. Alright, then we get out of here. 470 viewers. Have I seen Dimension 20 from College Humor / Dropout? Yeah, I have. Oh no, they are doing D&D. Wait, Rock Grind. I've heard of this before. Are they playing Pathfinder? Jim. Critical Role is a block. Yeah. I think that's just a backdrop. But yeah, they're doing the whole, you know, animated layout right here. And people are really working to try and change the format, right? This is pretty well produced, right? I think Arcadum kind of set the format for like what this is right now, right? Where everybody's just kind of like animated. You have their characters that are somewhat talking, whatever, these simple 2-frame animations, right? Like this could be a decent format to go with, you know, but I don't think that they're going to hit Critical Role numbers, because I think Critical Role has so much working in their favor. Like, they've got the production quality, they've got the voice actors that they can just call in. I mean, shit, if they wanted to get Vin Diesel, they can just give him a call, right? They have an amount of star power that other actual players just aren't going to get, you know? If I was able to make a call and I said, I don't know, who's like a celebrity I'm thinking of right now? Like, if I was like, hey guys, I'm going to hang out with, I don't know, Uma Thurman on the street. I don't know. I don't think that there's going to be a lot of players that are particularly interested in D&D stuff, but like the fact that I've got, Chuck Norris, I don't know, whatever, right? People might just come to see that, right? That's an appeal that Critical Role has that not many other people can rival. But yeah. So, what about the movie in theaters in spring 2023 that will add thousands of players to the game, if not millions? Depends on if that movie's any fucking good. From the way it sounds, that movie is going to be a hot, steaming pile of shit. Like, boy, I mean, considering the fact that they're still, like, field testing some, like, basics of what people expect out of a D&D movie. Oh, I don't know. I wouldn't bet on it, though. Like... Oh, man. Okay, so someone had mentioned Forged Domain Cleric. Movie must be talking about Morbius. I have no idea what that movie is even about. I'm gonna go with very low expectations. Okay, Arneson's Blessing. You conduct an hour-long ritual that crafts a non-magical item that must include some metal, a simple amount, yada, yada, yada. And this is on a short rest. But it's non-magical, so it can't... It's like, you're making equipment. Honestly, a live-action D&D show would work better as a collection of one-shots. Ooh, what if they went with, like, the Love, Death, and Robots format? Like, that could be kind of cool. Morbius Suiba told it... What the fuck? Wait, what? What the hell are you all talking about? Oh, it's a Jared Leto flop? What? Hold on, this is like the first meme I saw come up for it. What the shit? What? I feel like there's a whole culture going on that I'm just not aware of. I'm not in on this. I feel like the Pickle Rick thing where it's just like coming past me by. What the fuck is this? Redefined cinema? Is it really that bad? People meme it to this sounds pretty, yeah.
It's morbid time.
Is that really what this is all about? Yeah, I have no, I feel like... Oh, wait. Oh, shit. I just realized this is a movie that's out right now. Oh, I probably should not have that up on my screen. Hold up. I didn't even remember it's a movie. Hang on. Okay, so it's just a fucking stupid fictional catchphrase of the title character in the 20 Morbius as a part of an ongoing It's Morbin time. Okay, great. And now they're starting to believe it. Great. I'm glad. Not a movie, a masterpiece. Oh, man. Well, I guess it makes people happy. So yay. Good for that. All right. Started as people mocking by how bad I was by calling it perfect. Yeah, I gotcha. Oh boy. Well, woof. We're just gonna get a curse of class. Oh man. Okay. Alright. So oh Christ. Alright, now I'm having to get us back on track for the Alchemist. Oh wait, oh shit, it's been 7.5 hours. I just realized how long it's been. 3:55. I think I got another hour in me. Let me take a break real quick, because I think I need to kind of refresh my sanity on that. And then we'll come back and see what we can do to get its, like, kind of get its core down. Because, like, I have a feeling I know... it's like I can see that light at the end of the tunnel where I'm like, alright, I feel like we're almost there. Just gonna, like... I feel like it's almost there. Like, right. Hey, you just got back? I just got back too. What up? Alright. So. Oh. Phew. So. Catalysts will get there. Blaster. We wanna make it a martial blaster, I feel like. I don't want to get ahead of myself right here. I'm working on a thing right now that I want to stay focused in on. Oh, crap. There we go. I have seen Full Metal Alchemist, yep. But they are not alchemists in the traditional sense. Okay. Now what's the wording here? Rearranging my desk of empty Mountain Dew cans and coffee mugs. Alright. That does not mean peeing into a bottle. That is coffee, I promise. Don't worry. I just realized how that looked in the webcam. Oh, this stream. Okay. So, you, some people brought this up. Honey Lemon from Big Hero 6 is a pretty good representation of what I think this class should function like. D&D movie is gonna make. Oh my god, am I gonna have to ban fucking Morb from the chat? You love Honey Lemon? I apparently need to like watch the movie. I have not I haven't seen any of Big Hero 6. What's the wording I'm looking for here? God, this song makes me want to play Final Fantasy X so bad again. God, what a soundtrack. No more. Oh my god. You. Okay. Oh, hey, Trek. What am I trying to do? So the conventional wording of alchemical of savant-like features of wizards doesn't really make sense towards the 5e crafting system, and I'm trying to expedite it in a way to where you can potentially make alchemical items during a long rest, because technically you can already do this once per day. don't know if that's necessary. Okay. Oh, yeah. Ooh. Ooh. You're so right on that. Dude, Riku has an ability called Mix that is so Alchemist. And it was something I tried to evoke with the merchant, but like, ooh. Her limit break is so cool. Well, let's see. Yeah, my probably favorite character to use, honestly, in the entire game. Yeah, Riku is able to like choose 2 items, and but what is this person using Hatsune Miku's? So you're able to mix certain items and create a like a really cool like alchemical mixture, right? Now, get to the how it functions. Okay. She's using gold here. Let's bribe. Where's the... Come on now. Come on, show her overdrive. Yeah, that's when you make... I always think it's funny whenever there's like... I mean, YouTube channels that use like Hatsune Miku or whatever as their avatar, but like they have like 300,000 subs. So I'm like, what the fuck? Okay, so basically what you do whenever you're using her limit break, you combine 2 of these items together, and it makes a it makes some ridiculous thing, right? Okay, so they're in the menu right now. And then boom, like she does a thing, it's a cool buff, whatever. It is a really, really awesome limit break, super fun to use, and something that I think is definitely a thing that we'd want to try and evoke from the fantasy of this, right? Yeah, you can quickly mix them in combat, right? Now the fun thing is, this is a thing that I tried to do with the merchant. And I think that that's an expectation now. The thing with the merchant was you could... I thought about adding drugs in this class? No. You can really quickly expend a spell slot to customize the potion. And this is the thing that people were like, yes, that's what I want. This feels right. And I feel like other, like, alchemist concepts haven't quite hit this. Have I looked at Kibble's Compendium of Crafting Creation? Not quite yet. That is a thing that I want to take a look at some point, for sure, though. Level 5 they could also get. Yeah. That's already... I've got something like that written. I know that this is something that feels really good for alchemy. Is... like... While you're, I mean, doesn't this drug and we could call it something that's not drug, like, Plague Knight is just kind of throwing, Plague Knight just sort of throws potions around. I don't know that he really like hits the fantasy quite right. Actually, why don't I do this? Hang on. I'm gonna do a formatting thing real quick. Oh wait, spell list. Boom. So we know that this is all grouped up. Yeah, there we go. When an alchemist's reagents react to different enemies, and ooze can be caustic, so I can throw it at it, the reaction can be different. Maybe? Customizable homunculus is planned for a companion class. Yeah, exactly. Axiom's got it right. The idea being that, like, once you start doing this thing of, like, in combat, what can I do as a bonus action? Maybe this, like, concoct, and then I throw the thing. Like, that's the fun stuff of it. So, let me say this. At second level, you can get some unique bonus actions in here. Alright. Because usually that's gonna feel like it's so important for you to get early on. Since this class is not a magic user, is it worth having a bonus to create inside of the lab versus not? Yeah. It could be that, like, there's something about the act of allowing it to brew and settle that makes it to where that potion can just last longer. So that might be the thing that we say that, like, you know, to oh my god, this douchebag neighbor. Yeah, I think seeing the Riku mix thing is what's making me think, like, what's going to be really fun is the quick, like, bam, I smash these together and do a thing. And if I don't do it before my next turn, that thing just becomes inert, right? Crafting needs to be separate from class features. Crafting gives unexpiring powerful potions, whereas this gives at wills and mix on demands. And, like, I mean, yeah. Okay. But the thing is, I want these to be like a, if you make it, like, yeah, you want to have some generalized bonus to just crafting one. Oh, later blue thumbnail, thanks for hanging out. If you do a thing like, let's say this. Alright, I don't know what this feature is going to be named. There needs to be a chemical X in here. That should be, oh my god. Sugar, spice, and everything nice. Yep. Is it Utonium? I was like, Professor X. Wait, no, that's X-Men. I guess it's Professor Utonium? Okay. That is so funny. Just that being the like, you want to make the Powerpuff Girls. Like, oh man. Whatever you create lasts until the beginning of your next turn, so you can give it to other players. You can already do that by doing the bonus action to concoct, and it lasts until. Oh yeah. Yeah, exactly what you said. Now, okay. Why do you think he's studying abiogenesis? Mortals are flawed. I can make a better guide. Okay, so here's basically what we have to come up with. Okay. Goes under the start of your next turn. WotC's moved away from short rest and is currently doing proficiency times for long rest. Do I feel like that should be taken into consideration? Nah, because I'm making a class, not a race. New class. Because was that a balancing measure that they threw in? Okay, the vial and its contents disappear if you don't hurl the vial by the end of the current turn. Okay. Okay. You know what we probably don't care that you can get a lot of during a rest? Like an alchemical base. That's the thing that you can make that's like a stable thing that can create more potions, right? So let's phrase something real quick. Uh-oh. Why is that funky? Oh. That's right. That's the way I formatted that. Okay. Is there a hybrid of the mastermind we can apply? How so? Who is a historical alchemist or one from a movie? Maybe a trait Walter White had. He was a chemist. I prefer the inspiration for the class artwork. My buddy Tyler Thrasher. Let me show you guys, because I mean, I'm sure I'll be talking about Thrasher more as, yeah. Tyler Thrasher's a buddy of mine, who he is a chemist and artist who uses chemistry to glow crystals on things. He's also working on he's making like UV luminescent plants. He does his own illustrations and everything like that, but like you see a bunch of the crystals and stuff in here. I was on an episode of The Lost Magic. If you look up Scales and Tales, I was in that podcast and we were all kobolds. Now, what Thrasher does... Yeah. he grows crystals on things. So these are submerged in a chemical substance that literally the crystals will, grow on. And this is something that I think, like, what I really want to do is almost as just like a, homage to Thrasher, is make one that's like the crystal, like, kind of subclass, that you mix the components together, and this can be the, like, you lock something down by throwing it, right? But yeah, just looking at, like, so this is, I look at Thrasher as my, like, okay, you are an alchemist, my dude. Historical, yeah. You could also say like Marie Curie, or God, who's another one? Gollum. Yeah, God, this Hercules beetle, like, or rhinoceros beetle, whatever it is. Oh my God. Yeah. Sick. Oh, like an arcane when they sent those grenades that form crystals and hold people? Probably. I have not watched Arcane yet. I watched one episode, I watched the very beginning of the first episode, and I hadn't really gotten further into it. Not that I don't like it or anything like that. It was just I haven't really sat down to give it some time. The crystallization subclass I could really see. Yeah, I just need to write that. Sure. Able to use in your own homebrew, lead to gold, sand to pearls, iron to adamantine. Yeah, metallurgy is one that I'm looking at. I do understand if I make a crystal themed subclass, people won't think about Thrasher, right? I don't know. I will. So, I don't know. That's not a big important thing to me. I mean, yeah, they can, I don't know, I'll probably list them as like an inspiration for the artwork and everything up in here. But that wasn't like a important thing, I guess. It's just that he, like, his method is what, like, inspired it, my dudes. He's literally I already commissioned. Oh wait, that just reminded me. You guys haven't seen probably Thrasher's face. Yeah, it's. Yeah, so Maxwell Polikoff is the guy that did the artwork. Oh crap, and now my thing is covering up his face. Yeah, so that's Thrasher. Thrasher's binding. Just all around great guy. Go follow him on Instagram if you're not already. I know whenever I mentioned him, Maxwell was like, "Oh my god, yeah, I know Thrasher. What?" And yeah, so he's gotten real big over on Instagram, and I mean, even 60-minute documentaries came out and did a video on him. I mean, oh god, his snake, like, oh, handsome guy, can see why you want him on the cover. Yeah, Thrasher's just an all-around good dude. Really, just, yeah. Put a crystal bound dragon on that page. Yeah. So, yeah, if you've never heard of him, go check out Tyler Thrasher art, all that good stuff. But yeah, so I sent Maxwell a picture and I was like, yeah, I know. So yeah. Same thing with like the merchant. The merchant's got a lot of homages to some of my buddies. Well, Jeremy Luther, who's one of my friends, did all this artwork. But he told me this is inspired by his D&D character No More. This is one of our buddies, Eric Franson, who he's a shop owner and really big into sailing. So the rune that appears back here is actually his company's woodworking logo. And this is, I mean, those of you guys that have seen enough of the stream, you know who that is. So, yeah, whenever I'm doing commissions of artwork, I always try to throw in little things for like some of my buddies. So like Amanda, she loves bees, and so there's bees all over the artwork here. Yeah, you guys just not seeing that? So, yeah, I try to, I've been doing like all these little, you know, homages to some buddies, and yeah. You never got that was her. And also the honey badger, that was my fraternity nickname. So there's all kinds of little fun stuff I love doing whenever I'm actually commissioning a piece. The gambler, I didn't do one on. I just don't really know of anybody that really kind of fit the thematics for like the gambler, you know. But yeah. And then some of the other stuff is just stock art I purchased. So, but what I plan on doing is having Maxwell do just all kinds of artwork based off of my friends to put in some of these. So, but I mean, with Thrasher being who he is, of course he was like my base alchemist here. Why did this get all fucked up? Why are you assuming things? Go. Yeah. Very cool. That's very good. Thanks. An alchemist can transmute a cockatrice feather. You know, that, like... We have a good list to go off of for the material components and stuff. Well, I think I'm a bit of a gambler. What? A whip of cockatrice feathers. God, I wish there were a way for petrification to be like a thing we could really easily give players. Just like that high fantasy kind of like condition effect, you know. How do you get the material components? You could either collect them, or we do have an alchemist satchel and stuff. I think it should be an expectation that players need to spend time collecting their material components, getting all that stuff. Otherwise, there's literally no reason for them to be in the game. Like, yeah, you can buy them. Sure. Yeah, go buy them. But this hand-waving thing for, like, you know, well, you can use a focus. Sure, whatever. That's your fantasy, yeah. But, I mean, especially if it consumes them, God. There's just, like, a weird thing whenever it's like, no spell requires a material component unless it consumes it, that I'm not a fan of. Trying to see what might need to be highlighted in there. Alchemist becoming immortal. There is a precedent for, like, potions of longevity. Minotaur horn, blood of an elf, giant snail eyes. Stone to meditate since it was only 24 hours. Jeez. I mean, cool flavor pick. Powdered. We can say that. Okay, now, here's... Mummy dust. Oh god, mummy dust is too good. Yeah, I'm gonna write that down real quick, but I do want to get back on this. That's funny. There's also there is a what's the word for this? Mummy wrapping. There's an actual term for the cloth. And what is that called? The top coat, yeah, because it's got resin in it. It's not bandages. Is there vampire dust? I think, yeah, I think the Elder Scrolls have given enough of that. Given enough weight for that to be a thing now. Didn't medieval people eat mummies for their health? I have no idea. That does sound pretty goddamn medieval lore, though. Is it just linen? I mean, no, there's like a name, because it's like... I would remember, like... The type of cloth, as soon as you do the process of, like, you're wrapping it, and then you use the resin in it, there's a name for that. It's not mummy paper. Get the fuck out of here. Is it papyrus? No. Is it mummy paper? Get the fuck out of here. Come on, it's gotta be. It has a cooler name than this, right? $1800s, right? Ew. Ugh. Varied upon the dead status. Interesting. Say mummy wrappings, mummy paper. Mummy linen. Yeah, the idea being that, like, okay, so mummy paper is one of the like arcane things that you can apparently like make a spellbook out of, right? Like, I thought that was kind of cool. Like if you're a necromancy wizard, the like parchment that you write on is actually mummy wrappings. And I think there was like an old school D&D, this is a thing. And then resin applied. Yeah. So what I mean though is after you apply the resin and it's been wrapped on a mummy, there is a term for that type of paper after the fact. Once it goes through that flex tape, fuck you, god damn it. Fucking Jordan. All right. Oh my god, that was too funny. Taken from mummies is yeah, like I swear to god there's a term for this and it sounds way cooler. Burrito wrap. Yep. Oh god. Okay, so we know like lead, a leather loop. Let's get that out of here. We don't need a magnifying glass. Makeup, we can get that out of here. Well, makeup might be cool for something, I don't know what. A lodestone is just a magnet, right? Literal Plague Knight subclass. There's been quite a few people suggest that. Right, a lodestone is a magnet, I think. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Naturally occurring magnets. Gotcha. Okay, we don't need specific... I'm just kind of clipping out some of the stuff that, like, doesn't make sense as fitting into a... let me just say ivory. Iron blade, iron powder. Lead-based ink. Interesting. Do you mean dowsing rods? Micarta? What the hell is micarta? Micarta! Oh wait, this is a thing? Wait, is that the mummy wrap? Resin and paper. That... Is that what we were looking for? It's close. That's very close. Brewer, yeah, we've already got that listed in here. Boozer, yeah. I guess you can say that Dr. Jekyll is an inspiration. Yeah. Oh god, what? Ugh. What? Why are you doing this? Why are you losing your mind now? What just happened to you? Oh, it's just a rendering issue. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Okay. So, core-wise. We have all kinds of fun stuff that it's like you can do this as a bonus action. Or, wait, sorry. That like, we have this idea of you can combine a few things to make a thing. And I think the cool thing you want to do with that is, as a bonus action on your turn, so let me define what I'm kind of thinking about right now. The way that bonus actions work, let's say types, okay? So, bonus actions in D&D function as either one of two things. They are either setup or follow-up, okay? So, real easy. If you need a unique kind of bonus action, you first want to figure out where you want it to lie in their action economy, right? So, very, very simple. Setup. Used before the main action. Follow-up. Used after the main action. Right? Or we can just say the action. Sure. So, before we're even talking about mechanically, right? The thing that you want to do is, as a bonus action, be considering how this needs to line up in their action economy. Think about what is set up. Probably the big famous setup one that I can think of right now is Rage. Rage is on your first turn in combat. Not only is it set up for that action that you're going to do on your turn, it is your setup for the entire fight. You want to rage and then go in there, and then the follow-up action is always going to be attack, or usually, right? Now, a follow-up one is going to be something like a disengagement tool. I want to run in, attack, disengage. Boom. See, it's coming after the main action, right? So Monk has got this also this interaction as well. But more of, I think they do have the setup of dash, right? God, it's like... Oh, yeah, the physics from Elden Ring. I don't know about that in particular, but I like the idea. Thank you for calling out the physics, because that gives me more support that, like, stuff isn't necessarily consumed in it, right? I was just looking at Monk. So Monk. Okay. Most likely, Step of the Wind, you're using it as either setup or follow-up. Setup is using it before to go in and dash. This is probably actually not a great way for you to be using this, other than like specific situations. Disengage. Maybe if you know the thing can't take a reaction against you, or if you know that the thing can't take a reaction against you, maybe it's dash, right? But like, I think you're just gonna use Flurry of Blows, honestly. Only Rogue does that bonus. That is a bonus action to disengage. What? Oh. So what I'm thinking of is this is most likely going to be the setup type, right? So we have a setup bonus action here. To okay. So this bonus action we're going to be using as our setup bonus action, right? Or I guess you've already used one on your turn and you're going to make another for the next turn, right? Now, okay. Barbarian is getting bonus action core feature at first level. So, it's fair to say that we should give them a unique bonus action to quickly make a potion. Okay. So... let's need to grab the... I guess... cunning action? How does cunning action lead into that? Okay, let me just snag this real quick. They get a few things that they can do as a bonus action on a rogue. We want this one specific thing. Be used only to... were you saying as a tool to disengage or to wait, The no, a disengagement tool means any feature that you get that allows you to disengage or prevent reaction, or prevent opportunity attacks as, like in your core class layout. A disengagement tool essentially means that you are meant to play that class as a midliner. Like if it gives you a D8 or like a D10 hit die, you're meant to play that thing as a midliner. If it gives you the disengagement tool, right? Exceptions to this are like, well, I say exceptions to this. It's not cleric does not get a disengagement tool, so they're meant to kind of stick wherever they move, right? But rogue and monk are meant to pop in and out. This is a big failure of the monk because they have to spend key to do that. It's not innate to them like it is to rogue. So yeah. Use an object. What are some other fun things that this might be able to get as a bonus action that I'm not thinking of immediately? Dash, disengage, or hide. None of that really feels Alchemist. Blade Song, yeah. Yeah, you'll typically notice that, like, if you have a D8 die, or a D8 hit die, or lower, and they are trying to get you, to get into melee, typically in this game they will give you what I refer to as this, disengagement tool. Something that's going to prevent opportunity attacks from hitting you. Dodge, dodge doesn't, okay, so the strength behind disengagement is that you cannot be attacked with an opportunity attack. Dodge, you still can. Search is an action in combat no one ever uses. I did on my Ranger revision. There was a suggestion from chat that was awesome. What would you want to do? Is this an attack roll kind of class? If you wanted to, then possibly. But again, just so everybody knows, if you got a lot of questions about the class, still has not been designed. So yeah, still figuring out the core, and I think the core game loop. Let me zoom out here. All right. So core game loop. You have an action, bonus action, movement, and reaction. Okay? So, we want to give you something that's going to feel like I know what I'm going to be doing on X, Y, Z, and A parts of my turn, right? Whenever we're in combat, these are the things that I need to figure out. Oh, crap. Now, as your action, easy thing I think that we all know that you want to be doing is this. Is either administering, consuming, or attacking with an alchemical item. Let's just say this. Using an alchemical item. Very, very easy. Bonus action. Quickly creating, yeah. Okay. Now, if you've already got one that you created, and you want to just rifle through your bag to grab another one, you can use the bonus action to possibly do that, right? So we have setup, or if you've already used it with your action, then you can craft one to use next action, right? So actually, does it need to go in there at the start of your next turn, at the end of your next turn? I think quality of life would say in the next turn. That is a little bit more tracking. Would it need to be start or end? End is stronger. I don't know. I won't get hung up on that. Movement, just your normal movement. You know, we all know what movement means. Now, their reaction. What's going to be a really good reaction for them? Maybe Faust with his big scalpel? What? Your reaction... I mean, okay, this might be... This is kind of a downside right now. Reaction, make one of their potions explode. This could be a downside of the class. They don't have... you know what kind of sucks? Is that on the class that's all about chemical reactions, they don't have a reaction that immediately comes to mind. Because, like, making an opportunity attack... Like, we need this. It has to be, like, there has to be a chemical reaction that happens in here, right? Like, you need that. Yeah, like, if you end your turn... If a creature ends its turn... Oh, no, wait. This could be the bonus action right here. Well, that's on them to kind of figure out. How do they phrase this in Companions? This is an odd design space, but it's kind of interesting. But the only action it takes on its turn is a dodge action. Man, I thought it specifically said something like that. Reaction can be subclass based. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah. Okay. I'm kind of wondering if it needs to go inert. Hey, Son of Ultron, thanks so much for the follow. I'm thinking it needs to go inert at the end of your next turn. Explode potion has a reaction when someone drinks it. That's an odd narrative now. That sounds more like you've got a remote detonated bomb in your hand, right? What? Okay, so you can say that the decoction. No action penalty for nature/medicine checks. I don't know how that's supposed to be worded. But we're overriding the fact that medicine calls for wisdom rather than intelligence there. Something ties our an ingredient from it. Oh yeah. I just think that's really funny, like, oh shit, the goblin's gonna get me. The narrative of quickly, like, harvesting something is a little, eh. The thing I'm thinking... Okay, so we say concoct. Cut and run. You just take yourself out before they get to you. Oh, this fucking game, man, I swear. Okay. Okay, so this needs to be the thing that you set up. Concoct. Okay. Trying to figure out where I need to shuffle some stuff here. Do we currently have anything in the system that says something quite like you have a special action that you can use on your turn that isn't listed with the, like, attack, use an object, whatever actions, right? I don't think... Can we say this? Wait. I got it. Okay. You... How do they phrase this in spellcasting features? I feel like I'm dumb, but it makes reference to it, right? See, the spell's rules were the general rules of spellcasting in the spells list and the sorcerer spell list. And then you... Okay, so it needs to... Casting a spell, right? Okay. I'm trying to figure out how it codes it. Where does it say specifically you cast a spell with the cast a spell action, right? Oh, hey, we'll see you later, D20. See you tomorrow. Thank you. Yeah, we'll be looking forward to it tomorrow. Reaction to catch arcane energy whenever someone casts a spell. Yeah, what I'm thinking is we're doing a little bit of an addition to another action, right? So whenever it says like you cast a spell with the whatever action, right? What is the thing I'm looking for is the wordage for that. There's the rules of magic, yada yada. Because to me, like, okay, to me crafting, I'm like, if we say you craft using the use an object action, using your oh, it's been hey Philo, yeah, it's been 8.5 hours. The only reference to the cast a spell action is in the Dungeon Master's Guide? Surely not. I feel like a man is about to walk in any minute. The dogs are kind of acting. Yeah. Yeah, geez. I told you we were gonna. Hey, I'm wanting to do the content creation thing full time. I'm treating this summer like we are pro industry pros, right? Yeah, the thing I'm trying to figure out is like, does it say specifically somewhere that you cast a spell with the cast a spell action? I know that seems really silly, but there is wording I'm trying to find. Actions in combat, cast a spell. Okay. When an object requires your action for it to use, you take the use an object action. This action is also useful when you want to interact with more than one object on your turn. Okay. Now, what I like, okay. You take the use an object action to create a potion during combat. You can, you can take this action either okay. Okay. So it's like you can craft 2, but the action of like passing it off to somebody else. I mean, I guess if that's really the way you want to play, it's fine. I'm gonna make a thing, pass it off to somebody else, and then they're gonna use it because of whatever reason. Yeah, so we can say, let's get rid of that, and then boom. What else can we get rid of? I think formula book I might want to get rid of. Well, no, because this has a precedent in the game already. Oh god, the Witcher soundtrack is just too loud right now. Once per turn, you can take the use an object action to concoct a potion. Undying Sentinel feature. Whenever you cast a paladin spell that has a casting time of 1 action, you can cast it as a bonus action instead. Maybe? Why not just you can use your action to concoct a potion? Because we want you to be able to, like, use the potion during that same action, right? Frenzy from Berserker? Is there... as a single, or as a bonus action on each of your turns after this one. Well, what I'm trying to find is language that says that you can do this either as an action or a bonus action on your turn. As a part of the same action, you can use the potion as consistent with spiritual weapon, flaming sphere, call lightning. But we're not trying to make it to where it's going to occur at the same time that you concoct it. It's easier to justify that for narrative whenever you're like, you know, cleric or whatever, because you're casting the spell. But like, I'm trying to find language that says that you can either do it as an action or a bonus action. Reloading mechanic. Actually, that sounds kind of right. Reload. Yep. There we go. Ah, I knew it. Using an action or a bonus action, the caster. Yeah. Okay. 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 Whoop. Hey, you, what's going on? Sure. Yeah, I haven't eaten anything all day. Okay, yeah, sounds great. Alright, love ya. Bye. One lets you use an object as a bonus action. Second lets you potion interaction as a using a whoa, what? What? Use it. Whoa. What? Oh. Yes, that was the pet merchant. Yeah. So the reload mechanic does actually give us a precedent for something can happen either as action or bonus action being detailed in the same mechanic. Okay, so we can parse that out. Is the intention to give them fast hands or only be able to do it with potions? Fast hands is... I've got to remember exactly. I appreciate you. Yes, thank you, thank you. Thief. It's tied into cunning action. This has to be a core bonus action because we have to establish your gameplay loop in here. Does this seem... Oh, that's right. It's the attack roll. There we go. Whatever. And I don't know what that'll wind up being. Okay. You want add and not use instead. The maybe. Yeah, I mean, you go high dex and then you go this, like, okay. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Why not? All right. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, now what I mean is, are they bonus action using potions only, or are they bonus action using any object, including potions? It has to be for this specific interaction right here. You take the use an object action. Let me turn this down because fucking Gwen is very, very loud right now. Okay. You take the use an object action to create a potion during combat. Creating item during combat. Using an action bonus action. Okay. Now, could you possibly just like make a bunch of potions before and just attack during your turn? I guess. I don't know. We'll figure that out. Okay. Okay. Alchemical items concocted in this way. Ooh, hey, Usanos, hey, thanks so much for the subscription. Okay. You create this way are hastily crafted. Alchemical items you are black. Lack the stability of, what do you want to call this? And go in there at the start of your next turn. Does that make sense? I think. Chemical items created this way lack the stability of those created in a safe environment, and go yeah, I guess that makes sense. But like, we don't want that. That might be right. Sterile environment. Axiom. Oh yeah. Hey, thanks so much for hanging out, Axiom. I think that this makes sense. Created in this way or shot. Yeah, controlled environment. There we go. Controlled environment's really good. Okay. Now, what I think we can do here, what do you do with an inert potion? Probably not jack shit, really. Now, what I think it wants to do here yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking that, like, in terms of D&D terms, what would that mean? It's like it turns into a Monday or like Minecraft, right? It's like whenever, if you haven't used it, it becomes inert. And it reverts back into like some kind of an alchemical base that you could still like kind of use, right? We don't want it to just be that like, oh, I didn't use it, oh, and then it just turns into mush in my hand, right? That's not like always super fun. Go to sleep. I'm getting off here pretty soon because Amanda's getting off work and we're gonna eat. Yeah, it goes against design convention for it just to be a thing that like, or 5e design sensibilities for it to just blow up, you know? Like, we want it to be, this isn't gonna fuck you and your teammates up because you misused it. Or like, or rather, it's not gonna do that because, I guess we can get the quality kind of gone. I don't know, maybe. Yeah, we can probably get that out of here. Anyways, so the things that we know that don't feel super great, like Wild Magic Sorcerer, you being able to TPK the entire group, in the campaign at first level, we just know this doesn't feel good. I know everybody's got that potential because like they've got a weapon that they can just swing and kill the party, but like the sorcerer doesn't have to have the buy-in of I am willingly making a choice to screw everybody over. It's like there's a core class thing that by you trying to be a positive thing on the party, you literally just blow up. Yeah, and we know that that produces a really poor play experience, as funny as it is, you know. A mundane potion, yeah. But it's like a base, right? That's what I think the Minecraft. What is their branch? Because like you need a. Oh, I know. An awkward potion. Is it really you start out with an awkward potion? I thought it had like a cooler name than I'm the awkward potion. An oil base could work for that. I like the idea of like animal fat too, like being like, yeah, it can serve as a base, right? So like, there's a few that we might be able to say like could serve as a, you know, a base for it. I think I am going to save this. I've got dogs going crazy, and here we are coming up on 9 hours. Is there anything wrong with the Mage Hand Press PDF for the Alchemist? the Mage Hand Press version, whenever I say something wrong, it totally gets across everything that it wants to, like, it's a working class. I played it, I don't really have like any big balance concerns or anything with it. My problem is, I don't really agree with the reagent stuff where, like, crap, and I'm gonna misremember exactly how this worked out, but, I don't think that a crafting class should be restricted to making the things an arbitrary number of times, like per day, right? It doesn't have the name Taron Pounds. Hey, I think I have more classes created by other people than I do created by me at my table, alright? No, I just think that there's a way to make an alchemist that doesn't have an odd narrative hiccup. And I think that there's a hiccup with the MHP one. And like, I do kind of have my own interpretation for like what this class should be. And I just don't think that the MHP one really scratches that anymore. It was serviceable back whenever before I got really into homebrew design. And now that I've gotten more into it, I just don't think it's really doing it for me, you know? But yeah, it's the best version of it. It's the best version of the archetype I have seen out there, for sure. Like, I give them big ups on that. And I think it has been like the dominant alchemist concept for quite a long time. But I think it can be improved. And rather than do the stuff of like, let me redo your work or let me revise your work, I'm just choosing to kind of make my own. Because I also feel like it's a pretty bad move, which we saw the other week. It's a pretty bad move to just assume that like you should never hit up a creator and be like, hey, I'm redoing your work because it's shitty. You know? So I'm just making my own interpretation on it, you know. And I'm conscious of a lot of the MHP Alchemist, and I'm very much taking steps to avoid any potential rubs. So, plus you guys all know, it's like, you know, I'm aware of it. So yeah, I'm just doing my own interpretation of what I think that the archetype really should be. And making it to where like I'm kind of also doing it as a challenge where I'm trying to see how can we embrace some of the crafting rules and make this work out without it causing too many issues. One of those being, actually I just thought about this, that should be the second level feature. Where'd she go? This feels like a very, very good second level. And what I think I want to do, I'll put my Discord like on a bounty on this or something. Second level should get some kind of a like alchemical savant thing. Alchemist. I'm interested to see how the numbers really crunch out on that. Oh, combining 2 potions. Ooh. God, their bonus action could get really cluttered if I'm not careful. Okay, I think that is going to be it for today. Stream for 9 hours, so yeah, I'm going to go kind of chill out, relax. I will be back on this tomorrow, I'm sure. We'll make some more progress on the Alchemist. Yeah, what alchemical methods am I planning on having? I guess a witch one kind of works out. But, oh god, that's the dog signs. They need to go outside too. I've got a few. I covered it about 3 or 4 times in this stream, but I'm basically looking at an apothecary, a bomber. I like the crystallizer idea. Defiler, a metallurgy, a mutagenic one. I don't know, chemical X living potion style companion class, and then a perfumer, a la Elden Ring. So yeah. Anyways, so that's gonna be it on this one. I'll be back at some point tomorrow, and we'll get that figured out. But yeah, if you like what's going on here, consider supporting me over on Patreon. You like these streams? Want to help me keep the lights on around here? Coffee in my blood, all that good business. Come join up over in the Discord as well. And you can use, oh, actually, if you saw earlier, stream intro, see that? If you go to Many Worlds Tavern, they have been graciously sponsoring my channel and the live streams and all that good stuff. So, if you want to go get some of my favorite coffee, which you've been seeing me drink all throughout stream, it's good stuff. You go use the link down in the description below, or use code IndestructibleBoy on checkout. I get a small kickback if you do so. So yeah, really great coffee. Highly recommend it. Anyways, hey, thank you all actually for coming out. Thank everybody who checked in and all the donos and all that stuff. I appreciate you all. Have a great rest of your Saturday. It's 5:37. God, I thought it was like 3 something. Well, have a great rest of your Saturday. Be safe out there. Stay healthy. Oh yeah, thank you Awesome Soul for moderating and everything. And Darren, all that. Yeah, you guys are great. Anyways, guys, I'll see you all probably tomorrow. So, later.